Feng Hai's eyes shrank indiscernibly and he quickly followed. The 6 elders behind him followed with doubt in their hearts. Their movement caused the everlasting sect members behind him to move as well. The movement of over 100 people immediately attracted the attention of the cultivators all over the platform. All sorts of speculations began, and some impatient people simply flew north. With someone taking the lead, even more people followed. At this moment, the competition began to turn chaotic. The 2 people from the rank 4 sects were originally fighting fiercely, but now they bitterly smiled and looked north. Even further away, the dozen or so rays of light rushing over also closed in. The one in front was a red-haired elder who gave off a nirvana shatter aura, and the dozen or so elders that followed him all had high cultivation levels. After closing in, the red-haired old man immediately saw the chaos caused by the tens of thousands of cultivators and frowned. He shouted, "No flying!" After he spoke those 2 words, they turned into a thunderous rumble that spread out. Some cultivators that had just flown into the air trembled and immediately landed on the ground. His voice spread out as shockwaves, immediately suppressing the chaos and causing everyone to calm down. Frowning, the red-haired old man immediately saw Li Qianmei's figure and rushed over with more than a dozen elders behind him. Li Qianmei quickly flew, disregarding how she had alarmed the entire everlasting sect. She flew straight north to where the origin sect was. When she got near, she landed and her gaze swept forward. The joy in Lu Yingjie was even stronger. Before, he only saw Li Qianmei from far away and didn't dare to spread out his divine sense. So he hadn't heard Li Qianmei ask about the origin sect. At this moment, he took a deep breath as he put a kind smile on his face. The moment Li Qianmei got close, he said, "Lady Li, it's been 100 years since we last met. I wonder if you still remember me." Zhao Long, who was beside him, also revealed a look of respect and clasped his hands with a smile. "So fellow cultivator Li knows Lu Yingjie. I'm the rank 7 mountain-seeking sect's Zhao Long." After the 2 of them spoke, the surrounding people were all shocked. It was obvious that no one thought the reason for the daughter of the heavens to rush over would be Lu Yingjie. Lu Yingjie is rumored to be very romantic. I didn't think that even Li Qianmei would be acquainted with him, or would even come to the everlasting sect due to him. If this matter is true, the celestial music sect will become famous before even competing. I didn't expect this. I wonder what about this Lu Yingjie allowed him to gain Li Qianmei's favor. I just don't understand. Even the everlasting sect people who had followed Li Qianmei here looked at Lu Yingjie, but Feng Hai and company frowned. They had clearly heard Li Qianmei ask about the origin sect, but now with Lu Yingjie appearing, their doubts became even stronger. Lu Yingjie smiled even wider as all the attention was on him. He walked forward a few steps and was about to catch up with Li Qianmei, who had just landed. After Li Qianmei heard Lu Yingjie speak, her gaze locked onto him, and she frowned. As Lu Yingjie walked up, she indifferently walked past him. She had battled against the beast tied in the crack for almost 100 years and had just come from the battleground without any rest. Her body was naturally filled with killing intent, and one gaze caused Lu Yingjie's heart to feel a chill. His face immediately stiffened but soon returned to normal, and he clasped his hands, smiling. It has been 100 years, but Lady Li is still so valiant and formidable. However, before Lu Yingjie could finish speaking, Li Qianmei walked past him without stopping. This caused Lu Yingjie to stiffen and swallow his words. Not only him, but even Zhao Long, who was originally smiling, froze. This sudden scene caused the surrounding cultivators to raise their eyebrows. This surprise completely reversed the situation. There was even a hint of mockery in the eyes of the surrounding cultivators. Li Qianmei didn't even look at Lu Yingjie and headed straight for the origin sect. When she got closer, her gaze swept by everyone and landed on Lu Yanfei. Lu Yanfei wiped the blood off the corner of her mouth as if erasing the bitterness on her body and looked at Li Qianmei. Li Qianmei silently pondered and bit her lower lip. After a long time, she softly said, "Did he come?" These words clearly entered the ears of the surrounding cultivators and immediately caused an uproar. Everyone was guessing who this he was. Even the people of the everlasting sect were wondering the same thing. Feng Hai's eyes lit up and an answer to his doubts gradually formed. At this moment, the red-haired elder with more than 10 other elders arrived and saw this. There was a hint of shock in his eyes as he looked at Feng Hai, and they both had their own thoughts. Wuxia also heard these words. Even with his mental strength, his expression changed. After experiencing what he just had, it was extremely difficult to remain calm. His expression was extremely ugly, but he also had vague feeling that something bad was going to happen. The expression of Zhao Long beside him changed greatly. He was different from Wuxia, and immediately looked at Lu Yunsong. After Lu Yunsong felt his gaze, he sneered and revealed an unhidden trace of disdain. Zhao Long suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. He felt that the mysterious Persian Lu Yunsong had spoken of wasn't as simple as he had thought. Lu Yanfei silently pondered, and after a while, she shook her head. Although she hadn't met Li Qianmei, she could clearly understand who the he Li Qianmei was talking about was. He didn't come. Li Qianmei let out a sigh as she raised her head and looked up at the sky with a hint of melancholy. Her blue hair gently blew with the wind, containing a crestfallen feeling. There hasn't been any news of him in 100 years, Lu Yanfei said as she looked at Li Qianmei. She hesitated for a moment but didn't continue speaking. Li Qianmei bit her lower lip as she shook her head and softly said, "Forget it." With that, there was a flash of coldness as she looked at Lu Yanfei and gently said, "You're injured? The injury is fresh. Who did it?" Lu Yanfei's expression was calm as she indifferently said, "Earlier, this Lu Yingjie said that after the Origin sect disbands, I'll become his cultivation furnace, and he threatened to fight Uncle Teacher. Next to him is the rank 7 mountain-seeking sect's elder, Zhao Long. He thought that this little woman's voice was unpleasant and that I wasn't qualified to talk, so he punished me." After Lu Yingjie heard this, his expression changed. He looked at Lu Yanfei before shouting, "She's full of nonsense." In fact, what he said was true. He didn't say he wanted Lu Yanfei to become his cultivation furnace, but he did intend to make her one. Zhao Long's expression changed and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Li Qianmei's expression calmed down as she turned around to look at Zhao Long and Lu Yingjie. Lu Yingjie was about to speak, but Zhao Long quickly retreated. His hands formed seal and a spell began to appear. However, just as Zhao Long retreated, Li Qianmei suddenly moved. She was very fast and created afterimages as she rushed forward. She crossed the crowd in just a moment with her late-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivation and appeared behind Zhao Long before gently waving her hand. A monstrous killing aura suddenly appeared. This killing intent was shocking and contained thunderous roars. It gave off a demonic feel, and it immediately enveloped Zhao Long's body. A miserable scream echoed as Zhao Long coughed out blood and was immediately thrown into the air. His left arm collapsed into a pile of flesh and blood. At the same time, his right arm and both legs exploded as well. Following that, his body exploded. The smell of blood spread out as Zhao Long's origin soul escaped with panic and fear in his eyes. Li Qianmei calmly looked at Everlasting Sect's Feng Hai and the red-haired elder and softly said, "If you two mind, I'll give the Everlasting Sect an explanation." After she finished, she looked at Lu Yingjie and said, "Since you want to fight him, I'll leave you with your life. If he doesn't come, then I'll take yours and that person named Zhao's lives." That sharp blow and simple words created a powerful impact. It made everyone who saw this gasp, and shock filled their eyes. The people of the Everlasting Sect were also silent. Feng Hai looked at the red-haired elder before he coughed and said, "Fellow cultivator Li, who is this person you speak of? I wonder?" "The Origin Sect's Lu Yanfei's uncle teacher." Li Qianmei nodded. Then she let out a sigh and looked at the sky. No one knew what she was thinking. Lu Yanfei no longer hesitated and softly said, "Uncle Teacher said 100 years ago that he would come." At this moment, the he that everyone was speculating about was moving across the celestial realm with nearly 5,000 red mosquito beasts and hundreds of blue mosquito beasts. It was like a red cloud that covered the sky, and it swept across the outer edge of the wind celestial realm. The wind wailed across the empty wind celestial realm. However, This wind was nothing compared to the buzzing of the mosquito beasts. In the center of the mosquito herd, there was a golden mosquito king that was letting out thunderous roars. Every roar would cause the surrounding mosquitoes to tremble in awe and rapidly fly forward. Wang Lin was sitting on top of the mosquito king with flowing white hair as he looked at the inner part of the celestial realm. His eyes lit up. His injuries had recovered a bit over the past several days. But, more importantly, the large amount of mosquito beasts he gathered had increased his strength greatly. I want to enter the inner part of the wind celestial realm. Then I'll get enough mosquito beasts and then go fulfill my promise with the origin sect. The golden mosquito king under Wang Lin let out a cry. The red cloud formed by thousands of mosquito beasts immediately changed directions and charged toward where most of the mosquito beasts were gathered in the wind celestial realm. Hiding inside the aura of the countless mosquito beasts made it almost impossible to find Wang Lin. But the deeper in the wind celestial realm he went, the more cautious he became. The speed of the mosquito herd slowed down a lot as they flew deep into the wind celestial realm. As they moved forward, Wang Lin clearly felt the wind in the wind celestial realm become even more intense. The wind was like the mournful cries of countless souls. It was earth-shattering, and at the same time the wind formed vortexes that traveled across the wind celestial realm. The mosquito beasts seemed to be very fond of the wind, especially the vortexes. Wang Lin had seen many vortexes with hundreds of mosquito beasts inside being pushed into the distance. The thunderous rumbles echoed across the world, and sometimes it was not clear if the wind was moving the mosquitoes or if the mosquitoes were forming the wind. As he moved forward, the collapsed land of the wind celestial realm gradually appeared before Wang Lin's eyes. The pieces of collapsed land were like a broken mirror. The pieces were separated by cracks, and some cracks were so wide that they extended into the void. There were countless ruins and debris on these lands, along with many collapsed buildings. Every time the wind passed, it seemed to take some of it away, and those buildings had gradually disappeared due to the wind over the years. Looking at everything before him, Wang Lin couldn't help but feel desolate. In his near 2,000 years of cultivation, he had gone to the rain celestial realm, the thunder celestial realm, and now he was at the wind celestial realm. His experiences had been very exciting. Not many people could compare to what he had experienced. The rain celestial realm gave Wang Lin the feeling that it was seriously damaged, and it was very difficult to find any trace of the celestial realm of the past. All that remained was the sorrow of being raided time and time again by cultivators. The thunder celestial realm was different compared to the rain celestial realm as it wasn't as damaged. Although it was also collapsed, he could still feel the power and might of the thunder celestial realm of the past. However, whether it was the rain celestial realm or the thunder celestial realm, they couldn't compare to the wind celestial realm at all. Due to the mosquito beasts, cultivators rarely came here after the collapse, causing the realm to be kept extremely intact. Only the wind echoed all by itself across the wind celestial realm. The entire wind celestial realm gave Wang Lin the feeling of endless desolation and loneliness, as if this place had been forgotten for countless years. Only the wailing wind accompanied this place. Wang Lin saw the largest piece of land in the wind celestial realm floating before him. It gave off an ancient aura as if it had experienced countless years of life. There was a giant stone gate at the center of the large continent. This stone gate was hundreds of thousands of feet tall. Even from far away you could easily see it at a glance. The mosquito herd Wang Lin was in stopped. Sitting on the mosquito king, Wang Lin stared at the giant stone gate in the distance, and his mind trembled as if he had lost himself. He lost all his senses. Even the wailing wind seemed to disappear, and he even forgot that he was sitting on the back of the mosquito king. The only thing left in his eyes was the indescribable stone gate. A feeling of time gradually filled Wang Lin's mind. At this moment he was immersed in time. He gradually lost himself as he watched the transformation of the world, watched the ages pass by, watched the constantly changing landscape. It wasn't appropriate to call it a stone gate because it was only a giant frame. It was like someone had put a short column between these two massive pillars to form a door shape. It simply towered over the land and remained unmoving before the wind. Looking at the stone gate, Wang Lin seemed to return to his body after a long time. He took a deep breath and gradually returned to normal, but his gaze was still locked onto the giant stone gate in the distance. He wasn't unfamiliar with this stone gate. He had seen it several times in his life. This stone gate was the gate formed by the heaven-defying bead when it activated. They looked exactly the same without any difference. If there really was a difference, it would be that the gate from the heaven-defying bead was an actual gate and not just a frame. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin looked around. This was already the inner part of the Wind Celestial Realm. Going further would mean entering the center of the Wind Celestial Realm. Wang Lin somewhat didn't want to leave as he looked at the giant door. He jumped off the Mosquito King's back, stepped on the wind, and walked on the world as he moved forward step by step. The Mosquito King followed behind, and around it were nearly 5,000 mosquito beasts forming a red cloud that covered the sky. It was as if Wang Lin felt an inexplicable attraction to this giant door. He slowly stepped on the air and closed in on the gate. The majestic aura of the gate became even stronger. If you stood before the gate and looked up, you wouldn't even see the top. A powerful, desolate feeling enveloped the area, as if there was an invisible vortex with the giant gate as the center, slowly rotating. Due to this vortex, it made it feel like there was a layer of fog around the gate. It was difficult to detect from afar, but when up close, the fog was easy to feel. Wang Lin stood on the ground and raised his head to look at the giant gate. His mind trembled as he subconsciously spread out his divine sense toward the gate. The moment his divine sense spread over, a thunderous rumble echoed in his mind as if thunder had exploded in his ears. This created a powerful impact that pushed away all the fog and allowed the giant gate to appear clearly before Wang Lin's eyes. What he saw was no longer a gate, but a creature. This creature had a soul. It seemed as if it had existed for too long and gradually gained sentience. When Wang Lin's divine sense spread over, he seemed to fuse with that creature, and at that instant Wang Lin seemed to forget his own existence. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin stood there motionlessly. He was in a very strange state. This state was very familiar to when he comprehended his first original spell, Sundered Night on the seaside cliff. There was an old saying, "Cultivators walk through the heavens and adapt the heavens as their own heart. Only then can they hold both heaven and earth and understand what Tao is." Although this sounds complicated, it has its own reason. It was like a painter who had never seen the highest peak, the vast ocean, or the different states of life. How could he draw celestial-like mountains, dragon-like seas, or the relationship of humans? Only after seeing firsthand and experiencing firsthand could one draw mountains and seas with spirit to create masterpieces that would be passed down throughout the ages. Cultivation had the same logic, which was why all the disciples of big sects would go out to comprehend the heavens once their cultivation level reached a certain point. However, painters were still people, and some people would not be moved by the heavens or earth. They never gained any comprehension and could only leave behind footprints that would gradually disappear with time. There were also people who gained comprehension from seeing the heavens and earth, the mountains and seas, and even from the fishermen casting their nets. Although their footprints would also be washed away, the comprehension they gained would remain in their hearts and be taken with them. Cultivation was like this, and some cultivators felt no comprehension. No matter how much they saw, it was all in vain. Some cultivators had merged the heavens with their hearts and became their own comprehension. At this moment, Wang Lin captured the stone gate inside his heart. This was one of the three great realms, the Sure realm. Sure was the source of all creation. Back then, when Wang Lin gained enlightenment on the seaside cliff, he was watching the sky, the earth, and the sea. He captured all those in his heart and took them with him to create his first original spell, Sundered Night. Today, in the Wind Celestial Realm under this giant gate, Wang Lin had this feeling again. He was immersed in this strange realm and was about to unconsciously capture this stone gate in his heart and take it away. He didn't want to use it to create a second spell after Sundered Night. Just like how back on the seaside cliff, he didn't think about creating Sundered Night and displaying it to the world. His body stood there, and his aura slowly merged with the gate until he completely disappeared within. At this moment, if a cultivator came and spread out their divine sense, they wouldn't be able to notice Wang Lin at all. Even if they were standing beside Wang Lin, if they just tried to detect someone without looking, they wouldn't be aware of Wang Lin at all. Wang Lin's aura and all his vitality disappeared without a trace. The Mosquito King was still floating in the air. But the moment Wang Lin's aura disappeared, its eyes became filled with confusion. It looked down at Wang Lin and felt even more confused. It could clearly see its master, but his master's aura had completely disappeared. Even their faint connection was severed. The Mosquito King let out a roar and rushed to Wang Lin. It seemed like only by doing this could it remain calm. As it roared, the surrounding mosquito beasts immediately surrounded the area. The moment Wang Lin's aura disappeared, deep within the wind celestial realm, there was a small continent. The sky was dim and buzzing sounds echoed endlessly. The entire world was filled with countless mosquito beasts. These mosquito beasts roared. They were densely packed, but it was impossible to see the end of this herd. On that continent stood a human-shaped stone statue. Suddenly, the petrification around its eyes began to reverse. The stone rapidly melted around the eyes and the eyes slowly opened. There are 9 laws inside that stone gate, ordered from strong to weak. Which one can he comprehend? The sky was blue with a faint light that scattered across the earth. The world was filled with celestial spiritual energy and beautiful celestial beasts flying across the sky. The entire world was peaceful as countless celestials flew across the sky, chattering amongst each other. They laughed and pointed as if they were talking about something. The entire earth was filled with mountain peaks, with rivers flowing across the land. Celestial spiritual energy spread across the land, and from afar, you could see a celestial fog surround the area, making this place look beautiful. On the ground, countless celestials were sitting there, seeming to form a formation. This formation seemed to spread out for tens of thousands of kilometers, and there were countless celestials. Passing the will of the ancient celestial realm to fix the celestial gate and welcoming the true ancient celestials. A commanding voice echoed across the sky and spread across the entire celestial realm. When this voice finished speaking, the celestials within the formation formed seals with their hands and sent celestial spiritual energy into the formation. This caused the earth to rumble. Everything began to twist and a mighty ripple began to slowly spread. As the ripple spread, dense celestial spiritual energy came from the mountain and rivers. All the celestial spiritual energy entered the ripple and made it spread even further. Take the eastern mountain to form the left side of the celestial door. The voice echoed once more as the countless celestials chanted at the same time. A heaven-piercing mountain to the east suddenly collapsed. The mountain floated into the air and flew over as it crumbled. As it moved forward, it continued to collapse and then became a square pillar before landing on the earth. The earth trembled and the voice echoed once more. Take the western mountain to form the right side of the celestial door. A towering mountain in the west also moved. It turned into a square pillar and landed on the ground. Take the southern mountain range to form the top of the celestial door. In the southern part of the celestial realm, there was a dragon-like mountain range. The moment the voice echoed, this endless mountain range trembled. It was as if the dragon's head had risen into the air as the mountain range flew over. The mountain range gradually collapsed as it closed in. Then it landed on top of the 2 pillars. The voice suddenly echoed once more. Take the land of the north to make the celestial door. The celestial realm of the north trembled violently and cracks appeared. As the earth trembled, a rectangular piece of earth was separated. This rectangular piece of earth gradually flew over and continued to shrink before it became a huge door inside the 3 pillars. Sacrifice to the celestials. The moment the door was complete, almost all the celestials let out earth-shattering roars. At the same time, the ripple that had gathered large amounts of celestial spiritual energy rushed toward the door. A thunderous rumble echoed. As the ripple shrank, a large amount of celestial spiritual energy entered the door. It made this door feel like a celestial door. The ancient celestial realm has ordered that when the celestial door opens, the celestial domain will descend. The scene changed once more. It seemed as if a long time had passed. The celestial realm was still the celestial realm, but it no longer had the charm it did before. A taste of blood spread across the celestial realm as bloody screams echoed. The earth trembled and continued to crack. The sky became muddy as if ink had been poured into water and made it darken. In the distance, about a dozen celestials were flying over, but the three at the rear suddenly trembled. Their bodies exploded into a rain of flesh and blood that fell to the earth. The miserable screams continued to echo. Those dozen celestials struggled to make their way to the door and knelt on the ground. One of them roared at the door, his voice mournful and filled with sadness. The celestial gate has been up for 40,000 years. Why hasn't the true celestial from the ancient celestial realm come? The giant stone door looked the same as it did when it was built, without any change. The door formed by the land was still closed, without a single gap, much less an opening. Just as the roar echoed, some of the celestials kneeling on the ground trembled, their eyes filled with fear. The next moment, their bodies exploded and the blood splattered onto the remaining people. It was a shocking sight. Back then, the ancient celestial realm left a message stating that the wind celestial realm would face a great calamity. In order to resist the calamity, we built this celestial door. Now that the calamity has arrived, why isn't the ancient celestial saving us? Hundreds of celestials appeared over the horizon. Many of them died before they arrived and knelt on the ground. More and more celestials came. They all looked at the door and let out their unwilling cries. If the ancient celestial won't save us, then we will save ourselves. Even if I die, I will die in the celestial realm. A celestial suddenly stood up and rushed into the sky with madness. However, what awaited him was a thunderous explosion. His flesh and blood scattered on the ground, and some even fell on the door. However, compared to the door, the blood splatter was simply too tiny. Even more blood fell on the celestials on the ground. They all raised their heads and revealed madness in their eyes as they charged at the sky. Even if I die, I'll die in the celestial realm. As the celestials continued to fly into the air, the thunderous rumbles echoed. The celestials exploded one by one. They had no chance to resist this mysterious force at all. Even more blood fell on the stone gate. The blood splatter spots gave off a tragic atmosphere. Just at this moment, the darkness in the sky began to move. The darkness above the celestial realm gathered in an instant. A giant, black finger appeared from the sky and struck down at the stone gate with heaven-shaking might. This finger was extremely large, and every single cultivator that touched it died. Soon, the finger gathered all the darkness in the sky, and the tip of the finger collided with the door that was fashioned from a continent. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A thunderous rumble suppressed all sounds in the world. Under the might of the finger, large amounts of cracks appeared on the door. Then it suddenly collapsed. It shattered into pieces. At this moment, the earth trembled, and like the door, the land began to crack. At the edge of the celestial realm, more than 10 pieces of land were torn off. Under the constant collapse, the celestial realm collapsed. The earth trembled and was divided into countless fragments. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the celestial realm was in ruins, but the collapse didn't stop, instead becoming even more intense. A destructive aura spread out and crushed all living beings. After a long time, the earth stopped trembling. The collapsing celestial realm was silent. Not a sound came from it. The darkness in the sky gradually disappeared until no trace of it remained. The giant doorway had lost the door, and only the frame remained. It stood there, motionless. The scene changed again. An unknown amount of time had passed and a huge rift appeared deep within the celestial realm. This rift was about 100,000 feet wide and gave off a ghostly light. One could vaguely see that it was a star system on the other side. There was a purple planet there, which was filled with countless fierce beasts. The most eye-catching part of them was their large mouths. They rushed into the crack and appeared in the wind celestial realm. Wang Lin awakened due to shock and looked at the giant stone gate. At that moment, he had fused with the stone gate and seen its memories. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he flew into the sky, riding the wind until he arrived at the top of the stone gate and sat down. From this position, he could see the celestial realm from a bird's eye view, and the wind here was even more fierce. The wind stung his body like knives and caused his hair to flow violently. His clothes flapped and popped under the assault of the wind. Taking a deep breath, Wang Lin closed his eyes and immersed himself in that strange state while feeling the might of the door. This time he fused with the door, and a vague door gradually appeared in his mind. He was going to capture the door in his heart so he could take it with him. However, the door that appeared in his heart wasn't clear. It was fuzzy and couldn't fully take shape. Wang Lin slowly felt 8 strange forces around the door. It was these 8 forces that made him unable to clearly imprint the door. This stone gate was different from when Wang Lin was comprehending at the seaside cliff. There was only one law back then, so he didn't have to choose, he could just take it with him. However, right now it was different. Wang Lin felt that these 8 strange forces were 8 different laws. If he wanted to take them all, the stone gate would not take form unless he could stay here for countless years. Then, if he didn't die and could reach the peak of the Nirvana Shatterer stage, he might have a chance. It was obvious Wang Lin wouldn't choose this path. His mind began to observe the 8 laws when he noticed something, and his body trembled lightly. Aside from these 8 laws, there is another one. Wang Lin's eye suddenly opened and stared at the giant stone door below him. There was a passage of time on this stone gate. This was a natural aura that would surface when someone had been around long enough. There was nothing special about it. This aura would be even stronger on some ancient cultivation planets. However, for some unknown reason, the mark of time on this stone gate had gone through a change. It was like the evolution of a cultivator's domain. It had evolved from time to eternality. Time and eternality had the same origin but were on 2 completely different levels. Time slowly passed, and 3 days went by in the blink of an eye. Wang Lin sat on the giant stone gate in that mysterious state similar to Tao-seeking as he pursued the 9th law. The mosquito beasts scattered and surrounded the area but didn't disperse. They were wary of the surroundings. The Mosquito King was simply lying down beside Wang Lin on the stone gate, and its cold gaze slowly swept the area. Whenever its gaze fell on a mosquito, that mosquito would reveal an extremely respectful demeanor. Only when the Mosquito King's gaze fell on Wang Lin would it change. The indifference would change to a kind of attachment like how a child felt about their parents. In truth, in the Mosquito King's heart, Wang Lin was its parent. There were 4 mosquito beasts that were deep blue. They flew beside the Mosquito King as if they were guards. An aura matching that of peak Nirvana cleanser cultivators spread out from them. With the Mosquito King leading a group of 5,000 mosquito beasts, a powerful force was forming. The mosquito beasts had gradually accepted Wang Lin's existence, but this was only an acceptance. The moment the Mosquito King was gone, it would immediately collapse. As the roars echoed, Wang Lin still sat there and felt the laws on the stone gate. There were 8 laws on the stone gate, but the marks left by time had turned into the 9th law. Compared to the first 8, the 9th was the strongest. Wang Lin didn't have time to comprehend them all and could only give up the first 8 to choose the 9th. The loneliness within this ancient stone gate, combined with the strange wind, resonated with Wang Lin's heart. As he sat on top of the stone gate, he seemed to become the stone gate. He watched the world age, watched ages pass, watched the sky transform over tens of thousands of years, and watched the mountains rise and fall. His heart also seemed to become ancient. His almost 2,000 years of cultivation were really insignificant compared to this stone gate. However, as his mind merged with the stone gate, he slowly found the feeling of the passage of time in his heart. Just like how when painters see mountains, seas, and life, a vague framework would first appear in their heart. This was like the fuzzy existence in Wang Lin's heart. Wang Lin was sitting on top of the stone gate, but he didn't look down at it. Instead, he opened his eyes and looked straight ahead. This gaze was as calm as the surface of a well. Although his gaze was calm, there was a trace of reminiscence within it that unconsciously turned into a ripple that brought back Wang Lin's buried memories. At that instant, he saw a cultivation planet. On there, a father was walking with his child through the mountains and rivers. They were talking and laughing as they pointed at various mountains and rivers. The father took the child, and they continued to conquer mountain after mountain and cross rivers and lakes. He also took the child and roared next to the ocean, making it look like their roar was causing the giant waves in the ocean. All these memories containing the passage of time flowed before Wang Lin's eyes. These were memories filled with pain and happiness. They were part of his life. These were indispensable memories. At this moment, as Wang Lin sat on the stone gate, he watched the world while recalling these memories. He slowly put everything inside his heart. Seeking Tao. In truth, it is bringing the Tao into your heart. This is Tao seeking. The so-called comprehension and domain are the same. You keep a comprehension in your heart and slowly experience it until it merges with your Tao. Eventually, it will become a domain, an ideal. Wang Lin seemed to be talking to himself, and his eyes closed as he continued to murmur. Although his eyes were closed, he could still see the world, and the magnificent door was standing in this heart. The only difference was that he wasn't the only person sitting on the stone gate. Beside him was a figure of a child that could never grow up. Perhaps, in Wang Lin's heart, Wang Ping would always be just a child. Wang Ping wasn't real, but an illusion formed by Wang Lin's memories. He sat beside Wang Lin and silently accompanied his father just like he did during his childhood. He watched the sun rise and set with his father and watched the world change with his father. He accompanied his father's loneliness. If all of this could become eternal, perhaps there wouldn't be so many regrets and choices in life. In Wang Lin's heart, he and Wang Ping were still sitting on that giant stone gate. Originally, it was a vague void below them, but now it gradually changed as the sound of waves echoed. A boundless sea appeared under the stone gate. From afar, it looked like the stone gate had broken out from the sea and pierced into the sky. No matter how much the sea raged, it remained towering. The sound of the waves became the only sound in the world. Even further away, the sun began to rise, emitting an orange glow that shined on the father and son, causing their shadows to elongate. The sundered night born from the seal, time flows like memories. It isn't that there is no eternity, but that moment of eternity will intoxicate you. It will make your heart shatter. It will make you unwilling to awaken so you can continue pursuing it with a smile forever, until you disappear into eternity in a dream. Ping Air, your father's second spell will be called Flowing Time. Is that good? Flowing Time. Time flowed like memories. Because it was still flowing, time was eternal. However, if a force could cause that eternity to collapse, it would be a terrifying force. Wang Lin's comprehension continued. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye 7 days went by. He had been sitting on the stone gate for a full 10 days. The mosquito beasts still surrounded the area. From afar, it looked like a red cloud that was slowly churning. The wind blew by, but it couldn't take away the ancient aura from the stone gate or the red cloud formed by the mosquito beasts. During these 10 days of time, the Mosquito King lied there, awaiting Wang Lin's awakening. At the twilight of the 10th day, more than 10 rays of light flew across the horizon. The people in the rays of light were all elites of the rank 8 sects that weren't participating in the competition. Li Yuanlei was one of them. When they were waiting outside the Wind Celestial Realm for friends, they unexpectedly encountered Wang Lin. They also saw the scene of the mosquito beasts welcoming Wang Lin and were deeply shocked by it. Then their friends arrived, and after debating for a bit, they waited for a few days before entering the Wind Celestial Realm. However, along the way, although they were careful, strangely, they didn't encounter any mosquito beasts. While shocked, this made them even more cautious. As they continued forward, they still saw no mosquito beasts. If it wasn't for the fact that they knew they were in the Wind Celestial Realm, they would begin to doubt if mosquito beasts were ever even here. There were many ruins that they originally couldn't enter due to the presence of the mosquitoes, and they could only move around the outer region. This was the first time in countless years they had come this deep into the Wind Celestial Realm. The deeper they went, the slower they moved, becoming even more nervous as they carefully observed their surroundings. However, their harvest was very good, far more than before. On this day, they were flying when Li Yuanlei's body trembled. At the same time, the pupils of everyone around him shrank and they all stopped. They didn't dare to spread out their divine senses here, but there was no need to spread out their divine senses. The red cloud that seemed to cover the sky and the buzzing sounds were enough to make their scalps go numb. The mosquito beasts that seemed to have gone missing in the 10 days they were here appeared before their eyes. However, what was strange was that in the past, if a mosquito beast appeared, they would immediately roar and give chase. However, these mosquito beasts didn't even look at them and instead continued to hover around the stone gate. This strange scene caused them to stop retreating. They were all vigilant and were prepared to escape if anything went wrong. "Those mosquitoes are surrounding," one of them gasped as they saw a flash of the stone door being surrounded by the red cloud. A youth in black softly said, "The elders of our sect that have come this far here must have seen this stone gate. Looking at its appearance, this stone gate must have been an important altar to the celestial realm before its collapse. There is someone on the stone gate." Li Yuanlei had the highest cultivation level, and he vaguely saw a figure sitting on the stone gate through the thousands of mosquitoes. After he spoke, it caused everyone's minds to tremble, and they all looked over with looks of disbelief. They all focused, and one by one they faintly saw Wang Lin sitting on the stone gate. There really is someone sitting there. Who is that person who can calmly cultivate while being surrounded by mosquito beasts? What's even more bizarre is that the mosquito beasts are not attacking this person. They seem to be guarding this person instead. This is impossible. It is impossible to domesticate mosquito beasts. Every time they meet us cultivators, we get into a life and death battle. How could they guard someone? At this moment, both their hearts and minds were in shock. Their eyes revealed horror and disbelief at what they saw. Li Yuanlei suppressed the shock in his heart and whispered, "Don't forget about the cultivator in white we saw outside the wind celestial realm. If you look closely, although you can't clearly see the person there, you can see that his clothes are white. There is someone who can control a mosquito beast. This matter." The surrounding cultivators all became silent. Those that came late didn't see Wang Lin and only heard about him from the others. They originally didn't believe it, but at this moment, they had no choice but to believe. The shock in their hearts was several times stronger than that of the others. The sudden decrease in mosquito beasts must be related to him. He is obviously cultivating right now, so it is best we don't disturb him and quickly leave. As Li Yuanlei spoke, he slowly retreated. However, just at this moment, a change occurred. The golden mosquito king suddenly raised its head and stared at the cultivators ahead. In truth, it had already seen them but was too lazy to pay any attention. However, at this moment it suddenly let out a roar. As it roared, all the mosquito beasts scattered, creating a heaven-shaking rumble. The red cloud suddenly charged at these cultivators while roaring. "Not good. Quickly, retreat!" Li Yuanlei shouted and retreated like lightning. The expressions of everyone around him changed and they all rapidly retreated. Although they were faster than the red mosquitoes, they were inferior to the blue mosquitoes. As the thousands of mosquito beasts charged, the hundreds of blue mosquitoes rushed out from the red mosquito herd like meteors toward them. Blue mosquitoes! Everyone's scalps went numb and they ran even faster. They had only seen the red cloud and not the blue mosquito beasts hidden within. The moment they saw them, they almost lost their wits. The rumor was that these blue mosquito beasts were extremely terrifying and had skills comparable to Nirvana cleanser cultivators. However, the blue mosquitoes were too fast, and their numbers made for a powerful visual impact. The moment when they were all shocked, a thunderous rumble echoed and the blue mosquitoes instantly caught up. The blue mosquitoes surrounded them and released a powerful bloodlust. Their hideous appearance, large mouths, and powerful blue light were like nightmares for these cultivators. However, right now they had no chance to resist. As soon as they were surrounded by the blue mosquito beasts, the red clouds immediately surrounded them. Being made the center of the mosquito herd made it so they couldn't even see past them. The only thing they could see were the ferocious mosquitoes. This terrifying feeling made them feel despair. They had been very careful this whole time. When they entered this place in the past, they only encountered small groups of about 100 mosquito beasts. With their cultivation levels and distance to the exit, it was easy to escape. This was the first time they had been surrounded by thousands of mosquito beasts. Forget them, even the elders in their sects had most likely never encountered something like this. In despair, the cultivators were about to begin a crazed counterattack. But they were stunned to find that the surrounding mosquito beasts didn't attack them. Instead, the mosquito beasts simply surrounded them and then opened a path toward the stone gate. This strange scene made them feel like they had found a sliver of hope in their despair, and they looked at each other. Li Yuanlei's face was pale, but he clenched his teeth and gradually flew toward the stone gate within the mosquito herd. When he closed in, he clearly saw Wang Lin sitting on the stone gate and the cold gaze from the pale gold Mosquito King. After being glared at by the Mosquito King, Li Yuanlei trembled and cold sweat soaked his body. He had a feeling that if this golden mosquito beast roared, all the surrounding mosquito beasts would tear them apart. Mosquito King. If Li Yuanlei and his companions still couldn't see through the identity of the golden mosquito beast, they wouldn't be fit to be called the elite of their sex. Li Yuanlei took a deep breath. He didn't have the mind to be at awe of the mighty gate, but looked at Wang Lin. He respectfully clasped his hands. Junior Li Yuanlei greets Senior. We unintentionally disturbed Senior and hope Senior won't mind. The more than 10 cultivators behind him also clasped their hands. However, even after they spoke, Wang Lin didn't respond, but just sat there with his eyes closed. Because Wang Lin didn't reply, Li Yuanlei and company remained trapped by the mosquito beasts. They were in a dilemma and could only wait in terror. If it was just waiting, it wouldn't matter, but being surrounded by thousands of mosquito beasts was simply suffering. In truth, it wasn't that Wang Lin was ignoring them, but Wang Lin's mind was immersed in a strange state, so he wasn't aware of what was happening around him. It was the Mosquito King who had taken the initiative and trapped the cultivators here. If Li Yuanlei and the others had killing intent or used their origin energy, Wang Lin would have immediately awakened. However, the lives of Li Yuanlei and the others were all in Wang Lin's hands, so they didn't dare to emit any killing intent or use origin energy. They were worried about angering the mosquito beasts around them. As a result, they could only wait. This second spell will be called Flowing Time. In Wang Lin's mind, he was sitting on the stone gate and seemed to be speaking to Wang Ping, but no one could hear his words. In his mind, the only sound was the sound of waves crashing. After a long time, Wang Lin gradually raised his right hand and gently waved. The waves suddenly moved and began raging. The sea churned violently and began to spread. When Wang Lin waved his hand in his mind, Li Yuanlei and company immediately felt a monstrous impact spread out. They didn't have the power to resist and were immediately enveloped in a strange world. Everyone, including Li Yuanfei, only felt their vision blur, and when they regained their vision, everything but the giant door was gone. This door towered into the sky, and they couldn't see the top at all. An ancient aura spread out from the stone gate and turned into an unimaginable force that submerged them. Compared to this aura, Li Yuanlei and company were like lonely boats within raging waves. They were extremely fragile. Flowing Time. An ancient voice echoed in the world. This voice seemed to contain a trace of time, as if it came from primordial times. When it entered their ears, it was as if the voice had experienced countless years of change. The moment they heard this voice, Li Yuanlei and company all trembled and confusion filled their eyes. Different memories echoed in their minds and slowly replaced everything. Time passed breath by breath. Every breath was like 100 years for Li Yuanlei and company. Their memories quickly flowed by in their minds. 100 years passed in a breath. Gradually, time passed. 200 years, 300 years, 500 years, until 1,000 years. 1,000 years passed in 10 breaths of time. Their memories flashed through their minds until they stopped at 1,000 years ago. They also seemed to return to 1,000 years ago, just like their memories. 1,000 years ago, their cultivation levels weren't as high as they were now. As their memories flowed, the peak nirvana cleanser cultivation from Li Yuanlei's body seemed to regress, and he seemed to become a mid-stage nirvana cleanser cultivator. Not only him, but everyone around him had their cultivation levels change when the 10 breaths passed, returning to what their cultivation levels were 1,000 years ago. One of the cultivators was seriously injured and had to enter closed-door cultivation for 100 years to recover. At this moment, as his memories reversed, his body trembled and his origin soul weakened. His injuries were exactly the same as they were 1,000 years ago. However, they weren't aware of it at all. Their eyes were still confused and they didn't even realize their own change. It was as if they had really returned to 1,000 years ago. Time was still passing, one breath. Li Yuanlei and company's memories gradually reversed again. 100 years, 500 years, another 1,000 years. A full 2,000 years of memories were mercilessly turned back. Like a reader who had already read to the 6th page of a book, but a gust of wind gently blew the pages back to the 3rd page. Li Yuanlei's body trembled as confusion filled his eyes. He couldn't break free from it, as his cultivation level had regressed to the peak of the Nirvana Scryer stage. One of the cultivators beside him was a young woman who cultivated for the least amount of time among the group, less than 3,000 years. Her change was the most drastic as she was reverted back from the 2nd step to an ascendant cultivator. If time reversed once more and another 1,000 years went by, the young woman would disappear from the world, as if she had never existed at all. Time was still reversing. Everything was hovering between truth and false, but it seemed like it would only require a thought from Wang Lin for all of this to become eternal. Fortunately, he didn't continue. On the 12th breath, Wang Lin opened his eyes. His eyes seemed to contain the world and held an inexplicable but tangible grasp of law. Nonsense! The moment Wang Lin opened his eyes, he immediately saw the people that had been brought into his mind for unknown reasons and their original bodies in the wind celestial realm. He frowned slightly as he waved his sleeves, and the world trembled. Li Yuanlei and the others trembled as the more than 2,000 years that had dissipated returned in an instant. They awakened and were filled with terror and disbelief. They felt like they had a seen dream, but that dream was so real that they were soaked in cold sweat. The Mosquito King let out a cry as it had made a mistake, and it moved its mouth over Wang Lin. In its mind, since its master was cultivating, then Wang Lin would want someone to test on, so it had forced Li Yuanlei and company to stay. The moment Wang Lin opened his eyes, which caused Li Yuanlei and company to awaken and returned more than 2,000 years of time to them. The eyes of the petrified old man deep within the wind celestial realm suddenly shined. This child is not simple. Wang Lin stood up from the stone gate and looked at the world before his gaze landed on Li Yuanlei and company. They had just recovered from that terrifying state, and Wang Lin's gaze shocked them and produced a sense of awe in their hearts. The surrounding mosquito beasts didn't seem very scary compared to this man in white. If they had a choice, they'd rather fight to the death against the mosquito beasts instead of experiencing that strange scene. After a very long time, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and stepped into the air. Following him was the Mosquito King that had done something wrong. The thousands of mosquito beasts surrounded Li Yuanlei and gradually followed. You all can't be here. Leave now. It wasn't until Wang Lin had left that his words slowly echoed across the sky. Li Yuanlei and company looked at each other. After pondering for a bit, the feeling of just surviving a calamity filled their minds. They recalled what had just happened and had no plans to stay. Their respect for Wang Lin became even stronger. They all bowed toward where Wang Lin went and quickly left. Even though they had come here for the spoils, but they didn't take away the stone gate or the comprehension of the wind celestial realm. Instead, what they took away was Wang Lin's figure and that awe they felt toward him. There were also the 2 words, flowing time. Flowing time, Wang Lin muttered to himself as he sat on the Mosquito King. In his heart, there was the sea that had brought the sundered night, and after the sundered night was flowing time. However, Wang Lin hadn't fully comprehended this second spell. He had to continue his comprehension and confirmation before it could take form. Time is too short. If I had kept going, I might have had chance to grasp the 9th law, but right now the promise with the origin sect is imminent. Wang Lin looked back at the world. He had used 10 days for his comprehension, and the competition between the rank 8 sects had long begun. Forget it, I'll leave in 3 days. I'll deal with the promise with the origin sect and then come back here. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he sent out a message. The Mosquito King let out a roar and flew into the depths of the wind celestial realm. I want to see how many mosquito beasts are inside the depths of the wind celestial realm. Wang Lin's eyes shined as he rushed into the depths of the wind celestial realm with thousands of mosquito beasts forming a red cloud. Wang Lin didn't stop the Mosquito King's speed, but his hands kept forming seals and pointing to his body. He placed countless restrictions on himself and completely sealed his aura. During these last few hours, Wang Lin's hands didn't stop, and more restrictions appeared. In the end, he was completely covered in restrictions. This was why he could relax as he charged into the depths of the celestial realm with the Mosquito King. When the mosquito beasts roared, it sounded like the howling wind. Wang Ling gradually rushed into the inner part of the wind celestial realm. After a day, the fragments of the celestial realm appeared before Wang Lin's eyes. They were of varying sizes, but they revealed endless desolation. Almost no cultivators had ever come here. As he moved forward, the wind became even more fierce, and Wang Lin saw groups of mosquito beasts flying by. Most of them were red, but there were still nearly 1,000 blue mosquito beasts in a group that also had white ones. Wang Lin gave up on calling them with the Mosquito King. After all, with white mosquito beasts it would be very difficult to succeed. Also, the mosquito beasts here were densely packed, so it was likely that before he could succeed in subduing one group, another would arrive. Focusing himself, Wang Lin vaguely felt the Mosquito King's trembling and cold glare. Wang Lin's right hand gently patted the Mosquito King's head. The Mosquito King let out a roar and flew off with the mosquito herd. Wang Lin gradually saw more and more mosquito beasts. These groups were no longer in thousands but tens of thousands. There were more blue mosquito beasts and even white mosquito beasts were in the hundreds. Seeing all of this, Wang Lin took a deep breath and his scalp went numb. Luckily, these mosquito beasts didn't stop. They moved with the wind as if they were playing. However, the roars coming from them would shock anyone's mind. This wasn't the deepest part of the wind celestial realm. It was merely the edge of the inner region. However, there were already more than 100,000 mosquito beasts here. If I can control these mosquito beasts, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a mysterious light as he rapidly flew into the depths on the Mosquito King's back. Just at this instant, the Mosquito King's body trembled and it slowed down. It revealed a fierce gaze and stared dead ahead. Over the horizon, 2 purple mosquito beasts were flying over. They were very strange, as they were very close to each other. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't be able to tell it was 2 mosquito beasts. The aura of peak Nirvana Shatterer cultivators that was infinitely close to the first Heaven's Blight came out from those 2 purple mosquito beasts. All the mosquito beasts in their path retreated. There were 10,000 mosquito beasts moving with the wind, but as the 2 purple mosquito beasts passed, there was a hiss, and the herd immediately scattered to make a path for those 2 mosquito beasts. There was 1 red mosquito beast that was too slow to move out of the way, and the 2 purple mosquito beasts that seemed to be stuck together smashed into it. There was a thunderous bang as the red mosquito beast exploded into a pile of flesh and blood. The 2 purple mosquito beasts didn't stop after hitting the red mosquito beast. They swept by the edge of Wang Lin's mosquito herd. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he turned around to look at the 2 purple mosquito beasts that were flying far away. After a long time, he turned around and commanded the Mosquito King to fly deeper into the wind celestial realm. As they moved forward, they were getting closer to the depths of the wind celestial realm. He silently calculated that there were at least hundreds of thousands of mosquito beasts. Then he saw the 3 continents in the depths of the wind celestial realm. Outside those 3 continents were 9 more continents floating around them as if they were guarding the 3 inner continents. Those 9 continents were extremely bizarre as they had different colors, starting from the outer region being red, then becoming blue, then white, then purple, and finally it was unexpectedly gold at the center. These were merely the 9 outer continents. As for the inner 3 continents, they were surrounded by a mysterious force. Wang Lin's gaze was immediately distorted, so he couldn't see what was inside. However, just as he looked over, a roar echoed across the sky. One of the 9 continents closest to Wang Lin began to tremble and an indescribable aura exploded. At the same time, the continent trembled. This continent was too big, far larger than Mo Luo. As it trembled, the edges of the continent suddenly collapsed and countless red mosquito beasts appeared and scattered. Shortly after, countless blue mosquito beasts scattered. Then white and purple mosquito beasts appeared and a few dozen golden mosquito beasts appeared in the end. This scene caused Wang Lin's scalp to go completely numb and he even stopped breathing. What continent was this? This was clearly a boundless continent formed by 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, or even 500,000 mosquito beasts. The continent wasn't collapsing or trembling, but the mosquito beasts inside were moving. They scattered and covered the sky. If you didn't see the hundreds of thousands of mosquito beasts appear, it would be impossible to understand the shock. These mosquito beasts were already not small, and now there were hundreds of thousands of them covering the entire sky. Wang Lin had the feeling that not even the entire wind celestial realm could accommodate this many mosquito beasts. He couldn't see the edge. All he could see were mosquito beasts. At this moment, even the Mosquito King trembled slightly. The world was surrounded by endless mosquito beasts. Wang Lin couldn't calculate how many there were at all. The previous hundreds of thousands were merely his estimate. Maybe there were even more, or maybe there weren't that many. However, no matter who or what saw these mosquito beasts, their mind would tremble and their scalp would go numb, even a third-step cultivator. Just at this moment, a part of the mosquito herd that covered the sky moved, revealing the 3 inner continents. The mysterious power guarding the 3 inner continents seemed to have weakened a bit, making it more clear. Wang Lin saw something he could never forget. This caused his face to become pale, and he ordered the Mosquito King to retreat with the mosquito herd without any hesitation. There was a huge crack above the 3 continents. It looked as if the sky had been torn open and an indescribable spatial crack had appeared. A heaven-shaking pressure came from the crack as a huge mosquito beast more than 100,000 feet large slowly poked half of its body out as if it was struggling to come out. The terrifying mouth revealed by this huge mosquito beast seemed like it could stab into a cultivation planet and suck it dry. As it struggled, a roar that echoed across the entire wind celestial realm spread out. At this moment, the entire wind celestial realm trembled as if it was going to collapse again. All the mosquito beasts trembled as if they were worshipping. Even Wang Lin's Mosquito King began to struggle as it retreated, but it had been with Wang Lin for many years. Wang Lin was a heaven-defying cultivator, so even though it was a Mosquito King, it was a heaven-defying mosquito beast. At this moment, under this pressure and the heaven-shocking roar, Wang Lin's mosquito beast shined brightly. It suddenly turned toward the huge mosquito beast in the crack and let out a roar. This roar contained a hint of madness, a hint of reluctance, and also the dignity of a Mosquito King. Although Wang Lin's Mosquito King's roar was weak, it was still heaven-shaking. This was a roar between 2 Mosquito Kings and the challenge between 2 Mosquito Kings. Wang Lin's Mosquito King stared at the giant Mosquito King struggling to get out of the crack. Its eyes were filled with violent desire and red light. It could clearly feel that the giant Mosquito King inside the crack contained very pure blood of the mosquito beast bloodline. This blood had a deadly attraction for Wang Lin's mosquito beast. It wanted to take a sip, even if it was just 1 drop. This desire passed into Wang Lin's mind and made Wang Lin ponder for a moment. There were simply too many mosquitoes in the surrounding area. The auras given off by the blue, white, and purple mosquito beasts were heaven-shaking, enough to even shock any cultivator. Forget about advancing, they would even feel that there was no place to retreat to. As Wang Lin's Mosquito King roared, the endless mosquito herd looked over and stared at Wang Lin's Mosquito King that was hiding inside the mosquito herd. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he clenched his teeth. With a thought, the Mosquito King under him roared once more. As the pale gold light shined from its body, it charged out. The moment it charged out, the endless mosquito herd roared in response. The red and blue mosquito beasts didn't move forward. Even the white mosquito beasts only hovered in the perimeter. This was a battle between mosquito kings, and they weren't qualified to participate. However, among the countless mosquitoes, the purple mosquitoes revealed cold glares. Thousands of purple mosquitoes charged out toward Wang Lin's Mosquito King. Wang Lin originally didn't intend to go out with his Mosquito King. He wanted to hide his aura inside the mosquito herd. However, seeing those purple mosquitoes charge in, his eyes lit up and he stepped out without any hesitation. As he moved, thunder rumbled. Wang Lin stepped away from the mosquito herd and appeared before the endless mosquito beasts. The moment he appeared, the surrounding mosquito beasts let out heaven-shaking roars, causing an unimaginably fierce aura to rise into the air. As those mosquito beasts roared and released that fierce aura, Wang Lin took a second step and arrived on the back of his Mosquito King. His right hand reached at the void and black lightning appeared, forming a giant trident in his hand. At the same time, Wang Lin's Mosquito King roared once more and revealed a ferocious expression. As it roared, it released the pressure of a Mosquito King. Its aura spread out like the violent waves of the sea and seemed to want to submerge this mosquito herd. The red, blue, and white mosquitoes stopped. A battle between Mosquito Kings was not something they could participate in. This was engraved into their souls. Only purple mosquitoes or higher were eligible to participate. Although they stopped, those almost 1,000 purple mosquitoes charged in like crazy, and a fishy smell rushed forward. They were too fast. Each of them had an aura similar to that of a peak Nirvana Shatter cultivator, so they closed in an instant. Wang Lin's white hair flowed as the trident in his right hand swept forward. Popping sounds echoed inside him as the ancient god power filled his body. The star of law appeared between his eyebrows, and as he swept the trident, the heavens trembled. Thunder roared and a sea of blue fire appeared. Wang Lin shouted, "Charge!" The Mosquito King under him let out a roar as if responding to its master. Its body released a golden glow and it charged out. The pale golden light made it look like a sun. The light scattered like sharp swords as the Mosquito King charged forward. The closest purple mosquito beast roared and closed in. Its large mouth could compare to any treasure in the world. Once it stabbed into Wang Lin, it would only need to suck once to suck Wang Lin dry. The moment the purple mosquito beast closed in, Wang Lin waved the trident in his right hand. The thunder all began to descend with that purple mosquito beast as the center. Wang Lin didn't stop there. He swung the trident backward toward a purple mosquito beast that was charging toward him from behind. As he stabbed forward, blue fire appeared and formed a mouth at the tip of the trident, devouring the mosquito beast. After all, mosquito beasts were still only beasts and not humans. They couldn't use magic treasures, and although they were as powerful as Nirvana Shatter cultivators, they were still inferior to them in battle. The Mosquito King under Wang Lin was extremely nimble as it flashed past several purple mosquito beasts. However, one more purple mosquito beast immediately appeared before it, blocking its path and charged forward. Wang Lin's mosquito beast revealed a ferocious gaze and no longer dodged. Its body gave off a golden glow as it charged forward with the pressure of a Mosquito King. There was a thunderous rumble. Wang Lin only felt a tremble under him. The purple mosquito was only knocked back and wasn't injured at all. It became even more ferocious as celestial spiritual energy began to gather before it like a cultivator that was going to cast a spell. There were many injuries on Wang Lin's Mosquito King, especially the crack on its mouth. The pain made it even more crazy as its golden hairs stood straight and it charged out once more. All of this happened in a flash. It was fast beyond imagination. Since Wang Lin had decided to help his Mosquito King get a drop of that giant Mosquito King's blood, he wouldn't back down. Although this battle was dangerous, it wasn't impossible. For this sliver of a chance and his Mosquito King's desire, Wang Lin's eyes shined and he let out a roar. He jumped off the Mosquito King and popping sounds echoed inside his body. His body swelled up, and in the blink of an eye, he became a giant several thousand feet tall. The trident in his hand also grew with his body and also become thousands of feet long. His ancient god body appeared, and at this moment an aura unique to the ancient gods appeared. As the aura caused the world to churn, Wang Lin condensed all his power into the trident and threw it. A thunderous rumble echoed across the world. The giant trident was like a dragon as it rushed forward toward the spatial crack, covered by a large amount of mosquito beasts. The trident held Wang Lin's ancient god power and the Star of Law. The moment it was thrown, the thunder of the world gathered and formed ball of thunder that rumbled endlessly. A sea of blue fire spread out. It was so hot that even the purple mosquito beasts dodged it. What was even more amazing was that the origin energy Wang Lin had injected into it turned into by Fang's celestial spells. At this moment it looked like the apocalypse. The surrounding mosquito beasts paused for a moment. At this moment, Wang Lin grabbed his Mosquito King and threw it. The trident charged past the purple mosquito beasts and entered the range of the spatial crack toward where the golden mosquitoes were. At this moment, an invisible ripple spread out before the trident and it suddenly collided with a mysterious force. As a thunderous rumble echoed, countless ancient runes appeared. The impact of the trident was stopped by this ripple. Although it was stopped, Wang Lin's Mosquito King charged out and looked eagerly at the giant Mosquito King behind the hundreds of golden mosquitoes. Those hundreds of golden mosquito beasts were about to intercept when the Mosquito King, who was damaged all over, shined brightly and let out a heaven-shaking roar. The moment this roar echoed, a cracking sound came from inside the Mosquito King as if its body was collapsing. Only, the blood that flowed out was no longer red, but gold. This golden blood spread out and stuck to the wounds on its body. But there was a terrifying aura coming from this golden blood. Also, at this moment, a giant shadow appeared outside the Mosquito King's body. This was the shadow of a mosquito beast that was also hundreds of thousands of feet large. This shadow gave off a dark golden glow. The moment this shadow appeared, whether it was the red, blue, white, purple, or even the golden mosquitoes, they all trembled. Even the giant Mosquito King struggling to come out from the spatial crack also trembled. For the first time it looked toward Wang Lin's Mosquito King. Wang Lin was stunned at the scene before him. The moment the golden light shined around his Mosquito King and the giant shadow appeared, he clearly felt that there was golden light around his body too. The large amount of mosquitoes attacking him all avoided him and unexpectedly revealed awe. Wang Lin suddenly understood. At this moment, he thought back to planet Suzaku when he first saw the mosquito beast. He had a vague guess as to why the mosquito beast had appeared on planet Suzaku, and why there was just one mosquito beast. The moment the shadow appeared, the golden mosquito beast revealed awe and quickly moved out of the way as if they didn't dare to stop Wang Lin's Mosquito King. Wang Lin's Mosquito King charged toward the crack like a golden meteor. The huge Mosquito King inside the spatial crack revealed a serious expression and let out a roar. It began to struggle even more violently. However, there was an incomprehensible force around the spatial crack. Even this 100,000 feet Mosquito King had to struggle for a long time before it could come out. At this moment, half of its body was inside the crack and the other half outside. But it was stuck. It began to struggle violently, and as it struggled, even the spatial crack began to tremble. It showed signs of being torn even wider. Wang Lin's Mosquito King charged in like a golden meteor. It didn't give the giant Mosquito King a chance as its large mouth swept forward and was about to stab into its body. The giant Mosquito King let out a roar and struggled violently as its roar echoed. As its body struggled, the world began to distort and large amounts of ripples appeared. Just at this instant, the giant golden shadow formed around Wang Lin's Mosquito King let out a roar and its large mouth swept forward. It broke past the ripples and stabbed into the giant Mosquito King. The giant Mosquito King stuck inside the spatial crack trembled. Just at this instant, Wang Lin's Mosquito King charged in and seemed to merge with the giant shadow around it. Its mouth moved with the shadow and stabbed into the body of the giant Mosquito King. Compared to the giant Mosquito King, Wang Lin's Mosquito King was really insignificant. However, its mouth stabbed into the giant Mosquito King, and its eyes were filled with longing and greed as it sucked mercilessly. As it sucked, the giant Mosquito King began to roar and struggle violently. The spatial crack that was trapping it was ripped open even wider. With one suck, all the injuries on Wang Lin's Mosquito King suddenly disappeared and the golden light around it became even stronger. The longing in its eyes became even stronger, and it sucked again. This time the giant Mosquito King roared and a violent force erupted as it struggled. This turned into a powerful shockwave that knocked Wang Lin's Mosquito King away. At this moment, as the giant Mosquito King struggled, the crack trapping it was ripped open and more than half of its body rushed out. A powerful fierce aura comparable to Source Origins spread across the world. Wang Lin's Mosquito King let out a roar and quickly retreated. The shadow around its body quickly dissipated and merged into its body. As it retreated, all the surrounding mosquito beasts retreated as if they wouldn't dare to stop it. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as his right hand reached out and the trident flew back into his hand. His body rapidly shrank and returned to the size of a normal person in the blink of an eye. He landed on the back of his Mosquito King and rapidly retreated. Just at this moment, the remaining 8 continents that were guarding the 3 inner continents collapsed with the roar of the giant Mosquito King. Countless mosquito beasts flew out. These 9 continents were all made of mosquito beasts. The number of mosquito beasts was terrifying. Wang Lin couldn't calculate them at all, but based on his gut feeling he guessed there were millions. The Mosquito King had sucked 2 mouthfuls of blood, and now its body was releasing a golden glow. A pressure several times more powerful than before descended on the area. In an instant, almost 10,000 red mosquito beasts trembled. They were the closest to Wang Lin's mosquito beast, and after a moment of trembling, there was awe in their eyes. They surrounded Wang Lin's mosquito beast and formed a red cloud that took them far away. There were almost 1,000 blue mosquito beasts that made their choice and charged into the red cloud. They let out roars as if answering the Mosquito King. Not far away, almost 100 white mosquito beasts trembled, and their gazes struggled between the spatial crack and Wang Lin's mosquito beast. Finally, they let out roars and chose to follow Wang Lin's Mosquito King. If that was it, it would have been fine, but among the few purple mosquito beasts, 2 of them were hesitant. One of them was the one that had collided with Wang Lin's mosquito beast. When it roared, its hesitation disappeared and it revealed a determined gaze. It charged toward Wang Lin's mosquito beast like a purple meteor. When Wang Lin saw the purple mosquito beast, he revealed a look of joy. A purple mosquito beast had an aura equal to a peak nirvana shatterer cultivator. Wang Lin's joy didn't end as another one filled his heart. As the first purple mosquito flew over, another pale purple mosquito also decided to follow. Wang Lin took a deep breath as he suppressed the excitement in his heart. This trip was worth it. Just at this moment, a scene that made his pupils shrink and caused him to reveal a look of disbelief occurred. One of the golden mosquito beasts charged out toward Wang Lin's Mosquito King. Wang Lin laughed loudly and quickly flew off into the distance with the Mosquito King while being surrounded by a herd of mosquitoes. In the red cloud that covered the sky, the blue, white, purple, and gold mosquito beasts were extremely eye-catching. These mosquito beasts flew at full speed and quickly flew away with the help of the wind. The surrounding mosquito beasts only looked and didn't dare to stop them at all. After a long time, a heaven-shaking roar filled with anger echoed across the realm. The Mosquito King, hundreds of thousands of feet large, charged out from the crack. The moment it charged out, the surrounding mosquito beasts let out a unified heaven-shaking roar. The giant Mosquito King revealed a fierce gaze toward where the mosquito herd had disappeared. It let out a roar and chased at an unimaginable speed. Its movement caused the millions of mosquito beasts to follow. They covered the sky as they gave chase. At this moment, the entire wind celestial realm surged as the earth shook and countless cracks appeared in the sky. Roars echoed across the realm as the boundless mosquito herd formed a majestic scene as they slowly spread out. The Mosquito King under Wang Lin quickly flew across the world with over 10,000 mosquito beasts. They were moving at top speed as they rapidly escaped. They charged out from the inner part of the wind celestial realm toward the exit to the rank 8 region. After several hours, the mosquito herd was rushing across the sky. Wang Lin stood on the back of the Mosquito King and suddenly turned around. Far behind him, he could see a red cloud spreading. There was also the rumble of the sky collapsing. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he revealed a cold glare, and raised his hand to place down a large amount of restrictions. As the mosquito herd flew across the sky, Wang Lin continued to lay countless restrictions down. It was the collapse of these restrictions that allowed Wang Lin's mosquito herd to stay ahead. However, the pursuing mosquito beasts were getting closer and closer, and a blast of fishy-smelling wind flew toward them. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as his mind went into the celestial sealing stamp and merged with the all-seer's soul. In an instant, Wang Lin's aura suddenly changed, revealing a calm gaze, as if everything in the world was in his control. His right hand reached at the void and a stone bead flew out from his storage space. At the same time, a 7-colored light shined in Wang Lin's right hand, and it reached a limit. Its glaring light scattered everything, and Wang Lin threw it. The stone bead seemed to absorb all the 7-colored light and suddenly exploded. Just as it exploded, Wang Lin's calm voice echoed across the world. "Summon the defying ones." The moment his voice echoed, the sky of the wind celestial realm darkened as if it was becoming night. However, right after it dimmed, an endless amount of 7-colored light appeared. It shrouded the world and a powerful pressure descended from the sky. A giant compass suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The compass was 10,000 feet wide and gave off a blinding 7-colored glow. It spun rapidly and became a barrier between Wang Lin and the pursuing mosquito herd. As it rotated, a powerful force spread out. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his mind split from the all-seers. His face turned pale. After all, he was too seriously injured and hadn't recovered yet. At this moment, he didn't look at the result of the defying one's spell and instead opened his arms. Black gas appeared and turned into black dragons that surrounded the mosquito herd. They quickly carried them into the distance. Shortly after, a muffled rumble came from behind Wang Lin. Even the world seemed to tremble as a powerful shockwave spread. Wang Lin didn't turn around and charged forward like crazy with the mosquito herd. He eventually arrived at the outer edge of the wind celestial realm, and the exit was not far away. It would only take a few hours to leave, and he had used spell after spell to block the pursuing mosquito beasts. But in the end, it was not enough, as the endless mosquito herd was less than 50 kilometers behind him. If one looked from a distance, they would see that the huge mosquito herd occupied the entire celestial realm. It was like flood that was slowly closing in on Wang Lin. The 100,000 feet Mosquito King stared straight ahead within the mosquito herd, and its roars were heaven-shaking. Wang Lin frowned and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He stood on the mosquito beast's back and his right hand reached at the void. After reaching the Nirvana cleanser stage, one wouldn't need a bag of holding as they could use their own power to open a storage space. This storage space was a lot safer and was loved by many powerful cultivators. Wang Lin had opened one, and this time he was going to open a second one just for accommodating mosquito beasts. This storage space had to have sufficient celestial spiritual energy and origin energy. Wang Lin was not lacking in these as he still had a lot of celestial jades and origin crystals left. At this moment, his right hand reached out and the sound of space tearing echoed. A giant crack hundreds of feet wide opened and cold wind blew out of it. The star of law turned and thunder flew out. The thunder flashed around the crack, stabilizing it. At the same time, blue fire charged into the crack and swept through. This caused the cold air to dissipate, and the space expanded greatly. Shortly after, Wang Lin took out celestial jades and origin crystals and threw them into the storage space. They exploded and filled the space with enough celestial and origin energy. All of this was completed in an instant without wasting anything. When the storage space was completed, he sent out a message, and the Mosquito King below him immediately let out a roar. When it roared, the 10,000 mosquito beasts charged into the crack. As he moved forward, the number of mosquito beasts around him gradually dropped. In the end, all of them entered the crack, including the 2 purple and 1 gold mosquito beasts. The Mosquito King was the last one to enter. It looked at Wang Lin before entering. After all the mosquito beasts had entered, Wang Lin waved his hand and the crack disappeared. Now he was the only person left in the wind celestial realm. Behind him was an endless mosquito herd chasing like crazy and getting closer. Wang Lin took a deep breath and took out a speed charm. He put it on his body without hesitation, and his origin soul begun to activate, ignoring his injuries. The aura of a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator spread out and fused with his ancient god power. He turned around and stared at the mosquito herd behind him, and especially at the giant Mosquito King. There was doubt in his mind. This Mosquito King was very powerful, but it hadn't used any spells and its speed wasn't that amazing either. However, right now was not the time to ponder about this. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he suddenly charged forward. Large amounts of ripples appeared around him and he took a step. In an instant, his body became blurry and he disappeared without a trace. Spatial bending. This was the first time Wang Lin had used spatial bending in the Cloud Sea. The Cloud Sea was covered in fog and shrouded in a mysterious force, making spatial bending have almost no effect. It was due to this reason that even though spatial bending was already considered rare among powerful cultivators in other star systems, it was even more rare in the Cloud Sea. The environment determined the vision, state of mind, and also the direction of spell. If the remaining 3 major star systems were also filled with star fog, then spatial bending would never exist. After all, it was useless to the people of the Cloud Sea. Even if they gained enlightenment, it was useless, and they didn't have a place to use it. Even in the Wind Celestial Realm, this spell was seriously hindered. However, spatial bending was the only way to survive in the Wind Celestial Realm. You couldn't move far or merge with the world freely. If you didn't have an accurate target in mind, you were likely to appear in unfamiliar places. If you appeared within a herd of mosquito beasts, you would be in extreme danger. After all, the most secure way to use spatial bending was to think of a place you had been to before and then merge with the world. In truth, Wang Lin's thought was very accurate. It wasn't that people hadn't reached the depths of the Wind Celestial Realm, but all of them had used spatial bending and had to be very careful. The simple explanation was that too few people in the Cloud Sea knew spatial bending, and even fewer had come here. At this moment, Wang Lin was thinking about the crack to leave the Wind Celestial Realm. Origin energy began to gather and the earth-shattering roar of the mosquito herd gradually disappeared from his ears. It was as if he had entered a strange realm and his body turned into nothing, without any feel of existence. It was as if he had become part of the world. The spatial crack to leave the celestial realm became even more clear in his mind until it replaced everything. When Wang Lin felt that feeling of non-existence go away, he took a step. At this moment, origin energy gathered and his body quickly reformed as he took that step. The spatial crack going to the rank 8 region appeared before him. Looking back, there were still ripples echoing, and even further away, there was a roar that seemed to travel through time. Wang Lin was calm as he charged into the crack and left the Wind Celestial Realm. The moment he left the Wind Celestial Realm, the eyes of the petrified old man on one of the 3 continents in the depths of the Wind Celestial Realm shined brightly. "This time I'll help you. Next time I'll need you to help me." Wang Lin walked out from the crack and entered the rank 8 region. He looked at the familiar fog and felt some discomfort. After all, in the Wind Celestial Realm, there was no fog, so he could see far and wide. In the Cloud Sea, the star fog made it difficult to see far. Everlasting sect. Wang Lin rushed forward. "I obtained a large amount of mosquito beasts on this trip to the Wind Celestial Realm, though that's still not enough. However, if my injuries heal, adding the cooperation of the mosquito beasts, I'm not powerless to escape from Tuosen. I just need more time to allow the Mosquito King to evolve, and then I can obtain more mosquito beasts." In the rank 8 Everlasting Sect, the rank 5 region competition was being held on the platform that took up a portion of a planet. The Purple Dao sect swept the competition, and almost no one could match them. Rumbles echoed across the platform and caught the attention of the surrounding 100,000 cultivators. The Everlasting Sect's Feng Hai and others were sitting in the most inner part of the stands. Beside him was the red-haired old man, along with some of the Everlasting Sect's powerful cultivators. At the top of the stand, An old man wearing white was pointing at the purple Dao disciple fighting against a disciple of one of the rank 5 sects and laughing. The rise of the purple Dao sect is all credited to Lu Yunsong. Fellow cultivator Wang. The God sect can't take him away. The old man in white looked graceful and was filled with vitality. His eyes shined when they opened and closed. His cultivation level was high. He revealed the aura of a nirvana shatterer cultivator without hesitation. There were 2 women sitting beside the old man. Both of these 2 women had stunning appearances. The woman in purple could cause the heart of everyone who saw her to pound. There was a trace of coldness on her face, as if nothing in the world would move her heart and make her show weakness. Her beauty was like something that shouldn't exist in the world, like a real fairy. Just by sitting there, she attracted the attention of all the surrounding cultivators. However, she was simply too cold, seeming as if she was cut off from her surroundings, giving off a feeling of loneliness. Just like a lily that bloomed by its lonesome or a gust that arrived at a foreign country. Everything was unfamiliar, and there was not a single familiar face. Beside her was another woman. Although she wasn't as pretty, her beautiful and gentle face would cause anyone to fall in love. Her smile was like a blooming, white flower that would intoxicate people. This woman was smiling and her eyes were bright. Her voice was like a bird song as she laughed. Sect master is too serious. This little girl merely mentioned that teacher has praised his Lu Yunsong before. As for whether he will be accepted into the God sect or not is not something I can decide. The old man in white smiled and no longer mentioned this, but they continued to chat. He would occasionally look at the indifferent woman but couldn't guess her identity. At this moment, on the platform, Lu Yunsong walked out from the Purple Dao sect's area. He was the sect master and also had to participate. His purple robe made him look very ethereal and majestic. He was like a mountain. On the other side was another sect master of a rank 5 sect. It was an old man wearing black, and his expression was extremely ugly. Wang Xianxia looked at Lu Yunsong on the platform and softly said to the woman next to her, "This Lu Yunsong is indeed good and worthy of teacher's praise. Although his cultivation level isn't high, he seems to merge with the world, so his understanding of Tao must be very deep. What does big sister Mu think?" Mu Bingmei had no interest in the competition in the Cloud Sea. She had only come because of Wang Xianxia's proposal. She looked at Lu Yunsong and calmly said, "He can be considered an elite." She didn't know why, but when she saw Lu Yunsong, the figure of another person appeared in her mind. Oh, there must be a lot of cultivators like Lu Yunsong where big sister Mu is from. Wang Xianxia winked and smiled. "It's okay." Mu Bingmei seemed unwilling to keep talking. "I'm a bit interested. Lu Yunsong has cultivated for about 3,000 years and didn't rely on any pills. He reached the ascendant stage in 1,000 years, 1,000 more years to reach the nirvana scryer stage, and 1,000 more years to reach nirvana cleanser. His understanding of Tao is very profound. Even the heaven-breaking sects Li Qianmei seeked him to discuss Tao. Are there people like him where fellow cultivator Mu is from? I wonder." The person who spoke was not the old man in white, but a middle-aged man next to him. Mu Bingmei pondered, and after a long time she softly said as if she was reminiscing, "I know a person that reached the core formation stage in 200 years, soul transformation in 500 years, ascendant in 800 years, and the yin and yang stage in 1,000 years. Before I left, he had cultivated for less than 2,000 years and had already reached the early stage of nirvana cleanser. His domain was life and death, and that evolved into karma. There are very few people in the world that can compare to him. Perhaps this Lu Yunsong has a higher cultivation level, but when comparing Tao, he is no match. Even in a life and death battle, he would still be no match." Mu Bingmei's words were soft as if she was recalling the past. A hint of melancholy and an inexplicable mood slowly entered the ears of everyone in the everlasting sect. The woman named Wang Xianxia blinked and smiled. Little sister really wants to meet someone who big sister Mu would praise so much. Mu Bingmei shook her head and softly said, "I'm afraid there is no chance. After he left, I have no idea where he went. After we parted, everything has changed. The chances of him coming to the Cloud Sea aren't big." The middle-aged man from the everlasting sect was obviously someone with very high status, or else he wouldn't be sitting here with the sect master. After hearing this, he calmly said, "After hearing from fellow cultivator Mu, I'm also very curious. Is this person really as talented as fellow cultivator Mu says? I wonder what his name is. I hope fellow cultivator Mu can tell me so if I meet him one day, I won't be disrespectful." This remark was a bit rude. Mu Bingmei frowned as she coldly looked at the middle-aged man and calmly said, "There is no need to tell you his name. It might not necessarily be lucky for you to encounter him." The middle-aged man laughed as he didn't mind and shook his head. "A mere nirvana cleanser cultivator. I hope to know his name so that if I meet him, I can give him a grand opportunity. However, since fellow cultivator Mu doesn't want to say it, forget it." The everlasting sect master, the middle-aged man, looked calm, but he was not happy in his heart. He looked at the middle-aged man, but in the end he didn't say anything. Wang Shanshan was clever. She smiled and dodged the topic. "Sect master, I heard Big Sister Li also came. I wonder where she is." With that, Wang Shanshan explained to Mu Bingmei, "Big Sister Li is one of the geniuses of our Cloud Sea. In just 1,000 years of cultivation, she has already reached the peak of the Nirvana Shatterer stage." Even Mu Bingmei's expression changed a bit when she heard this, and she nodded. "Fellow cultivator Li has some relation with my everlasting sect's branch sect, the Origin sect, so she is not here and is with them instead," the old man explained. He was also very confused about this. Origin sect? What rank is this branch sect? Wang Shanshan was shocked. She had never heard of this sect before. "Elder Feng, you saw this personally, so explain it to everyone." The elder in white looked at Feng Hai. Feng Hai's expression was a bit strange as he got up to clasp his hands at Wang Shanshan and Mu Bingmei. He looked around and found many old monsters looking at him. It looked like many people didn't know the details and had only heard about it. In truth, it was no wonder they were puzzled. Li Qianmei was famous, and was unexpected for her to be close to a rank 5 sect. And it wasn't just mere acquaintances, as she was willing to kill a rank 7 sect cultivator for them. After letting out a dry cough, Feng Hai let out a wry smile. "Sect master, this old man also doesn't know the specifics." The moment fellow cultivator Li arrived, she asked about the rank 5 origin sect. At that time, Lu Yingjie from the Celestial Music sect and Zhao Long had some private affairs with the origin sect. Then fellow cultivator Li attacked, destroying fellow cultivator Zhao's body and almost killing Lu Yingjie. All of this seems to be related to someone named Lu in the origin sect. After he finished, everyone in the everlasting sect became curious. Wang Shanshan smiled. "Big Sister Li is a quiet person who rarely gets angry. If she attacked, there must be a reason. Elder Feng, who is this person named Lu?" Feng Hai nodded and said, "This person named Lu is indeed mysterious. This old man secretly investigated and found that this person is of the senior generation in the origin sect and is a relative of Lu Yanfei. Then I checked the records and indeed found that the origin sect has someone named Lu Zihao. He was crazy about alchemy and left many years ago, seeking herbs. He has been unaccounted for since then. I wonder how he met fellow cultivator Li and got along so well. Lu Yunsong also seems to be close to this person. He stepped forward for the origin sect and was willing to offend the Celestial Music sect and Zhao Long listening to his words. It seems this Lu Zihao's understanding of Tao is higher than his, and Lu Yunsong admires him greatly. There are even hints that he has enlightened Lu Yunsong before. Lu Yunsong said that if Lu Zihao comes to the competition, then forget being first among the rank 5 sects. He can even be number 1 among the rank 6 sects with just himself. He also stated that Lu Zihao could kill Lu Yingjie like squashing an ant. The reason fellow cultivator Li didn't hurt Lu Yingjie was because he didn't believe those words and wanted to fight Lu Zihao. Thus fellow cultivator Li gave him the chance. After he finished speaking, everyone immediately became silent. The people sitting here were all people with very high status in the sect. They fancied Lu Yunsong and wanted to nurture him. However, when they heard from Feng Hai how much Lu Yunsong admired Lu Zihao, their attention shifted to this Lu Zihao. Meanwhile, at the competition, Lu Yunsong only took 6 steps forward and caused the sect master of the other rank 5 sect to retreat with a pale face. Every step he took seemed to land on that person's heart and caused that person's mind to become chaotic. This scene immediately caused everyone who was watching to become serious and begin to talk. It was obvious that Lu Yunsong's footsteps were integrated with his domain and seemed to merge with the world. The sect master that was against Lu Yunsong wryly smiled and clasped his hands. This old man admits defeat. You are indeed worthy of being an elite of our everlasting sect. This old man admires you. With that, he bowed at the grandstand and quickly left. The rank 5 competition was about to end, and because of Li Qianmei's presence, the origin sect still hadn't gone up yet. Now the origin sect was the only one that hadn't gone up. The elder in charge of the rank 5 competition appeared in the air. He looked at where the origin sect was and calmly said, "Origin sect, enter the stage." The origin sect was still in the northern corner, and a repressive aura filled their area. Li Qianmei also sat there, looking at the sky with confusion and reminiscence as if she was thinking about something. Lu Yanfei's face was pale as she bit her lower lip, and after a long time, she stood up. She was the person with the highest cultivation level in the origin sect, so she had to enter this competition. After she stood up, she looked at the people of the origin sect. This included her 3 senior brothers and her disciple. After letting out a sigh, she moved like a butterfly as she floated toward the platform. "Teacher?" Suyun's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Lu Yanfei go. She didn't know what the fate of the origin sect would be after this. Maybe they would really be disbanded. At this moment, the people around the arena became silent and looked at the arena. They all had heard of what had happened and were all looking to see if that mysterious person from the origin sect would appear. Tens of thousands of gazes gathered, and Lu Yanfei's face became even more pale. However, her eyes became even more determined as she moved faster and faster before she arrived before Lu Yunsong. Lu Yunsong looked at Lu Yanfei with a complicated gaze. The origin sect doesn't need anyone else to compete. Just me is fine. Lu Yanfei stood on the arena as the countless gazes gathered on her. Her figure was weak, but at this moment, there was a mysterious power supporting her. It allowed her to remain calm. "He promised me he could come. I'm sure he will come." Lu Yanfei bit her lower lip and looked up at the sky. She faintly saw a figure giving her an encouraging smile. The surroundings were completely silent. This competition of the rank 5 origin sect originally wouldn't have been given any attention. However, due to that mysterious person, it caught the attention of every cultivator. Even the rank 6 and 7 sects had their gazes gathered on this fight. "Fellow cultivator, please advise me." On the arena, Lu Yanfei had a firm gaze as she bowed slightly toward Lu Yunsong. Lu Yunsong pondered for a moment before he turned toward the everlasting sect's master and elders. He clasped his hands and his voice was clear, but it revealed his nirvana cleanser cultivation as his voice rumbled. "Seniors of the main sect, disciple is not willing to compete with the origin sect. This matter is unfair." On the platform Mu Bingmei was sitting on, the old man in white frowned. Feng Hai, who was in charge of the competition, had a heavy expression as he shouted, "What is unfair? Lu Yunsong, what is the meaning of your words?" His voice was mighty and completely suppressed Lu Yunsong's words. It was earth-shattering. Lu Yunsong's face turned slightly pale. With his cultivation level, he was simply insignificant before old monsters like Feng Hai. However, he took a deep breath and clasped his hands. Disciple knows someone from the origin sect. This person has a high cultivation level and a profound understanding of Tao. If he were to come, Disciple would be inferior. If Disciple competes with the origin sect before he gets here, it will be unfair to the origin sect. Disciple Lu Yunsong came to battle him. I want to confirm the effort of my Tao. If I win, I want a true victory, or to lose without regret. After he spoke, the surrounding cultivators were all in an uproar. The mysterious person had already become the focus of everyone, but with Lu Yunsong's words, the fame of the mysterious person rose once more. It had reached a peak. At this moment, Everyone was guessing what that mysterious person was like. What kind of ability did he have to make Lu Yunsong like this, to make Li Qianmei like this? This Lu Yunsong is indeed someone worthy of teacher's praise. He is truly a manly man. Wang Shanshan looked at Lu Yunsong's upright and extraordinary figure with interest in her eyes. Lu Yunsong and Lu Yanfei, the two of you, come forward. The person who spoke wasn't Feng Hai or any of the Everlasting Sect's elders, but the old man in white, the Everlasting Sect's sect master. He now had great interest toward this mysterious Lu Zihao. Lu Yunsong took a deep breath and nodded at Lu Yanfei before heading toward the grandstand without a word. Lu Yanfei pondered as she flew like a butterfly toward the stand. Of the two, the male was graceful and magnificent. The female was weak, but determined and beautiful. At this moment, when they moved together, it had a certain visual power. Even Mu Bingmei couldn't help but sigh. Whether it was Lu Yunsong's cultivation or words, he could be considered an elite in the Cloud Sea. Beside her, Wang Shanshan's beautiful eyes scanned Lu Yunsong. Lu Yunsong quickly arrived on the stand. After pausing for a moment, he said, "Disciple Lu Yunsong greets sect master and elders." As he spoke, his gaze swept over and saw Mu Bingmei next to Wang Shanshan. He fell into a trance for a moment, as if everyone else had disappearing, leaving behind only this cold but gorgeous woman. Lu Yuanfei was beside Lu Yunsong as she bowed respectfully and softly said, "Disciple Lu Yanfei greets sect master and elders." Most of the people on the stands didn't look at Lu Yanfei, but at Lu Yunsong with looks of admiration. The middle-aged man named Zhou looked at Lu Yunsong with kindness in his eyes. "Lu Yunsong, is the person you spoke of origin sex Lu Zihao?" The old man in white's voice was calm and gave off an invisible pressure. His peak nirvana shatter cultivation spread out, but from the looks of it, it was very casual and wasn't his real cultivation level. Lu Yunsong pondered a bit and then slowly said, "Disciple doesn't know this person's name, but my guess is he should be Lu Zihao." The old man in white calmly looked at Lu Yunsong and asked, "What is this person's cultivation level?" "Early stage nirvana cleanser." But Lu Yunsong high-stated a bit before saying, "Disciple only felt as if his cultivation was at the early stage of nirvana cleanser, but couldn't see through him, as if he was hiding his real cultivation level." After he spoke, the people of the Everlasting Sect looked at each other. The old man in white pondered a bit and said, "How did you meet this person? Tell us in detail." Lu Yunsong nodded as his eyes filled with reminiscence and he said, "He killed that damn son of mine." Just as he began to speak, not only were the people on the grandstand startled, everyone who was listening was also startled for a moment. That damn son of mine was a villain, so it was fine that he died. However, as a father, I still had to see the person who killed him, so I went to the origin sect. On the way, I met fellow cultivator Li, and we went together. Lu Yunsong began to recall everything that happened when he met Wang Lin. He also included Li Qianmei's 3 questions and how Wang Lin had answered them. The answer of how heaven was like a circle moved everyone. The elders of the Everlasting Sect were all shocked. The old man in white carefully pondered for a while before his eyes shined brightly. "What a good idea about seeing heaven as a circle. What you are seeking is still in this world, while what he seeks is already beyond the heavens and earth. This man's understanding of Tao has far surpassed yours." Wang Shanshan's beautiful eyes moved as she listened to Lu Yunsong and softly said, "I didn't expect our Cloud Sea to have such a talent, but I have never heard of him before. After I had discussed Tao with Brother Lu, my comprehension deepened a lot, and I admire him greatly. I came here in hopes of meeting him again, but unfortunately..." Lu Yunsong let out a sigh. When everyone heard this, they understood why Li Qianmei had come and helped the origin sect. "I didn't expect such a person to appear within the origin sect." Feng Hai felt melancholy as he looked at the silent Lu Yanfei. "Lu Yanfei, is this person really your origin sect's ancestor?" The person who asked was the white-robed old man who was the sect master of the Everlasting Sect. This was the first time Lu Yanfei was questioned, but she didn't hesitate and softly said, "Yes. Uncle Teacher wandered the world and came back to save the origin sect. He settled down, But after meeting fellow cultivator Lu, he set off once more. His whereabouts are unknown. Such a cultivator must wander the world to comprehend Tao. His personality must make him want to avoid common matters, and only by doing so could he have such comprehension in Tao. The person who spoke was the middle-aged man named Zhou. He felt rather regrettable. "Will your uncle teacher come here?" the old man in white asked. After he heard what Lu Yunsong said, he became even more interested. Even though this person belonged to the Origin sect was a branch of the Everlasting sect. In the end, this person was still a disciple of the Everlasting sect. When Uncle Teacher left, he said he would come. Although Lu Yanfei's voice was soft, her words were filled with determination. "Good. Then let's wait for him. This old man wants to see what kind of person this Lu Zihao is. You return, and the competition between your Origin sect and Purple Dao sect will be held off. Elder Feng, tell the rank 6 sects to start." The old man in white smiled. He was very happy. The competition of the rank 6 sects officially began, and thunderous rumbles echoed. However, they couldn't attract too much attention, as everyone's attention was still on the grandstands of the Everlasting sect. "Fellow cultivator Mu, you also heard all of this. How does this Lu Zihao compare to that person you spoke of?" The middle-aged man named Zhou looked over and smiled. While Mu Bingmei was listening to Lu Yunsong's words, she was silently pondering. She had a very strange feeling. It seemed like the Lu Zihao Lu Yunsong had spoken of was very familiar. At this moment, she didn't respond to the middle-aged man's words, but looked toward Lu Yunsong and said indifferently, "Can you tell me what this Lu Zihao looks like?" Lu Yunsong looked at Mu Bingmei, his heart pounding. The moment he heard her words, he unabashedly revealed admiration in his eyes and nodded. "This person has white hair and likes to wear white." After saying those words, Lu Yunsong revealed a smile as he waved his hand and a crack to his storage space opened. A jade flew into his hand and he quickly imprinted Wang Lin's image. Then he injected origin energy into it and the jade exploded. As the pieces scattered, a figure appeared from within. This figure wore white and had hair white like snow. His indifferent expression revealed a hint of loneliness, but there was an unspeakable temperament that surrounded him. The moment this image appeared, the elders of the Everlasting sect stared at the image. 2 of them stood up, looked at the image and exclaimed, "It's him!" Mu Bingmei's body trembled as she looked at the figure, and she immediately became excited. But she quickly suppressed it. Then it was replaced by an inexplicable sadness. Just like how a lonely person met a loved one in a foreign land. She bit her lower lip and was stunned. Lu Yanfei was also filled with confusion as she looked at the figure. She felt bitterness in her heart. Lu Yunsong was startled. Before he could speak, a ray of light suddenly flew over from the northern platform. This ray of light caused a thunderous rumble and carried with it 100 years of killing intent. It was earth-shattering as it swept across the sky, and Li Qianmei appeared before the grandstand where the Everlasting sect elders were sitting. Her gaze locked onto the 2 Everlasting sect elders who had stood up. "The 2 of you have seen him?" Li Qianmei's voice was calm, but there was a bit of trembling in her voice that she didn't even notice. Looking at the figure before her, there was an obsession in her heart. For this obsession, she didn't hesitate risking the punishment of the demon sect to come here to the Everlasting sect just to see that figure again. 100 years wasn't long, but also not short. Even Li Qianmei didn't know what that inexplicable feeling was. Only that during the 100 years of fighting, every time she left the battlefield tired and injured, his figure would appear. Li Qianmei's appearance caused Wang Shanshan to stand up. She was about to speak when she noticed that Li Qianmei's state wasn't right, and a thought appeared in her mind. This was the first time Mu Bingmei had laid eyes on Li Qianmei. Li Qianmei's beauty and calmness caused a hint of bitterness to arise in her heart. She bit her lower lip and remained silent. The sect master of the Everlasting sect frowned and looked at the 2 elders that had stood up. One of the elders was still shocked. He took a deep breath and said, "I didn't know he was Lu Zihao," although what Lu Yunsong said was still somewhat wrong. How can this person be a Nirvana cleanser cultivator? I took my disciples to the Chaos Beast Fog Realm to train and saw this person easily killing rank 11 fire centipedes and also seriously injuring a rank 12 beast. If not for the fact that he was injured, I'm afraid not even I would be a match for him. After he spoke, all the elders of the everlasting sect were shocked. If someone else said it, they might not have believed it, but Elder Wu Tian, who was always calm and steady, had much more credibility. So Elder Wu has seen this person. This old man hasn't seen his face, but I have seen his figure. Earlier, this old man received reports from the rank 6 and rank 7 region. Someone charged from the rank 5 region through the rank 6 region. His speed was shocking and was at the level of a peak Nirvana Shatterer or First Heaven's Blight cultivator. He passed by countless continents, but no one dared to stop him at all. He charged through the rank 6 region and broke the formation into the rank 7 region. One of the branch sects had 3 Nirvana Shatterer cultivators who tried to stop him. This person used the War Spirit print. The War Spirit print destroyed several wild continents, and many were forced to move their continents so he could pass. He charged all the way into the rank 8 region. After he spoke, everyone was even more shocked. Hearing all of this, Mu Bingmei's eyes lit up and she couldn't help but smile wryly in her heart. No matter where he went, he would always do some shocking things. Li Qianmei also listened to this carefully. She bit her lower lip, but her eyes were bright. She smiled and looked at the sky. She felt very happy. Lu Yanfei's mind went blank, and after a long time, the joy in her heart suppressed the shock. She understood that Wang Lin hadn't forgotten his promise from 100 years ago. He had charged his way through the rank 6, 7, and 8 regions to come here. Even Wang Shanshan revealed a strange gaze as various scenes she thought up appeared in her mind. A person in white rushing through space. She was just very confused about why he would know the War Spirit print. Lu Yunsong revealed a wry smile. He didn't think that Brother Lu would have set off such a big wave before even arriving. This had nothing to do with him. It was due to what the 2 elders of the everlasting sect had said. The entire grandstand was silent, and the old man in white let out a deep breath. He had to believe it. At this moment, he no longer looked at this mysterious person like a junior, but someone of the same generation. Lu Yanfei, you don't need to go back. Wait here. I presume that by the time the rank 6 sect competition is over, your uncle teacher will be here. The everlasting sect's sect master let out a dry cough. He looked at Lu Yanfei with a look of admiration toward a junior. Li Qianmei didn't leave, but sat down due to Wang Shanshan's invitation. The moment she sat down, Mu Bingmei's lightning-like gaze swept over. The 2 women met for a moment with Wang Shanshan in between. Wang Shanshan was in the middle and introduced them when she suddenly shivered. She leaned slightly backward, so there was now no obstacle between their gazes. Mu Bingmei looked at Li Qianmei for a long time before she withdrew her gaze and said in a soft but cold voice, "Lady Li is indeed a genius. Your cultivation is extraordinary." Li Qianmei was a bit confused as to why this strange, beautiful woman was looking at her. When she with her gaze, Li Qianmei softly said, "In terms of beauty, I really can't match fellow cultivator Mu." The people of the everlasting sect became even more excited for the competition. However, what they were waiting from was the person the 2 elders had talked about. The competition between the 2 rank 6 sects was no longer interesting, but one person stood up just like Lu Yunsong in the past. This person was Yuan Fei, the head disciple of the giant spirit sect. He was always in closed-door cultivation and had left the sect many years ago, returning only 200 years ago. He had missed 2 competitions as a result. He was middle-aged and was at the early stage of Nirvana Shatterer. He was extremely vicious. People that fought with him would often be seriously injured. This person was number 1 among the juniors of his rank 6 sect. If not for the fact that he was always away, the Celestial Music sect wouldn't have gotten its top spot and Xianxia wouldn't have become famous. He represented the juniors of his sect. Even Xianxia was weary and silently sneered, but he didn't appear. This allowed Yuan Fei's fame to soar. At this moment he stood on the platform and looked at the grandstand. His gaze fell on Mu Bingmei and company. He didn't hide the desire in his eyes at all. I wonder how I compare to the cultivator that fellow cultivator Li spoke of. His voice echoed like thunder. Li Qianmei's expression was calm as she looked at Yuan Fei on the arena and only said one word. Inferior. Yuan Fei silently pondered for a bit before smiling as if he didn't care. His gaze landed on Lu Yunsong and he coldly said, Lu Yunsong, I wasn't here for the last competition. Do you still want to challenge me? Lu Yunsong's eyes revealed a cold gaze, and after a long time he said, If Brother Lu of the Origin sect doesn't come, I shall fight you. Time slowly passed. The rank 6 sex competition was nearing its end, but the Lu Zihao everyone was waiting for still hadn't come. The rank 7 sex competition was about to begin. In the past, the rank 4, 5, and 6 competitions were only the preview, while the rank 7 sex competition was the main event. However, right now the rank 5 sex competition wasn't over yet. If it continued like this, it would be a bit inappropriate. There were still many people watching, including many people from outside the sect, which made it even more inappropriate for the rank 5 sex matter to be dragged out. Feng Hai hesitated and looked at the sect master. The old man pondered a bit and then looked at Lu Yanfei and Lu Yunsong. As the sect master, he had to consider all sides. The competition was a great event, and it would be inappropriate for the rank 5 sex competition to keep dragging on. We waited. If Lu Zihao comes late, he can't say anything. The old man's eyes lit up and he said, Lu Yunsong, Lu Yanfei, the two of you, enter the arena and finish the rank 5 sex competition. The moment he spoke, he caught the attention of all the surrounding cultivators. Lu Yunsong pondered for a moment before looking at the old man. He clasped his hands at Lu Yanfei and flew toward the arena. Lu Yanfei bit her lower lip. She knew that Wang Lin was most likely on the way, but right now she had to fight. Letting out a sigh, Lu Yanfei flew like a butterfly toward the arena. She landed on the arena, and her gaze became even more determined. Even if he doesn't come, I must continue on with this battle. This was a private matter of the everlasting sect, so Li Qianmei didn't have a reason to interfere. She silently watched Lu Yanfei's figure. However, if the Origin sect was to be disbanded, she made up her mind to take everyone in the Origin sect back to the heaven-breaking sect. The moment Lu Yunsong and Lu Yanfei arrived on the arena, everyone became quiet and looked over. Due to one person from the Origin sect, they had caught everyone's attention. For the first time, such a small sect was remembered by the countless cultivators here. All of this was because of the person who hadn't arrived yet. Not everyone's gazes contained good intent. Like Lu Yingjie from the Celestial Music sect, he stared at Lu Yunsong and Lu Yanfei with a venomous gaze. That ridiculous person, weren't you all certain he could come? I want to see if that person is as truly as amazing as you all say. Lu Yingjie clenched his fist. Even further away, in the place where the mountain-seeking sect was, it was covered in a gloomy atmosphere. Zhao Long had lost his body and only had his origin soul. He floated next to the sect master and head elder, but his venomous gaze was far stronger than Lu Yingjie's. Brother Zhao can rest assured. I'll not let this matter go. If he doesn't come, he is lucky, but if he does, I'll kill him on the spot. Even if Li Qianmei tries to stop me, she is only herself. She doesn't represent the heaven-breaking sect. We won't offend her, but that mysterious person named Lu must die. What happened on the grandstand was too far away, so no one aside from the people of the everlasting sect knew. They had only seen a vague image but didn't get a clear look. There was also Yuan Fei from the rank 6 sect. He stared at the two people in the arena and sneered. He hoped that the mysterious person would come. He wanted to see for himself what was so special about that person. Lu Yanfei stood there calmly as a lonely feeling appeared in her heart. She didn't care about the countless gazes on her, but the person she had waited 100 years for still hadn't appeared. She raised her head and looked at the sky. There were tears in her eyes, but they didn't fall. She turned toward Lu Yunsong and softly said, "Fellow cultivator Lu, please advise me." Lu Yunsong also withdrew his gaze from the sky as if he was waiting. He looked at Lu Yanfei and said, "I won't hold back in this battle. You should be careful. Lu Yanfei let out a tragic smile but gave a determined gaze, which made her strangely beautiful. She gently nodded and took a few steps back. Her hands formed a seal and her origin energy began to move. This origin energy formed a vortex in the air and caused a thunderous rumble. However, at this moment, this vortex became crazy, as if a strange force had appeared from the void and stirred up the vortex. At this moment, the sky changed colors. For some reason, the vortex continued to grow. It broke out from Lu Yanfei's control and flew into the sky. Lu Yanfei was completely startled. But her body immediately began to tremble and she looked up. Not only her. At this moment, Lu Yunsong also felt his body shake and his origin soul tremble. It was as if an indescribable pressure was coming from the distance. This pressure was earth-shattering, and once it shrouded the area, it made it impossible for him to resist. He was familiar with this aura. Very familiar. He suddenly raised his head and stared into the sky. At this moment, aside from those two people, the nearly 100,000 cultivators felt this pressure. The thunder in the sky rumbled endlessly. This earth-shattering sound set off an echo that replaced everything. Silver snakes covered the sky. There were simply too many of them. It was as if all the thunder had gathered at this place and replaced the sky. The thunder rumbled as the wind blew and the sky changed colors. The thunder formed a net in the sky and then descended. A white figure slowly appeared in the endless, rumbling thunder. His white hair flowed in the rumbling thunder and made the entire world into a thunder hell. The thunder suddenly let out a roar that seemed to come from ancient times. This roar could shock the minds of cultivators and make them terrified. The thunder and clouds surged to welcome only one person. He came. He came. Lu Yunsong stared at the sky, at the endless thunder, and at the white figure behind the endless thunder. His mind trembled. Li Qianmei suddenly stood up and stared at the sky. She immediately saw the figure behind the thunder and stared at the figure that separated from her 100 years ago. Now she looked at the same figure 100 years later walking on thunder. She bit her lower lip and became even more calm, as if it should always have been like this. He had walked on heavenly thunder right into her heart. Mu Bingmei's expression was complicated, with a hint of an inexplicable mood as she silently looked at the familiar figure in the thunder. A lot of memories flashed before her eyes. Unexplainable bitterness, unspeakable sorrow. But there was also a hint of warmth. For a moment, she lowered her head. The flow of tears in Lu Yanfei's eyes became even stronger and two streams of tears flowed out as the figure closed in. All of her grievances surged out as her tears. Wang Lin had crossed the cloud sea and arrived wearing thunder. At this moment, not only the people familiar with Wang Lin were like this. All the surrounding cultivators, including the people of the everlasting sect, were shocked. Feng Hai suddenly stood up and his pupils shrank as he stared at the white figure in the air. He could clearly feel that the origin energy in the air was not something an ordinary Nirvana Shatter cultivator could have. This kind of origin energy could only be obtained after one had deep understanding in their own law, something only peak Nirvana Shatter cultivators could have. Not only him, but the old man with red hair also took a deep breath and his mind shook. His law and domain were also related to thunder. At this moment, he could clearly feel himself losing control of his origin soul. His origin soul that had half turned into thunder felt the need to worship. It was as if he wasn't looking at a cultivator, but at heavenly thunder that had existed since the beginning of time. The middle-aged man named Zhou stared at Wang Lin inside the thunder, and his eyes were like lightning. His mind trembled and he was terrified. What terrified him was that he hadn't noticed Wang Lin arriving at all. It wasn't until the thunder echoed across the sky that he noticed this person arrive. This kind of spell that could hide one's aura shocked the middle-aged man named Zhou. He wasn't thinking about spells, but the fact that this person's cultivation level was just far above his own. The old man that took his disciples to the Chaos Beast Fog Realm was the most calm right now as he was the only person that had seen Wang Lin before. He let out a sigh. When I met Brother Lu back then, I didn't think we were in the same sect. My name is Mu Jiangping. Greetings, Fellow cultivator. The old man who saw Wang Lin's figure had a serious expression. Before, he didn't believe what he had heard, but now he was convinced. This person had the power to sweep through the rank 6 and 7 regions. The sect master of the everlasting sect's eyes lit up. He was the person with the highest cultivation level here. Although he wasn't the strongest in the everlasting sect, he was at the first heaven's blight. It was because he had reached this rare state that he could see something no one else could see. He stared at the spot between Wang Lin's eyebrows, and although there was nothing there, he could clearly feel the power of law there. What terrified him was that this law didn't seem to belong to the heavens. It seemed to exist out of the heavens' control. A new law. Under this law, even he felt a sense of awe, especially when he felt the domain of the person before him. This domain seemed to be very ethereal, and he found it difficult to see what it was in a short period of time. This was what terrified him the most. He wasn't confident in winning a life and death battle against this kind of cultivator. This person is indeed injured, but his injuries don't seem too serious. It seems he had his own concerns for coming late. Xianxia stared dumbfoundedly at the white figure inside the thunder. A terrifying feeling suddenly appeared inside him and completely submerged him. His body trembled. This was due to terror and fear, especially when he thought about how he had offended the Origin sect, teased Lu Yanfei, and said that he was going to battle this person. His scalp went numb and his vision blurred. Even his fellow Celestial Music sect members were all terrified. He unexpectedly is so powerful. When Lu Yunsong said he could kill me like an ant, he was telling the truth. Xianxia was a mess. His face pale and his mind were a mess. Not only him, the mountain-seeking sect also quieted down. Zhao Long stared at the figure in the sky, and his expression changed drastically. His pupils shrank, and at this moment his mind was blank. The sect master and head elder of the mountain-seeking sect were completely pale. The moment they saw Wang Lin, they immediately recognized him as the person that had forced them to move their continent and respectfully send him off. It's him. The two of them looked at each other and saw the terror in each other's eyes. The surrounding almost 100,000 cultivators were all people from the rank 6 and 7 regions. They had all heard a little about the heaven-shattering scene that occurred in the rank 6 and 7 region. Even if they hadn't seen it themselves, they knew it well from the people around them. There were also some old monsters that had personally seen Wang Lin's figure. Now that they got a closer look, an uproar spread everywhere. It's him. He charged through the rank 6 region. No one dared to even attempt to stop him. I heard from the ancestor of my sect that this person used one spell to break the barrier to the rank 7 region. Even ancestor was shocked by this. This old man personally saw this person use the war spirit print, forcing many sects to move their continents to make way for him. Rumor has it that 3 Nirvana Shatterer cultivators tried to stop him, but they were all forced to retreat with serious injuries. It wasn't 3. My senior brother saw 7 Nirvana Shatterer cultivators attack at the same time. But this person used one spell to kill 4 and injured 3. Even a wild continent collapsed under his spell. An uproar started, but a thunderous rumble across the sky suddenly caused everyone to quiet down. The rumbling thunder in the sky all gathered inside Wang Lin's body until not a trace of it remained. A person wearing white with white hair flowing in the air descended from the sky. He landed next to Lu Yanfei on the arena. Wang Lin looked at the fragile Lu Yanfei with an apologetic look and softly said, "I'm late." Lu Yanfei could no longer hold the tears in her eyes as she looked at Wang Lin and shook a head. She revealed a happy smile and softly said, "You're not late. As long as you can come, it's never late. You go back. With me here, no one can move the Origin sect. In this competition, whether it is the rank 5, 6, or 7 sects, I'll make the Origin sect number 1. Wang Lin waved his sleeves and a gentle wind flew Lu Yanfei back toward where the Origin sect members were. Wang Lin looked over at the everlasting sect and clasped his hands at the old man who spoke. However, he was startled when he saw Li Qianmei and Mu Bingmei. He withdrew his gaze after a moment of shock and looked at Lu Yunsong, who had a complicated expression and a bitter smile. Brother Lu's cultivation is very different from 100 years ago. My Purple Dao sect lost this rank 5 sect competition. Lu Yunzong clasped his hands with a bitter smile. If Wang Lin's cultivation was only a bit stronger than his, he'd have the heart to battle. However, his mind was already a mess just from standing here, and what was even more terrifying was that he felt like his Dao heart was going to collapse. It was as if the person before him was a vortex that was sucking in all Dao intent. If he was just a bit unfocused, he felt like all his Dao would be sucked away. Wang Lin faintly smiled, but his expression became cold and he softly said, "Brother Lu, I have one thing I'd like to ask. Lu Yanfei is injured. Who did it?" Lu Yunzong didn't hesitate to point at the Celestial Music Sect and say, "The Celestial Music Sect's Lu Yingjie." Then he pointed toward the mountain-seeking sect. The mountain-seeking sect's Zhao Long. They had lustful thoughts about Lady Lu. Wang Lin nodded and looked toward the Celestial Music Sect. There was a flash of coldness as he stepped into the air and charged toward the Celestial Music Sect. In the Celestial Music Sect's area, Lu Yingjie's expression changed greatly and he retreated. His teacher and the elders of the sect all had serious expressions. His teacher grabbed him and they unexpectedly charged toward the area where the everlasting sect was. The Celestial Music Sect's sect master stepped forth and blocked Wang Lin. He had a respectful expression on his face and was about to explain. However, Wang Lin wasn't even going to listen. Seeing the person blocking his path, he waved his hand and a gust of wind roared. The wind contained thunder, and it collided with the Celestial Music Sect's sect master. There was an earth-shaking rumble that shocked the world as the Celestial Music Sect's sect master coughed out blood and his body collapsed. His origin soul flew out, and his eyes were filled with terror. Wang Lin didn't even pause. He walked toward the old man pulling Lu Yingjie. He wasn't fast, but every step would made the origin soul of those walking tremble. All the cultivators on the surrounding platforms became silent. "Main sect, help!" Lu Yingjie's teacher's forehead was covered in sweat, and his eyes were filled with terror, as he screamed at the people of the everlasting sect. Feng Hai hesitated for a bit and clasped his hands to speak. "Fellow cultivator Lu, please." However, Wang Lin waved his hand and interrupted him. "He humiliated my origin sect, so he must die. Anyone that tries to save him will suffer the same fate," Wang Lin slowly said and then raised his right hand. He had come to the everlasting sect to become a deterrent for the origin sect and push them up. At this moment, with one finger, the world trembled and the heavenly fate finger appeared. Ripples echoed across the sky as a giant finger appeared and gave off a monstrous pressure. Everyone gasped as they stared in a daze at the giant finger that occupied the world. The finger howled as it descended, instantly landing on Lu Yingjie and his teacher with a bang. The earth trembled and it felt like even the cultivation planet shook. Blood splattered everywhere. Lu Yingjie and his teacher's bodies shattered and their origin souls collapsed. Wind blew by and spread the smell of blood. "Kill Lu Yingjie as easy as crushing an ant." The words that Lu Yunzong said a few days ago were like the cold winter's wind. Wang Lin turned around and looked toward where the mountain-seeking sect was. He took a step toward them. The heavenly finger didn't use celestial spiritual energy as this spell wasn't a celestial spell. It was something Wang Lin could use when he fused with the All-Seer's soul for a moment. What it consumed was the All-Seer's soul, and even more so Wang Lin's origin energy. If not for that fact his cultivation level had increased, he wouldn't have been able to use it so easily. However, the might of this heavenly fate finger was far weaker than when the All-Seer used it. After all, there was a huge gap in their cultivation levels, and the method of using the spell was very different. Wang Lin had used the heavenly finger right away because he wanted to shock everyone. He was still injured, so he had to show that his spells were powerful and unpredictable. Only then could he achieve his goals at the everlasting sect. Unless it was the last resort, he wouldn't casually call out the mosquito beasts. They were his hidden ace. The earth still trembled and the shockwave echoed. The sound of wind still echoed in everyone's ears. The smell of blood was still reminding the almost 100,000 cultivators of that shocking scene. Wang Lin destroyed the body of the everlasting sect's branch sect master and killed the branch sect's great elder and head disciple. All of this happened in the everlasting sect, and when the everlasting sect's elder Feng Hai tried to speak, Wang Lin unceremoniously said one line. Anyone who try to save them will suffer the same penalty. There were people who had the power and status to do this, but very few had the guts to do it. Wang Lin's clean attack had completely shocked everyone here. Lu Yanfei lowered her head and looked calm, but there was a feeling of warmth around her heart. Mu Bingmei had a complicated expression, and the bitterness in her heart increased. She thought about the Alliance star system, about the brilliant void realm being destroyed, and about Tuosen's strength. Her situation was similar to Lu Yanfei's. However, Lu Yanfei had him standing behind her, while herself, in her helplessness, she could only silently be strong and endure it all. Li Qianmei's expression was calm as she silently looked at Wang Lin. There was a smile on her face just like 100 years ago. Wang Shanshan frowned as she thought of the finger and seemed to be thinking of something. The old monsters of the everlasting sect had high cultivation levels and were all very cunning. At this moment, it was impossible to tell their mood, but their gazes toward Wang Lin seemed a bit cold. Only the everlasting sect's sect master was different because he was the only person who could see through Wang Lin's cultivation. He revealed no expression at Wang Lin killing the people of the celestial music sect, as if he didn't even see it. Wang Lin turned around. His expression was calm, but his killing intent spread out. He looked at the mountain-seeking sect in the distance and slowly walked over. The surroundings were completely silent. Nearly 100,000 gazes were gathered on Wang Lin. All of those gazes didn't make Wang Lin feel unwell at all. He wasn't fast, but every step he took caused the hearts of the people of the mountain-seeking sect to skip a beat. They felt like they were facing a fierce beast from ancient times that had opened its mouth and was going to devour them. The sect master of the mountain-seeking sect was completely pale, although he was a nirvana-shatterer cultivator. But he didn't have the courage to face Wang Lin. When he thought about how this person was the same person that forced his sect to move their continent, his scalp went numb and he didn't dare to have any thought of resisting at all. In the rank 7 region, the mountain-seeking sect is only a small sect. It is not wise for a mere elder to go against such a person. His eyes lit up and he looked at the head elder. The head elder had profound cultivation. He was at the mid-stage of nirvana shatterer. Even the head elder almost lost his wits when he realized that Wang Lin was the terrifying person who had charged through the rank 7 region. He personally saw Wang Lin use the war spirit print and knew he was no match. He noticed the sect master's gaze, and they immediately understood but hesitated. However, this hesitation collapsed as Wang Lin stepped forward. The tragedy that was the celestial music sect was before them. The sect master clenched his teeth and dodged to the side. At the same time, the head elder also moved to the side. The moment the two of them dodged, the people of the mountain-seeking sect all scattered to the sides. The people before them also opened a path. At this moment, there was no one around Zhao Long. His origin soul trembled as he stared at Wang Lin. "You come out." Wang Lin stopped and pointed at Zhao Long's origin soul. "This old man is going all out." Zhao Long's eyes were red and his mind trembled as if his whole body was becoming cold. Although he had a lot of people around him, he felt like he had been abandoned by the world. In this vast world, he was the only one left. As he roared, Zhao Long charged out like crazy, staring at Wang Lin. An invisible fire began to burn. Being forced into a corner, he decided to burn his origin soul in exchange for power. Zhao Long charged like crazy, and an aura of sadness surrounded the area. As he charged, his cultivation level increased like crazy from early-stage nirvana shatterer to mid-stage nirvana shatterer. From afar, his body was like a burning meteor that was flying toward Wang Lin. As he moved forward, the feeling of madness became even stronger. In the end, even the light from the sky became dim, until Zhao Long's burning origin soul became a bright light that attracted the attention of all the surrounding cultivators. "If you want me to die, you have to pay the price." At the last moment of his life, Zhao Long let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. Even the minds of the surrounding cultivators trembled. Even the people of the everlasting sect were moved. It was not common for someone to be able to force a nirvana shatter cultivator to burn their origin soul and choose self-destruction. However, this was happening before everyone. The burning origin soul that was going to explode would release a crazy amount of destructive power. Even cultivators with higher cultivation levels would subconsciously choose to avoid it. But Wang Lin didn't dodge, and instead, his eyes lit up. Feng Hai's expression was gloomy. He was an elder of the everlasting sect and was responsible for the competition. Wang Lin had just killed the people of the celestial music sect while disregarding his words. If that was it, it would have been fine, but now this person was going to kill people of the rank 7 region. The sects in the rank 7 region were very precious to their members. Other people would not care about if Zhao Long lived or die. They didn't have to care if Zhao Long's reputation plummeted. But he, Feng Hai, cared because he was from the mountain-seeking sect before becoming an elder of the everlasting sect. If Li Qianmei killed someone, it would be fine because Li Qianmei had the heaven-breaking sect behind her, and he couldn't say anything about it. However, right now it was different. Fellow cultivator, please give this old man some face and do not attack anyone from the mountain-seeking sect. Feng Hai's words were gloomy as he revealed a cold aura and charged at Wang Lin. Just at this instant, Zhao Long's burning origin soul closed in on Wang Lin like a meteor. Wang Lin's expression was calm as a monstrous killing intent exploded from his body. This killing intent was very strong. The moment it appeared, it caused the sky to change color. It was as if countless ghosts were crying in the sky, causing the surrounding area to be enveloped in endless coldness. This killing intent appeared suddenly and exploded. Under this impact, Feng Hai's expression changed greatly and he stopped. He had a feeling that if he were to take another step, he would enter the range of Wang Lin's spell, and what awaited him would be merciless slaughter. Just at this moment, Wang Lin moved. Facing that crazy, burning origin soul, Wang Lin stepped forward. His body turned and his right foot lashed out. His right foot immediately collided with the burning origin soul. His white hair flowed and white robe fluttered. There was no spell, and he didn't dodge, nor did he use any fancy technique. He used the most basic, most direct, and most memorable attack. A heaven-shaking rumble echoed like crazy. Wang Lin's right foot didn't stop and landed on Zhao Long's origin soul. Even though Zhao Long had burned his origin soul, he couldn't resist absolute power. Even though he was burning his origin soul, he still had to die. The rumble continued as the meteor collapsed into specks of light. Wang Lin withdrew his leg and looked extremely calm. His cold gaze swept past the surrounding cultivators before landing on Feng Hai. Fellow cultivator, your words were too late. Feng Hai's expression was gloomy as he stared at Wang Lin. He didn't speak for a long time and walked back toward the everlasting sect stand. The surroundings were dead quiet, but after the brief moment of silence, an uproar spread across the platforms. From the few short moments since Wang Lin appeared, he had killed people from the celestial music sect and the mountain-seeking sect's Zhao Long. All of this made the shock even more intense. His spell was shocking, but his body was even more amazing. The eyes of the old man in white shined brightly. The celestial music sect and mountain-seeking sect were simply insignificant compared to a powerful cultivator like this. Wang Lin turned around and looked at the surrounding cultivators. His voice was bland, but everyone could hear it clearly. I represent the origin sect to challenge all rank 6 and 7 sections. Who dares to come first? Wang Lin's voice was like a cold wind that caused everyone to become silent once more. Lu Yunsong took a deep breath as he suppressed the shock in his heart. He looked at Yuan Fei among the cultivators and revealed a smile that wasn't a smile. Yuan Fei's face was deathly pale as he stared at Wang Lin in the arena. He pondered for a moment and still didn't dare to step forward. A calm voice slowly echoed across the sky. I'm the rank 7 Green Cloud Sect's Yun Shan. I wish to spar with fellow cultivator Lu. The rank 7 Green Cloud Sect was ranked 3rd among the rank 7 sects last time. This sect's spells focused on change and were unpredictable. Their sect was very large, with more than 7,000 people, and over the countless years, they had produced many powerful cultivators. These powerful cultivators were often chosen by the everlasting sect to be groomed. That calm voice came from a middle-aged man wearing a robe. He looked calm and his skin was slightly yellow, as if he was seriously ill. After he spoke, he jumped off the platform. It looked as if there were invisible clouds under his feet as he gradually approached the arena. This man, Yunshan, was very famous in the Rank 7 region. Normally, he would stay in closed-door cultivation and not wander around the outside. He had only come out because it was the main sex competition. His cultivation level was high. He released a late-stage Nirvana Shatterer aura. Rumor had it that he was one of the 3 that were going to represent the Everlasting Sect in the competition between the Rank 8 sections. The Everlasting Sect had paid him a lot of attention in the last 1,000 years. Large amounts of pills, magic treasures, and even spells were sent over to help him. Even one of the 7 Grand Elders of the Everlasting Sect had gone to teach him for 1,000 years. It could be said that he was someone who the Everlasting Sect had put a lot of effort into raising in order to win the competition between the Rank 8 sects. As he stepped forward, the surrounding people began to talk. Although Yunshan didn't look old, he had cultivated for thousands of years. He was calm as he arrived before Wang Lin and clasped his hands. "Fellow cultivator Liu, please advise me." After he finished speaking, his eyes shined brightly and his late-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivation erupted. A vortex formed with him as the center and swept outwards. From afar, you could vaguely see a giant vortex that was slowly rotating. The shadows of 9 red tigers suddenly appeared in the vortex, and their roars were heaven-shaking. Tiger Soul 9 Transformation. There were those who were knowledgeable, and their eyes became serious. On the grandstand where the Everlasting Sect was, Feng Hai had a gloomy expression as he looked at Wang Lin. He was very cunning, and unless forced into a corner, he wouldn't fight someone he wasn't confident in winning against. He was going to take this chance to see what was the limit of the person that had killed Zhao Long. The rest of the Everlasting Sect elders all though of Yunshan as their peer. They knew that if not for the fact that he was assigned to be one of the 3 people competing against the other Rank 8 sects, he would have already become an elder of the Everlasting Sect. The sect master of the Everlasting Sect narrowed his eyes and revealed a look of admiration. He knew that Yunshan wasn't the strongest of the 3 people chosen, but just his late-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivation was enough to display the Everlasting Sect's strength. In the previous several great competitions among the Rank 8 sects, the Everlasting Sect had been near the bottom. This time, the old man believed that even if they couldn't win, they wouldn't be at a bottom. Yunshan's eyes revealed battle intent as his hands formed a seal and pointed forward. At this moment, the 9 red tiger souls formed by the vortex immediately roared and charged out. In the sky, they grew to more than 1,000 feet tall and charged at Wang Lin from 9 different directions. It seemed as if the world had become red along with the appearance of these 9 tigers. Wang Lin's expression was neutral, and he wasn't bothered at all. The key to achieving his goal at the Everlasting Sect was to be fast. Only then could he shock everyone and make the Origin Sect famous. If he dragged it out for too long and his suppressed injuries became worse, it would not be worth it. The moment the 9 tigers arrived, Wang Lin took a step and his domain changed. The space around him began to distort as if it was impossible to distinguish true from false. At the same time, Wang Lin waved his hand and a blue fire appeared, forming a vortex. "Activate!" Wang Lin roared, and the fire vortex around him began to rotate in reverse and spread out. It immediately collided with the 9 incoming tigers. A thunderous rumble echoed and violent ripples spread out. The 9 tigers were surrounded by the blue fire, and 3 of them immediately collapsing, creating a heaven-shaking shockwave. Wang Lin charged out from the fire toward Yuanshan. At the same time, he pointed at the sky and shouted, "Fire of the heavens and earth!" After he spoke, all the cultivators that cultivated fire were shocked. They all clearly felt that the fire element inside their bodies had become crazy and were about to go out of control. It was as if the fire wanted to charge out of their bodies, as if someone was summoning them. The cultivators that cultivated fire felt like their bodies were burning. Monstrous fire appeared and gathered toward Wang Lin's right hand. Among the people of the Everlasting Sect, one of the elders' expression changed greatly. He cultivated fire, and at this moment, his hands quickly formed seals before pointing several times at his own chest. Only then did he stabilize the fire origin in his body. It was as if at this moment, Wang Lin had incarnated into the first fire that appeared in the world and became the ruler of fire. All fire in the world had to listen to his command. Rays of fire flew out from the crowd and gathered toward Wang Lin. All of this happened in almost an instant. As Wang Lin charged forward, fire gathered from all directions to form a fireball. The fireball immediately merged with Wang Lin's right hand. Yun Shan's expression changed and he immediately retreated. His hand reached at the void to open his storage space, and he was about to take out treasures to resist. However, how could Wang Lin let him take out treasures? Nirvana Shatterer cultivators all had a few very powerful treasures. If these treasures were taken out, this battle wouldn't end in a short period of time. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as his left hand pointed at Yun Shan, and he muttered, "Stop!" With one word, Yun Shan's body stopped for a moment. The moment he stopped, Wang Lin turned into a sea of fire and closed in. His right hand, which had the fireball fused within, pointed 3 times at Yun Shan's chest as Wang Lin passed by. Each time he pointed, there was a thunderous rumble. Yun Shan's body trembled, and he was surrounded by a sea of fire. He then coughed out blood and a powerful force through his body backwards. If that was it, it wouldn't show Wang Lin's spell. Although he had stopped, his right hand mercilessly reached out. With this, endless fire appeared from the void and filled the sky. It made it feel like this had become a world of fire. The moment the endless fire appeared, it charged toward Yun Shan's body, and thunderous rumbles echoed. In the end, blood mist exploded from Yun Shan's body, but his body didn't collapse. A milky white light came from inside his body and offset the fire. Yun Shan's face was pale when landed on the platform 10,000 feet away. The moment he landed, crackling sounds echoed and countless cracks appeared on the platform before it shattered. His body retreated once more. He didn't stop until he had retreated 1,000 more feet. He coughed out another mouthful of blood that landed on the ground. It was a shocking sight. "Thank you, fellow cultivator, for holding back." Yun Shan pondered for a bit before clasping his hands at Wang Lin and leaving. The surroundings were completely silent. Wang Lin's expression was calm, as if that battle meant nothing to him. He indeed had held back, or else that last attack would have destroyed his opponent's body. However, the cost of this attack was enormous. Wang Lin had forced himself to use his full power, so his injuries had become worse. However, outsiders couldn't see this at all. The surrounding cultivators all stood up and stared at Wang Lin when Yun Shan lost. Their eyes were filled with respect. The elders of the everlasting sect were all terrified. Although they had heard of Wang Lin's strength, it was only talk. Even if they believed it, it wasn't as shocking as seeing it in person. When Wang Lin killed the people of the Celestial Music sect and Zhaolong, he was bullying the weak. Although his spell was shocking, the elders of the everlasting sect knew that they could do it as well, so they didn't care too much. However, this was completely different. Yun Shan's cultivation level wasn't much different than theirs. They felt bitter when they realized that if they traded places with Yun Shan, they would still lose. More importantly, Lu Zihao looked extremely calm, as if it was nothing. This caused their hearts to shake for a moment. Feng Hai silently pondered as he looked at Wang Lin, and his eyes lit up. The elder that cultivated fire looked at Wang Lin with a hint of fear in his eyes. He had the most profound feeling, and at that last moment, he felt that if Wang Lin wanted it, his fire would have left his body for Wang Lin to use. He had battled many people, but this was the first time he had encountered such a strange thing. Wang Lin's gaze was calm as he looked the sky and slowly said, "Today I want a battle. Who will accompany me?" Rank 7 Purple Pine Valleys Du Lin will battle fellow cultivator Lu. I'm the rank 7 Heaven Insects in you. Please advise me. A man and a woman's voice came out at the same time. One came from the south and one came from the east toward the arena. However, when they saw each other, they couldn't help but pause for a moment. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from the sky and calmly said, "Both of you, come together." His right hand rose into the air and pressed down on the platform. The platform that occupied a small portion of the planet trembled, and even the entire cultivation planet seemed to tremble. An ancient aura seemed to be pulled out from the planet by Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body became a blur inside his aura. The power to extract the soul of a planet. A cultivator immediately exclaimed, his voice filled with terror. Not everyone among the cultivators around knew what Wang Lin's action meant. They only felt Wang Lin's hand grasp at the ground and cause it to tremble. They only felt this tremble. But in truth, the earth didn't move. What moved was their hearts. It was as if at this moment, everyone's minds were pulled out by Wang Lin and dragged into the earth. Then they were once more pulled out from the earth. Their visions blurred as if the world was filled with an ancient aura. This aura was so dense, it would be enough to suffocate you. All of this seemed like a hallucination, but real enough to be terrifying. It was as if Wang Lin's hand was a vortex that could instantly suck in the origin energy of the world, the soul of the planet, and the minds of all the surrounding cultivators. Whether they resisted or not, whether they agreed to or not, they were all sucked away by force. Many people didn't know about the spell to extract the planet's soul, but all of them had an inexplicable feeling that they had fused with the planet and that their souls were pulled out by Wang Lin. The movement shook the heavens and earth, and the calmness sealed the star and extract the soul. It's planet soul extraction. Only a few people in the rank 7 region knew of this spell. The cultivator that exclaimed was one of them, and he suddenly stood up. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Not only him, all the old monsters and cultivators that knew about the spell were shocked. They didn't dare to believe what they were seeing was real. Rumor says that cultivation planets have souls. If one's cultivation reaches a certain level and their comprehension of the heavens is high, they can extra the soul of a cultivation planet to use as a spell. There were rumors of this before the Wind Celestial Realm collapsed, but there was no way to prove the existence of this spell. This Lu Zihao, he really can use it. This kind of origin energy and ancient aura match the ancient records. There is no mistake. This is planet soul extraction. Wang Lin's expression was calm. As two people flew over, Wang Lin's right hand seemed to have grabbed hold of the entire cultivation planet and suddenly lifted it. In an instant, the earth released a silent rumble. The reason it was silent was because it couldn't be heard but could clearly be felt. The earth, this cultivation planet, was trembling. The ancient aura became dense like crazy, as if the cultivation planet was awakening from its countless years of slumber for the first time. This was not a gentle awakening, but a forceful awakening. It was as if the ancient aura that had condensed for countless years was going to be pulled out with the soul. Everything in the world had a soul, even trees and grass, so a cultivation planet naturally had a soul as well. However, the soul of a cultivation planet would take countless years to form and was very powerful. It contained the ancientness of the world and also a hint of the heavens law. Although planet soul extraction sounds simple, very few people can actually achieve it. At this moment, this cultivation planet was no longer a planet, but a spirit. What he was extracting was the soul of this spirit. As Wang Lin lifted his right hand, a milky white gas came out from all over the cultivation planet. The white mist charged like crazy toward the platform, toward Wang Lin, toward his right hand. At this instant, all the cultivators saw an illusion that all the grass on the planet was withering, becoming yellow, and eventually disappearing into ashes. All the mountains on this cultivation planet became gray, and no more spiritual energy was left as it was all sucked away. Even the water in the rivers became cloudy until they dried up, revealing the bottom of the rivers. Even the sea that occupied 20% of the cultivation planet seemed to boil and set off monstrous waves. The rumbling of the waves seemed to have transmitted all the way here for everyone to hear. What was even more shocking was that the ancient aura seemed to represent time. As it gathered, the soul of the planet was stirred violently into this white mist that suddenly erupted from the earth. The white gas charged out from the platform below him and gathered in his right hand. The surrounding cultivators were all dumbfounded when they felt the soul of this cultivation planet get pulled out by this youth in white. It was as if as long as he willed it, he could completely pull out the soul. At that moment, there would be no spiritual energy left and this planet would become a ruin. It was even likely that this planet would collapse. This made their minds tremble and go blank. Even the people of the everlasting sect all stood up, and their eyes were filled with terror. Even Feng Hai subconsciously gasped, and for the first time, he looked at Wang Lin with fear. However, soon he sneered. Wang Lin had publicly killed Zhao Long and made the mountain-seeking sect lose face, so he had to pay a price. Feng Hai wasn't the only person who had left the mountain-seeking sect. There was one more before him. That person was very powerful but had an eccentric character. He no longer bothered with worldly matters and didn't secretly help the mountain-seeking sect either. However, he was the first-generation sect master of the mountain-seeking sect, and he was now a high elder of the everlasting sect. If Wang Lin hadn't killed Zhao Long in the everlasting sect, it would have been fine, but he had killed Zhao Long here and forced the mountain-seeking sect to back down. This would likely provoke the anger of this high elder. The expression of the everlasting sect's sect master changed. As he stared at Wang Lin, his eyes shined brightly. If they were like this, then there was no need to talk about Du Lin and Yin Yu who had come to battle Wang Lin. The man and woman both stopped. Shock filled their eyes, and their expressions changed greatly. Wang Lin's expression was calm as his right hand rose up like lightning. The white mist was pulled like threads. Then they surrounded his right hand to form a fist-sized ball of white light. The ancient aura within this ball of light seemed like it could cause the world to decay and make all cultivators insignificant before it. However, now this terrifying ball was floating in Wang Lin's right hand. The way he casually held it made the surrounding cultivators gasp. This was the first time Wang Lin had extracted a planet's soul, but to be more accurate, it was the second time. The first time was when the scattered devil had taken over his body and battled in all heaven. The second time was when Wang Lin had extracted the planet's soul to help transform planet Suzaku. But at that time, he didn't master it. He had only gained some shallow understanding. However, right now, this third time could be considered the second time. Because Wang Lin's domain had grown, his cultivation level had increased, and his star of law had formed, they allowed him to almost perfectly extract the planet's soul to use in battle. It was a bit of a pity to use the spell made by the planet's soul to just battle one person. This was why Wang Lin had told Du Lin and Yin Yu to attack together. His right hand held the soul of the cultivation planet as if he was holding the planet itself. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he waved his right hand. The ball of light shot toward Du Lin and Yin Yu. The ball of light wasn't big, only the size of a fist. It also wasn't fast. With Du Lin and Yin Yu's cultivation levels, they could have dodged it countless times. However, right now they felt as if they had no place to dodge. This feeling was absolute. Although this ball of light was small, it was made of the soul of a planet, and it represented the entire planet. They had the illusion that the cultivation planet below them had come to life and was attacking them. Although it sounds like this took long, it was very fast. When the ball of light closed in, it exploded when it was few hundred feet away from Du Lin and Yin Yu. This time, the earth trembled for real and a powerful force shot at the two. It was at this moment that the sea in the west side began to boil and quickly turned into water vapor. The water vapor dissipated like crazy as if it was being sucked away. Large amounts of dark clouds appeared in the sky and rain began to fall. It wasn't just one part, but the entire cultivation planet was enveloped in rain. Thunder and lightning whistled. It was heaven-shaking. Du Lin's body was knocked back and he coughed out blood. After withstanding the attack of the entire planet, his body almost collapsed. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Lin had no killing intent, he would have without a doubt died. Yin Yu's body also trembled, and she coughed out blood that turned into a blood mist that was quickly washed away by the rain. Her body was hit by a powerful impact and knocked back. Her face was pale and her hair scattered. The rain completely soaked her. The surroundings were strangely silent, with only the sound of rain falling and the occasional thunder. At this instant, everyone's gazes gathered on the white figure in the rain. The raindrops would immediately be pushed 5 feet away from his body when they approached him, and not a single drop fell on him. This This is the planet soul extraction spell. Every old monster that knew of the spell was shaking. The scene just now was engraved for an eternity in their minds. Due to pills and fierce beasts, there were far more powerful cultivators in the Cloud C star system than the other 3 star systems. However, because of the pills and the Wind Celestial Realm being blocked, they couldn't get access to the spells left by the Celestials. The cultivators of the Cloud C were far behind the other 3 star systems in terms of spell comprehension. The Planet Soul Extraction spell was a powerful spell, but in the Cloud C it was only a legend. It wasn't that no one had mastered it, but far too few had. After reaching the second step, one's spells would be related to their domain and understanding of the heavens. The cultivators of the Cloud C relied on pills, so compared to the cultivators of the other 3 star systems, who had to comprehend their domains by struggling against the world, they were far too weak. Thank you, fellow cultivator Lu, for showing mercy. Du Lin's face was pale as he clasped his hands. Blood flowed down the corner of his mouth and he quickly left in the rain. His back looked very bleak. As the head elder of the rank 7 Purple Pine Valley and one of the focuses of the main sect, a large amount of pills had been delivered to him. Even powerful cultivators had gone to teach him Tao, and he thought he already was standing at the top. But today his opponent hadn't even gone all out. Just one spell that extracted the planet's soul had made him lose. In truth, when he saw Wang Lin pull out the planet's soul, he knew he would lose. However, he thought he could resist for a moment or two. But the truth was cruel, and it was his complete loss. This kind of metal blow made him feel very bitter. He returned to the Purple Pine Valley section in the rain and silently sat there. Inu was also pale as she bit her lower lip and clasped her hands at Wang Lin before turning away. She was also bleak in the rain. Mu Bingmei stared at all of this, stunned. She originally thought she understood Wang Lin's cultivation the most, but now she found that her understanding of him was truly insignificant. 100 years. I didn't think he would become this strong. Mu Bingmei's gaze fell on Wang Lin, and at this moment, she felt him become unfamiliar. That white hair and white robe made the bitterness in her heart even stronger. No one here knew Wang Lin's past like her. She even knew half of Wang Lin's life. The small cultivator that had his family killed and was forced to escape from the country of Zhao. The cultivator that had caused rivers of blood to flow in the country of Zhao. This was the man that had gradually become famous on planet Suzaku, until he almost became the next ruler of the planet. Now he was strong enough to make the stars tremble with a stomp of his feet. Li Qianmei also didn't think that Wang Lin would shock her after 100 years. Killing the 2 people from the Celestial Music Sect, killing Zhao Long, easily beating Yun Shan, and finally using the Planet Soul Extraction spell to beat Du Lin and Inu. As for Wang Shanshan, she also sucked in a breath of cold air. She had a clear understanding of Planet Soul Extraction and had seen her teacher use it. Her teacher said that there were no more than 3 people in the Cloud Sea that could do this. Above the planet soul was the Void Soul. This void meant the soul of the star system. The spell to pull out the soul of a star system was a spell of the 3rd step. Her teacher had said that among the 2nd step cultivators, there was a legend from ancient times. This legend spoke of the 4 great spells a 2nd step cultivator could learn from comprehending the heavens. 2 of the 4 were planet soul extraction and spatial bending. These spells didn't need to be learned but could be comprehended based on one's luck. However, there were far too few people who could comprehend them. The silence continued after Du Lin and Inu left. It was as if no one was willing to break this eternal silence. The elders of the everlasting sect all looked at Wang Lin with respect. They couldn't see through Wang Lin's cultivation or his spells. Whether it was the heavenly fate finger, the heavenly fire, or the most shocking planet soul extraction, they were all shocking. The elders couldn't help but be in awe of Wang Lin. They didn't know that what spells Wang Lin had, but they had a feeling that the spells he had shown weren't his limit. There were still too many secrets and shocking surprises hiding within him. Does anyone else from the rank 7 region dare to spar with me? Wang Lin waved his right hand and the ancient aura slowly dissipated. It was as if the soul was being given back to the cultivation planet. The earth trembled slightly and gradually returned to normal. It was as if everything that had happened was only an illusion and never happened. However, the rain and flashing thunder clearly reminded everyone of how real and terrifying it was. Wang Lin's words didn't break the silence. It was as if his voice was the root of the silence. As his words echoed in the rain, this silence became even more intense. Absolute silence would often cause an invisible pressure. At this moment, the source of the pressure was Wang Lin. He stood there upright, and his white robe made this pressure even stronger. No one dared to stand out, and they all stared at the platform, at the man in the rain that felt like the heavens. At this moment, Wang Lin's appearance and demeanor were all engraved deeply in their hearts. It was something they could never forget. In this silence, the eyes of the everlasting sect master lit up as he stared at Wang Lin and slowly said, "Fellow cultivator Lu injured the 3 disciples that were meant to participate in the competition between the rank 8 sections. You will have to give his old man an explanation." His gaze seemed to become 2 rays of sword energy and shot at Wang Lin. His gaze seemed to cause the thunder in the sky not dare to approach the platform, and even the rain seemed to stop in the air. It was as if the world had stopped moving. All of this was because of the old man's gaze. Just his gaze could produce such a heaven-shaking effect. This was not something a nirvana shatterer cultivator could do. Only someone who had experienced the heaven's blight could. Wang Lin had the strongest feeling. He was being locked on by the gaze, and he felt as if everything in the world belonged to the other person. The gaze was like the arrival of the heaven's might. Thunder naturally had to dodge and rain had to stop in the face of the heaven's might. Even Wang Lin's mind rumbled. The injuries that were being suppressed in his body showed signs of erupting, but Wang Lin's expression remained neutral. His eyes lit up and his gaze collided with the old man's. Just at this instant, a thunderous rumble echoed across the world. A powerful pressure spread out like crazy when their gazes meet. The cultivators around the platform all felt the howling wind. They felt like lonely boats in the raging sea. They all activated the origin energy in their bodies as it felt like they would drown if they didn't do this. Li Qianmei's eyes became cold and killing intent erupted from her body. She was going to enter this pressure to help Wang Lin. However, the moment her aura appeared, the old man raised his hand and waved. And powerful pressure pushed the killing intent back and suppressed it to within 7 inches of her body. Mu Bingmei's eyes became cold and the origin energy in her body moved, revealing her nirvana shatterer cultivation. Her hands formed a seal and she was about to attack, but she immediately felt an irresistible force suppressing her, making it impossible to use her cultivation. The everlasting sect master's powerful cultivation was revealed to the world. To be able to become the sect master of a rank 8 sect meant that his cultivation wasn't normal. Mu Bingmei's face became pale. She could feel the killing intent inside the sect master's pressure. Although this was likely fake, being concerned made her mind a mess. She didn't have time to think, so her hand formed a strange seal. It was a spell that was passed down from generations of brilliant void saintesses. The moment this seal appeared, an illusionary glass bottle appeared around her body and knocked away the force suppressing her. Her body rushed out, but her face became even more pale. If she wasn't injured, she could have used this inherited spell perfectly. However, her body was destroyed and her origin soul was damaged, and using this spell had made her injuries worse. This scene shocked the old man in white. At this moment, Li Qianmei also released a shocking aura. A monstrous killing intent was released. It was as if a demon had appeared and torn the suppression force away. Li Qianmei broke free of the old man's pressure and charged out. There was a jade before her. This was the jade that the mysterious person in the demon sect had given her. All of this happened in a flash. The moment Li Qianmei and Mu Bingmei rushed out, Wang Lin lifted his right foot and took a step forward. At this moment, he merged with the world and seemed to become one with the cultivation planet. An ancient aura filled his body. There is no need for you all to act. As he walked forward, he waved his hand and a powerful yet gentle energy surrounded Li Qianmei and Mu Bingmei, causing the two to stop. Heaven's Blight Cultivator. I have already battled one before. At this moment, a golden light erupted from Wang Lin's body. It was like a sun, gentle, but it also had the power to tear the night apart. The moment it scattered, the thunder that was avoiding this area gathered once more, and the rain that had stopped fell once again. It was as if the world had begun to move again at this moment. A sound of shock came from the old man in white. The moment he stood up, the rain collapsed into white gas that shot into the air. I can participate in the competition between the rank 8 sects, but you also have to give me an explanation for the origin sect. Wang Lin immediately saw through the old man's intent. The killing intent was just fake. The eyes of the old man in white shined and he smiled. Just as he was about to speak, his expression changed and he looked into the distance. A thunderous rumble echoed as a ray of light came from the distance. This ray of light contained an aura without emotion as a low voice came from the sky. Do you dare to take one of my spells? High Elder! Everyone in the everlasting sect stood up and clasped their hands. Their expressions were very respectful. Wang Lin raised his head. The golden light from his body was like the sun rising from the sea. It was dazzling. As he looked at the approaching light, even his eyes were golden. Why would I not dare? Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. Their light suddenly replaced all light in the world. This caused the entire world to be enveloped in a golden light. Even the rain in the sky seemed to become golden. It was as if Wang Lin's figure had become the rising sun. The golden light he released shot out like swords that were filled with the law of origin. As the emotionless voice echoed, a white-haired old man arrived in the ray of light. His old face was filled with wrinkles and his gaze made it seem like he understood the heavens. As he closed in, the heavens and earth changed colors, the wind split the clouds, and it felt like the entire world was under his control. A red halo faintly appeared around the old man's skin. As he moved forward, everyone who saw this was shocked. Only those who perfectly passed the first heaven's blight would have a halo of law protecting them. This halo also represented someone with shocking power. His figure was very fast, so much so that it was almost impossible to keep track of him. The ray of light flew across the sky, and in the next breath, he was 1,000 feet above Wang Lin. He was like a deity as he coldly looked down at Wang Lin. You do have guts. The old man's words were calm as he raised his right hand and mercilessly slammed down. This slam caused the heavens to shake. All the raindrops collapsed into water vapor. As they dissipated, red light came out and formed a giant net. This net covered the world and contained endless power of law that could shock the origin soul. This was a net made of law. This old man was no longer a deity. He had turned into a fisherman that was scattering the net. There was a boundary in this world, and that net seemed to be the boundary. The old man was in the sky and became the fisherman. Wang Lin on the ground became the fish, and the earth became the sea. The giant net became a cage made of law that wanted to capture the fish. This scene shocked Wang Lin's mind. It was very similar to his own Tao comprehension back then. In a way, it confirmed the fruit of his Tao from back then. The moment the net of law closed in, Wang Lin's eyes flashed and he charged into the air. In the other person's eyes, Wang Lin was the fish, and he couldn't escape the net. He would eventually be picked up by the net and be trapped in the cage of law. However, Wang Lin was a heaven-defying cultivator. What he defied was the heavens, so how could he do nothing? When he comprehended this back then, he saw the fish continue to struggle to escape the net. Today, Wang Lin became the fish under the spell of the white-haired old man. He was also going to struggle against the net of law, the white-haired old man, and the heavens. The net of law quickly descended and surrounded everything. It gave one the feeling that there was no place to hide, as if the entire world was under this net. The golden light from Wang Lin's body became brighter and brighter. The earth seemed to become the ocean, and he was the gradually rising sun. The first spell Wang Lin created, Sundered Night. Sundered Night contained the law of origin. He had comprehended this while watching the sunrise when he was still at the Nirvana cleanser stage. However, Sundered Night was too powerful, and the origin energy required to use it was beyond Wang Lin's limit. He could only use it a specific time without using any origin energy. However, now Wang Lin's domain had changed to true and false. He had devoured the Tao fruit, He had created the Star of Law, and most importantly, the comprehension of his second spell allowed him to use Sundered Night without waiting for that specific moment. Although its power wouldn't be at its highest and it couldn't last for too long, it was much better than only being able to use it at a specific moment. More importantly, the reason Wang Lin was willing to use it and waste all his origin energy to cast Sundered Night was because he didn't have to worry about his life. He had a mosquito herd. This was his ace and his life-saving spell. It was because of this that he didn't hesitate to help the origin sect rise up in the everlasting sect. At this moment, the net of law closed in, and Wang Lin laughed. His hands moved and the earth rumbled. The illusionary sea appeared. Although it wasn't real, there were still waves surging. The world was shrouded by darkness with only the red net of law slowly descending. This strange scene caused the old man's expression to change and his eyes to narrow. He withdrew any feeling of contempt and became very serious. When he attacked, he didn't intend to kill. It was meant as a test and a threat. He had naturally seen how strong Wang Lin was, and this kind of person had to become part of the everlasting sect and couldn't be arrogant. He was attacking to teach Wang Lin a lesson. Teach him that the world was large and that the everlasting sect shouldn't be provoked. However, when he saw Wang Lin use Sundered Night, he took a deep breath. He had already thrown out the intent to teach Wang Lin a lesson and had revealed a hint of battle intent. What strange law! This child's spell is indeed amazing. The cultivators in the stands were shrouded in darkness. They were all confused as a force they didn't understand enveloped them, making their minds tremble. Even the elders of the everlasting sect were like this as well. They didn't know that back in the demon spirit land, Wang Lin had used Sundered Night to kill Master Void and forced the gray-robed All-Seer to retreat. 2 of the All-Seer's late-stage Nirvana Shatterer avatars had died. They also didn't know that Sundered Night was recognized as an extremely powerful spell after the battle in the demon spirit land. The waves surged under the darkness of the night. Everything was dark. Even the net of law seemed to merge with the darkness, fusing together into one. The net landed on the sea, and the waves raged as if the sea was struggling. The net of law penetrated the sea and quickly descended toward Wang Lin. However, just as the net of law neared Wang Lin, the waves of the illusionary sea surged. A golden light emerged from the sea and slowly pushed back the darkness of the night. As the golden light grew stronger and stronger, even more golden light pierced through the sea. Soon, a rising sun appeared on the surface of the sea. The moment the sun appeared, the world was shrouded in golden light. The darkness of the night seemed to be torn apart by the law of origin. A rumble echoed as the darkness was forced back like crazy. When more than half of the sun had risen above the sea and appeared in the sky, a low voice echoed, "Sundered Night." The moment these 2 words sounded, a blurry figure appeared inside the sun. This figure was Wang Lin. The cultivators whose minds had merged with the darkness felt pain in their origin souls. It was as if their bodies were being torn apart like the darkness. The expression of the old man in white that also merged with the darkness changed greatly, and he quickly retreated. At the same time, his hands formed seals and the red halo around him flashed like crazy as it resisted the power of Sundered Night. A thunderous rumble echoed as the old man retreated. The golden light released a powerful glow in an instant. All the darkness in the world collapsed and rapidly dissipated. Just at this instant, the net of law descended on the sun Wang Lin was in. It seemed like it wanted to stop the sun from rising. The moment it was going to trap Wang Lin, he mercilessly pushed his hands out. The golden light around him surged and shot out like swords that contained the law of origin. The Sundered Night born from the sea contained the law of origin. There was no force that could stop the sun from rising, not even the net of law. As Wang Lin pushed forward, he erupted with the full force of Sundered Night. The golden light rushed out. It could tear apart all the barriers of the heavens and earth, including this fisherman's net made of law. A thunderous rumble echoed as the net of law trembled. Cracking sounds echoed and then it collapsed. It dissipated into the void along with the darkness. The fisherman had cast the net to catch the fish, but the fish had struggled and broken free from the net. However, Wang Lin was a fish but also not a fish. If he was a fish, he would have returned to the ocean after breaking free from the net. However, he was a heaven-defying cultivator, so he was not willing to leave. Instead, he wanted to retaliate. The golden light surrounded him, and he stepped out when the net of law was broken. He coldly stared at the retreating white-haired old man that was resisting the power of sundered night. "Do you dare to receive my spell?" Wang Lin's voice was mighty, and it descended like the heaven's might. These words were shockingly similar to what the old man had said. But now the situation was reversed because it was Wang Lin who said it. If it was before, people might have thought that Wang Lin was being arrogant. However, now, after he used sundered night, everyone was still trapped in the darkness. Even the elders of the everlasting sect felt like they were being torn apart along with the night. At this moment, these same words contained a shocking aura. Everyone's breaths seemed to stop. The white-haired old man continued to retreat, but his eyes were filled with monstrous battle intent. His hands formed a seal and he pointed forward. Every time he pointed, there would be a thunderous rumble from his body, and he began resisting the power of sundered night. This old man's power was extremely shocking, and Wang Lin's sundered night wasn't perfect. The rumbles echoed, and after the old man retreated 10,000 feet, the power of the sundered night was cancelled out. The red halo was like blood around him. An illusionary red halo appeared behind him and became giant. The red light this red halo gave off surrounded the area. "Since you took one of my spells, then I'll take one of yours." The white-haired old man's expression was extremely serious. He no longer gave off an old aura but instead released his shocking cultivation. The red halo was redder than blood as he charged forward. He crossed 10,000 feet in an instant as he rushed at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He didn't have much origin energy left after using sundered night, but his eyes also released monstrous battle intent. The star of law between his eyebrows flashed like crazy and rotated rapidly. As it rotated, the origin energy of the world began to condense toward Wang Lin like crazy. It was extremely difficult for him to kill someone at the first heaven's blight. Only if his injuries recovered and he released the seal on his cultivation to reach the Nirvana Shatterer stage would there be a chance. However, it was obvious none of this was possible. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The moment the white-haired old man closed in, he raised his hand and waved. As he waved, a mighty force surged out from the sea under him. At the same time, an image appeared in Wang Lin's mind. In that image there was a huge stone door on an endless ocean. It was towering and gave off an ancient aura. It was as if it had existed since the beginning of the world. This image was the door in the wind celestial realm. As the image appeared in his mind, it replaced all his thoughts. With a wave of his right hand, he displayed his image to the world through a strange method. As his right hand waved, the waves on the sea raged, and a giant whirlpool appeared. The earth trembled and a thunderous rumble echoed as a giant stone door slowly rose up from the sea. At this moment, this scene was identical to the one in his mind. The moment the giant stone door appeared, an unspeakable pressure enveloped the world. This shocked awake all the cultivators that were still in a trance from sundered night. However, after a moment of being awake, they were shocked once more. Looking at the stone gate above the ocean, the sense of time filled their hearts. The white-haired old man charging over suddenly stopped and gasped. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The moment he saw sundered night, he thought that was the limit of Wang Lin's spells. However, looking at the stone door, he was shaken. With his cultivation level, he could feel the power of time even more clearly, and he had a bad feeling. How could this person have so many spells? Ever since he got here, he hasn't taken out any treasures. He has just used spells. To have such strength with just spells, isn't he a bit too powerful? The old man took a deep breath, and the battle intent in his eyes became even stronger. Given his position in the everlasting sect, he wasn't allowed to retreat. His cultivation level also didn't allow him to retreat without battling. Even though he had a vague feeling that there was a slight change to the world after the stone door appeared. The moment stone door broke through the sea, Wang Lin didn't move, but the stone door rapidly rose him into the sky. It looked like he was watching over all life. Wang Lin's eyes were completely calm, without any emotion, but he gave off an aura of desolation. This aura was like the wind's celestial realm, so dense that it wouldn't dissipate at all. At the same time the stone door appeared, a gust of wind flew across the sea, went past the door, and circled the world. Wang Lin's figure on the stone door felt even more desolate. He stood there as if he was at the peak of the world, but aside from his position, the sky was still the sky, only it seemed extremely lonely. The feeling of desolation became even stronger with this loneliness, as if it had accompanied him for countless years. The white-haired old man's figure closed in and the red light around him shined brightly. The red halo behind him pressed toward Wang Lin with a destructive aura. As the old man moved forward, the sea roared and the waves surged. The platform began to fragment and collapse. This platform that took up a small portion of the planet collapsed and turned into gravel. Even the sky was filled with cracks as if it was going to be torn apart while the old man charged. What was even more shocking was that at this instant, a bright red dot appeared between the eyebrows of almost everyone watching. These dots were blood red, as if they contained the essence of the blood in their bodies. Only a few cultivators activated their origin energy by force to resist the red dot from appearing. This blood dot was the law of the white-haired old man. At this moment his cultivation erupted like crazy. While it stirred up the world, it also affected the surrounding cultivators. The old man let out a roar and charged out toward Wang Lin. However, when he got close, Wang Lin's eyes opened as if he had awakened from years of slumber. His gaze fell on the white-haired old man. The moment Wang Lin's gaze landed, the white-haired man's mind trembled. He felt it even more clearly now. The small change to the world was unexpectedly time. Flowing time. Wang Lin's voice was very calm and low. However, at this moment, his words entered the old man's mind and affected his memories. This caused the old man to immediately stop. His eyes were filled with confusion and struggle. The flowing time spell didn't attack the body or the origin soul, but one's memories. During his trip to the everlasting sect, Wang Lin found that flowing time had a similar effect to the Dao scatter spell used by the old man in the seven-colored realm. One breath was 100 years. The world seemed to become eternal. The flow of time seemed to become silent, and it quietly passed. One breath, one breath. In the blink of an eye, 10 breaths passed. The wrinkles on the white-haired old man dissipated a lot and the struggle in his eyes became even more intense. At this moment, he was immersed in his memories as 1,000 years passed by like pages of a book being flipped. What moved wasn't only the old man's cultivation, but almost all the surrounding 100,000 cultivators' memories. 1,000 years of memories went by in just 10 breaths of time. The eternal time appeared in the world like a giant hand and released the sealed confusion. One breath of time passed by at a time. In the blink of an eye, another 10 breaths passed. 2,000 years of memories were unconsciously flipped through. The white-haired old man struggled as he recalled 2,000 years of memories in a short 20 breaths of time. His cultivation was gradually suppressed and became less lively as it slowly dissipated. The old man saw his favorite disciple die in the spatial crack 3,000 years ago. He was battling the beast tide at the demon sect. No remains were found, and only a broken sword was sent back. He saw that broken sword, and the sadness from back then entered his heart once more. He recalled 4,000 years ago and 5,000 years ago, before he reached the peak of the first heaven's blight. He struggled in closed-door cultivation as he resisted the decay the first heaven's blight was causing to his body. As his memories were moved, he seemed to return to his past, and the pain filled his whole body, drowning him. His cultivation level also returned to what it was 5,000 years ago and rapidly dissipated. He saw himself roaring in the pain and letting out an unwilling roar. The roar echoed in his mind, which made the struggle in his eyes even more violent. I have cultivated 19,000 years. I refuse to yield to the first heaven's blight. I have killed countless people and comprehended the law of blood. I won't allow myself to die like this." As the white-haired old man roared, a crackling sound could be heard around him. The old man coughed out blood and quickly retreated. He had broken free from the flowing time spell. As he retreated, all the red dots on all the surrounding cultivators flashed and flew out toward the old man. However, the old man's face was also pale as he retreated and looked at Wang Lin with shock and fear. What kind of spell is this? He had never seen such a bizarre spell in his life. This spell was beyond his imagination. If it wasn't for the fact that he had broken free at the critical moment and prevented time from reversing 10,000 years, he was scared to think of the consequences. For the first time, he felt like Wang Lin was extremely profound. He no longer had any intent to teach Wang Lin a lesson. He only felt endless terror. Wang Lin's eyes were calm, but he let out a sigh. He had just comprehended flowing time and still hadn't perfected it. He also didn't have much origin energy left, and the other party was simply too strong. Reversing 5,000 years was his limit, so he couldn't trap the white-haired old man. However, Wang Lin was confident that this spell had scared the old man. Not only was the High Elder of the Everlasting Sect scared almost out of his wits, almost all 100,000 surrounding cultivators were scared out of their wits. The power of Sundered Night had already shocked all of these cultivators, so there was no need to mention the effect of time reversing. Thanks to flowing time, in addition to the white-haired old man, all the surrounding cultivators were sucked in and felt varying degrees of time reversal. The endless memories and the shock made it so everyone looked at Wang Lin with awe. He became famous in one battle. At this instant, everyone knew about the Origin Sect and the Origin Sect's Lu Zihao. The resentment in Feng Hai's heart had collapsed. It was forcibly dispersed by the awe in his heart, and he no longer dared to have the types of thoughts that were going through his mind before. He had personally seen Sundered Night and Flowing Time, and they caused his scalp to tingle. He knew that if either of those were targeted at him, he would without a doubt die. There were elders of the Everlasting Sect with similar thoughts to him. They were now all silent and looked in awe at Wang Lin's upright figure above the collapsed platform. Profound and mysterious. Only these words could describe the shock Wang Lin had brought everyone. No one knew what other spells Wang Lin still hadn't used. It was because of this that their impression of Wang Lin became even stronger. In addition, rumors of him had spread before he appeared. Then, after he appeared, it was confirmed that he was the one that had charged through the rank 5, 6, and 7 regions and used the God Sect's War Spirit print. All of this made Wang Lin became even more profound and mysterious in everyone's eyes. Almost everyone believed that Wang Lin hadn't shown off all his spells, and that he still had some ace hidden. Wang Lin represented the Origin Sect. After this, one thing circulated across the Cloud Sea. People would rather go through the Beast Fog world than provoke the Origin Sect. The Everlasting Sect's sect master let out a sigh. Although he had tried to overestimate Wang Lin's strength, in the end he was still too far off. Whether it was that finger, planet soul extraction, Sundered Night, or the time spell used at the end, they were enough to show Wang Lin's strength. This person must be a Heaven's Blight cultivator, but due to his injuries, his cultivation level fell. However, his spells allow him to fight against the High Elders. This person also has no malice. Otherwise, he would have taken out a lot of treasures to make this battle drag on. My Everlasting Sect must keep a cultivator like this. However, with him, my Everlasting Sect will rise in the competition with the other rank 8 sects. Lu Yanfei looked at Wang Lin's figure and was shocked. Even she didn't expect Wang Lin to be so strong. Thinking about her teacher's words before he died, Lu Yanfei's eyes lit up. Lu Yunsong's face was filled with bitterness as he shook his head. He thought his cultivation had grown, and although he wasn't as strong, he thought that the difference between them wasn't that big. However, now he knew that he was wrong, and he was wrong 100 years ago as well. If he had attacked 100 years ago, he would have long been destroyed. Li Qianmei's mind also shook as she looked at the figure before her. She couldn't separate this figure from the one from 100 years ago. She didn't understand how his power had changed so much. But that wasn't important. What was important was that she was with him here. What was important was that she had left the demon sect to see one person, and she saw that person. That was all. Mu Bingmei bit her lower lip. Every time she saw Wang Lin, he would be completely different. However, she didn't think he would be so different in this accidental encounter. However, Mu Bingmei understood that none of this had anything to do with her. She knew that when they said their goodbyes at the brilliant void realm, they became strangers. Even if they met, they would just pass by each other. It seemed it was destined that they would be not familiar yet not unfamiliar. This sense of apathy between them would exist forever. No one realized that Wang Shanshan from the God sect had a strange light in her eyes as she stared at Wang Lin. She gently took out a jade and recorded everything she had witnessed. Then she squeezed the jade and it disappeared within her hand. Using this strange method, Wang Shanshan passed everything she had seen to her teacher at the God sect. She did this unintentionally. She only wanted to send this information to her teacher because she wanted to show her teacher a genius of the Cloud Sea. She even thought that her teacher would certainly take this person to the God sect after seeing this. However, she couldn't have expected the huge wave that would be set off when her teacher saw what was recorded in that small jade. Although a butterfly's wings look like they're flapping gently, no one knows where a storm could be raging. This old man admits defeat. I have never seen spells like fellow cultivator Lu's in my life. I believe fellow cultivator has a profound understanding of Tao. This old man admires you. The white-haired old man took a few steps back and then his expression returned to normal. He now looked at Wang Lin like a peer. Wang Lin's face was extremely pale, but he was calm as he clasped his hands and said, "Fellow cultivator is too kind." At this moment, a laugh came from the grandstand. It was the sect master of the everlasting sect, who smiled and got up. He closed in on Wang Lin and smiled. Why is fellow cultivator Lu being so modest? Everyone saw what happened today. Even this old man admires fellow cultivator Lu's spells. Wang Lin smiled and clasped his hands but didn't speak. The white-haired old man looked at the everlasting sect's sect master and softly said, "With fellow cultivator Lu at the origin sect, it would be inappropriate for them to still be at the rank 5 region. As a high elder of the everlasting sect, he had devoted himself to cultivation and never asked about worldly affairs. For him to ask for a sect to be promoted showed his intent to befriend Wang Lin and make up for trying to test and teach Wang Lin a lesson." The everlasting sect's sect master smiled and nodded. Elder Lu is right. Fellow cultivator Lu came from the origin sect, so it would be inappropriate for them to remain in the rank 5 region. Fellow cultivator Lu, how about moving the origin sect to the rank 7 region? Wang Lin's expression remained neutral as he clasped his hands and smiled. If you'll do that, I thank you too. The everlasting sect's sect master waved his sleeves and smiled warmly. No problem, this is something this old man should do. About the matter we talked about before. I can enter the rank 8 competition, but I'm seriously injured and need something to help me recover. If you can give it to me, then I'll naturally go all out in the competition. Wang Lin silently smiled, looking at the everlasting sect's sect master. After hearing Wang Lin's words, even the high elder was curious and asked, "Oh? What does fellow cultivator Lu want?" Fellow cultivator can ask. There is no harm. As long as it's within my power, then forget the rank 8 competition. Even if there was no competition, I'd give it to fellow cultivator Lu to help you recover. The everlasting sect's sect master smiled. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as his lips moved and he sent out a divine sense message to the two. After the two of them heard, their expressions changed. They looked at each other and began to ponder. Fellow cultivator Lu, this is not a place to talk. Now that the competition is over, how about we go to the back mountain and talk? The sect master seemed to be worried about something and clasped his hands. Wang Lin clasped his hands and smiled. Since sect master asks, I'll naturally listen. The everlasting sect's sect master smiled and looked back at the people on the grandstand. His expression became serious and he said, Elder Feng, the competition is over, so take care of the rest. However, the competition between the rank 8 sects is near, so the cultivators here, please stay for a few more days. In the end, The sect master's voice became cold and contained killing intent. For the sake of the competition between the rank 8 sects and to prevent any information about Wang Lin being leaked, even if it would to offend some people, he was going to prevent any information from leaking. Feng Hai's eyes lit up and he nodded as he understood the sect master's intent. The everlasting sect's sect master looked at Li Qianmei, Wang Shanshan, and Mu Bingmei with a bit of hesitation. He didn't call them but smiled at Wang Lin and flew away. Wang Lin immediately followed. But before he left, he looked back and let out a sigh but remained quiet. The High Elder flew away with Wang Lin and explained the everlasting sect to Wang Lin. They talked and laughed. It was a joyous mood, as if the unpleasant matter hadn't happened. The everlasting sect wasn't on this cultivation planet, but somewhere else. All three were powerful cultivators, so their speed was amazing. With the sect master leading the way, they flew off the planet toward another one, and the sect gradually appeared before them. As a rank 8 sect, the everlasting sect was the entire cultivation planet. There were many spectacular buildings standing all over the planet, and countless squares filled the land. When they got close, Wang Lin felt the power of restrictions from all over the planet. They also felt hundreds of spatial cracks on the planet. There must have been other worlds hidden in them. There are a total of 372 pocket spaces. 111 of them are boundless void and the rest are all storage or were closed-door cultivation spots for powerful cultivators in the past. The High Elder explained to Wang Lin. As they moved forward, they passed over many buildings, and the moment people encountered them, they all revealed looks of respect. They quickly clasped their hands, and only after the three left did they dare to move. The three of them were all extremely fast, so not long after, a mountain that pierced the clouds appeared before Wang Lin. This mountain was shrouded in fog and gave off a faint feeling of being a celestial mountain. There was also a feeling of domain that filled Wang Lin's mind the moment he saw the mountain. This domain was the comprehension of the sword. It was as if this mountain had turned into a sword that would slice the world open. The moment he saw this mountain, Wang Lin's body stopped and his eyes lit up. He vaguely felt like he had found something, and his mind trembled. The everlasting sect master noticed Wang Lin's expression and smiled. This mountain is named Lu Su. It is rumored that a long time ago, a sword from the outside fell and stabbed into the ground to form this mountain. Good name. I wonder who named it. Wang Lin's shock wasn't revealed on his face, but waves were being set off in his heart. What he was shocked by wasn't the sword intent the mountain gave off. Instead, he found this very familiar to 2C's memory of refining the trident and casually throwing it to condense a treasure soul. As he closed in on the mountain, he vaguely felt the ancient god's stars hidden between his eyebrows rapidly rotating. This name was given by my everlasting sect's first-generation sect master. He spent his last years on the mountain and comprehended the dream Tao. In his dream, he saw a giant sword fall and turn into a mountain. He also heard a mighty voice echoing the two words, Lu Su. The one who explained was the High Elder. And when he said this, his eyes were filled with respect. Lu Su. Lu Su, Lusu. The strange light from Wang Lin's eyes gradually calmed down. But the shock in his mind was 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times more intense. It was very easy for Lusu to be heard as Lu Su, but in the language of the ancient gods it meant something else. Going with the straightforward definition, it should mean a sword that was refined from a star. Wang Lin suppressed the shock in his mind. The closer he got to the mountain, the more clearly he felt the ancient god aura. If he wasn't a royal ancient god, it would have been almost impossible to detect it. This was also the aura of a royal ancient god. This aura had already existed for an unimaginable amount of time. It was even older than 2C. What shocked Wang Lin was that this aura had weakened over the years. If he wasn't as close as he was now, it would be impossible to notice it. This was the truth. Tuosen had also come to the Cloud Sea, but he didn't notice it. When Wang Lin's feet landed on the mountain, he had a feeling that the mountain was trembling. It was as if a soul was slowly awakening due to his arrival. This soul gave off a sense of desolation, as if it had been buried here for far too long, too long. Wang Lin took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his mind. He went to a tall pavilion at the top of the mountain with the sect master and high elder. Inside the pavilion, the feeling of the awakened soul became even stronger. However, aside from Wang Lin, no one could detect it. They could only feel the origin energy and celestial spiritual energy in the area become a little denser. After being rushed by the aura given off by the soul, the ancient god stars between Wang Lin's eyebrows rotated even faster. The sixth star he had shattered in the seven-colored realm showed unexpected signs of completion. This discovery made Wang Lin lower his head to hide the shock he felt. Fortunately, the sect master and the elder didn't care too much. After all, Wang Lin had gained their recognition, so they retreated him like a peer. After they sat down, disciples of the Everlasting Sect brought tea and then respectfully left. The Everlasting Sect's sect master pondered a bit and said, "My Everlasting Sect does indeed have some of the extreme souls fellow cultivator Lu talked about. However, most of them are scattered and being grown by the branch sections. But they don't even belong to my Everlasting Sect. They were given to us by the God Sect. They only gave them to us to cultivate it on their behalf." Wang Lin picked up the tea and took a sip as he concealed the shock in his mind. He felt like the longer he stayed here, the better it was for him, but he also felt like if he stayed here for too long, someone would inevitably notice something. He clearly felt the aura that was slowly awakening become even more intense, like boiling water. He feared that it wouldn't take long for others to notice it as well. In particular, someone at the Heaven's Blight stage would have even keener perception of the world. If the aura in the mountain was asleep, they might not notice, but if it were violently churning, they would naturally be suspicious. What kind of sword is hidden under this mountain? And what stage ancient god was willing to expend one of their own stars to refine this sword? Wang Lin put down the teacup and was silent. The extreme soul's fellow cultivator Lu wants are indeed useful for healing. But, seeing Wang Lin silent, the sect master and high elder looked at each other. The elder hesitated for a bit and said, "Since fellow cultivator Lu needs it to heal, then this old man thinks it's okay to accommodate." It wasn't that the two of them didn't doubt Wang Lin's purpose for them, but both extreme yin and yang souls were good for recovering. They could also clearly see Wang Lin's injuries. As a result, even if they were suspicious, this suspicion wasn't too strong. They had also seen Wang Lin's spells and found him very mysterious. Maybe pills couldn't help someone like this recover fully. The sect master pondered a bit and then slowly said, "Forget it. After the God sect gave out the extreme souls, they never collected them and quite a lot have gathered. It should be fine to gift fellow cultivator Lu some." The purpose of his words was to let Wang Lin know that Wang Lin's demand was not simple. He was basically giving the tribute to the God sect to Wang Lin. Although it wasn't as serious as what the sect master had said, it was the truth. Wang Lin revealed a grateful expression as he looked at the two and clasped his hands. "In order to help me recover, you two are willing to take out the tribute for the God sect. I thank you for this and will certainly go all out in the competition between the rank 8 sects." As he spoke, the ancient god aura entered his body like his crazy through his feet toward this brow. This caused the collapsed sixth star to rapidly reform. The Everlasting Sect's sect master nodded with a smile at Wang Lin. His hand reached at the void and took out a jade. He engraved a message inside. Then the jade began to burn and he threw it. It immediately flew far away. "Fellow cultivator Lu, wait here for a moment. I've already ordered someone to bring some extreme souls." Wang Lin nodded and picked up the teacup to drink more. He had been waiting for the sect master to say that. Even if the sect master wanted him to leave, he would have tried to find a way to stay here a bit longer. In just this short period of time, the sixth star between his eyebrows began to show signs of forming a vortex. As the ancient god energy entered him like crazy, Wang Lin clearly felt an aura that terrified even him coming from the sword refined by the ancient god star. "It allowed my star to show signs of recovery in just an instant. Could the star used to form the sword be from a 9-star royal star ancient god?" Wang Lin put down the teacup and suppressed the shock in his mind. On the other cultivation planet, under the order of Feng Hai and other elders, the nearly 100,000 cultivators dispersed. Each sect returned to their place of residence. As for the origin sect, Feng Hai personally moved them from their remote residence to the place for the rank 7 sects. At the same time, a powerful formation activated around the planet. No one could leave without a token, but entering was no problem. Li Qianmei moved in with the people of the origin sect. She stood in the courtyard as the sky darkened. She looked at the sky and waited for Wang Lin's return. Mu Bingmei stood silently by herself 10,000 feet from where the origin sect was saying. The moonlight shined on the lonely figure, making her look bleak. She bit her lower lip as she waited like Li Qianmei for Wang Lin. She had something she wanted to say to Wang Lin, something she had to say. Similarly, far away from the rank 8 region, deep within the rank 9 region, covered in dense fog, there was a huge cultivation planet. There was a palace on it that gave off an awe-inspiring aura, and inside sat a boy. This boy had a rosy complexion, but his hair was white. His eyes opened and closed as they shined. There were 7 jades floating before him, and each of them had a name engraved on it. On the 3rd jade, the name engraved on it was Lu Zihao. The body raised his right hand and pointed at each jade before finally landing on the one with Lu Zihao. Since I detected Master's aura, I used the power of the God sect to search the cloud sea, looking for suspicious people. I found 7 people. After ruling them out one by one, only this Lu Zihao remains. There was a flash of killing intent in the white-haired boy's eyes. Just at this moment, he frowned as his hand reached out and a fire began to burn. A jade appeared in the flames. It had been sent by Wang Shanshan using a special method. The boy's left hand reached out and the fire strangely entered his hand. The scene of what Wang Lin did at the everlasting sect clearly appeared. The boy was originally sitting, but after seeing he suddenly stood up. When he stood up, 7 of the jades with names carved on them collapsed, except for the one with Lu Zihao, source energy, similar to all heaven's master Lu Fu's, spread out from the boy and even caused the fog around the cultivation planet to shake fiercely. It's him. Even if we kill 1,000 wrongly, we can't allow one suspicious person go. Inside this gloomy palace, a storm set off with the boy's voice. This storm caused the star fog around the planet to churn and give off a thunderous rumbles. Master, I, Taoist water, have battled against the world with you and have nearly died many times, so I have repaid you for saving me. The karma between us is over. After you died, although I took over the God sect naturally needed a leader, so I wasn't wrong in doing so. However, did you die or not? The boy's expression suddenly became ugly as he looked up at the void outside, and his expression became ugly. You should have died. Under mine, the sovereign, and Taoist Miao Yin's combined attack, along with those mysterious cultivators from the ancient celestial realm. Even if your cultivation was heaven-shaking, you should have died. However, why did I feel a sliver of your aura a few months ago? Could it be that you didn't die but reincarnated and cultivated again? The expression of the white-haired boy became even more ferocious, and his eyes revealed monstrous killing intent. If you reincarnated, then those ancient celestial realm cultivators that searched your soul should have known. But a few months ago I felt your aura. There is no mistake. Thinking about the aura from several months ago, the white-haired boy's mind trembled. It was because of this aura that he panicked and even used the entire God sect to investigate like crazy. Even after he received the jade from the brilliant Void Saintess, despite his greed for the brilliant Void Realm's inheritance, he sent out his disciple instead. He had cultivated for countless years, and this was the first time he had felt fear like this since his master had died. This fear made him recall the scenes before his master's death. This fear existed until his master died. However, a few months ago, when he felt his master's aura, that fear returned once more. After pondering for a bit, the white-haired boy clenched his teeth, and his killing intent was crazy. He coldly muttered, "If you have really reincarnated, I'll kill you again." Also, those ancient celestial realm cultivators were after the heaven-defying bead. You can hide inside the heaven-defying bead, and although I wouldn't dare to touch it, I can still force out your hidden soul." The white-haired boy's eyes shined and he slowly kneeled down. After pondered a bit, he closed his eyes. "Lu Zihao, none of your spells revealed anything to this old man except one thing, the stop spell. In this world, only Master Qing Lin and I know it." Qing Lin didn't think it was that great of a spell because he hadn't followed Master for as long as me. He didn't know that this spell had heaven-shaking power, and it was a spell that Master had brought from the ancient celestial realm. Stop the body, stop the soul, stop the celestial spiritual energy, stop the origin energy, stop the heavens and earth, stop the flow of the river of stars, and stop space and time. After Master died, no one knew this spell more than me. You're at the everlasting sect right now, so I'll let you live for a bit longer. After I finish refining this 9 ancient reincarnation mirror, whether you've reincarnated or are hiding inside the heaven-defying bead, you won't escape." The white-haired boy opened his eyes, and there was a flash of coldness in them. He was extremely cautious about this trip. What made him cautious was not Wang Lin, but his master. He wouldn't recklessly head in and make all the preparations he needed. Inside the everlasting sect, on top of Lusu Mountain, Wang Lin was sitting in the pavilion, and he put down his teacup. The ancient god aura entered through his feet like crazy and gathered between his eyebrows. The everlasting sect's sect master and high elders were talking with Wang Lin, trying to find where he had learned such spells. Normally, Wang Lin would just ignore them and act polite. However, the other party had agreed to give him the extreme Yin souls, but more importantly, Wang Lin was absorbing the ancient god aura like crazy. The more he absorbed, the more intense the change to the surrounding origin energy would be. In order to distract them, he smiled and chatted with them. What they talked about were mostly high concepts, but there were some truths within. The heavens Tao relies on the heart. As long as the heart contains Tao, it can naturally transform into everything. Once it's integrated with your domain, it will naturally turn into your own spell. Just as Wang Lin was speaking, 2 rays of light flew toward the pavilion and turned into 2 middle-aged men. The 2 respectfully stood outside, and one of them clasped his hands. "Disciple has brought the extreme Yin. Sect Master, please check them." Wang Lin's expression was calm, and he didn't even look outside the pavilion as he kept talking. It wasn't until he finished talking that he looked outside the pavilion. The everlasting sect's sect master was focused on Wang Lin's words before revealing a bitter smile. What Wang Lin said was like nothing at all, but it also felt like he had said something. In short, it was very strange. At this moment, he saw Wang Lin's gaze outside the pavilion, and he coughed and said, "Hand it over to fellow cultivator Lu to check." The 2 people outside the pavilion respectfully nodded and walked inside, stopping before Wang Lin. They respectfully took out 6 small flags and handed them to Wang Lin. Wang Lin checked them with his divine sense and immediately found that each of the flags had a very pure extreme Yin soul inside. While smiling, Wang Lin stood up and looked toward the sect master and higher elder. He clasped his hands and said, "Thank you both. I'm very grateful to you too." The sect master stood up and smiled. "Fellow cultivator Lu is being polite. The rank 8 sect competition will be in 5 days. I hope fellow cultivator Lu will give it his all to help the everlasting sect win." The high elder stood up and clasped his hands, smiling. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he nodded. "Rest assured, I will do my best. I have left the origin sect for 100 years, so I won't disturb you 2 anymore and will go catch up with the juniors." The sect master smiled even wider and said, "Brother Lu is also one to care about your juniors, so this old man won't make you stay. Sunday, lead fellow cultivator Lu back to where the origin sect is." One of the disciples that had brought the extreme Yin soul quickly responded, "I'll take my leave." Wang Lin clasped his hands at the sect master and high elder before turning into a ray of light, flying into the air. He let out a big sigh of relief. He had felt the ancient god aura under the mountain become even more intense, and it was about to stir up the surrounding origin energy. If he had been there for a few moments longer, the change would have been clearly detected by other people. That's why he had to leave quickly. In just the short period of time he had spent on this mountain, the collapsed sixth star had reformed and became a faint vortex. Although it was not fully restored, compared to before, it was like heaven and earth. It's a pity. However, as long as no one notices, there will be many opportunities to absorb more ancient god energy from this place. Even that sword formed by a star will land in my hands. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he calmed himself and followed the everlasting sect disciple. After he left, the ancient god aura weakened again until it went back to sleep. From start to end, Wang Lin had been absorbing extremely carefully to not attract too much attention. At best, someone would feel like there was something different about the origin energy here, but they would not be able to see through any flaws. In the pavilion on Wuxia Mountain, the sect master's smile disappeared and he said, "This person is not normal." As soon as he arrived, he caused some change to the origin energy here. The high elder beside him nodded and gently said, "That is indeed the case. Since he is from the origin sect and also a member of my everlasting sect, it is best not to pressure someone like that too much. For him to be willing to participate in the rank 8 sect competition is great news for our everlasting sect." The sect master pondered for a bit before waving his sleeves, and his divine sense message echoed across Wuxia Mountain. "Gather all high elders, we need to talk about it." Wang Lin flew through the atmosphere, following everlasting sect disciple as he left this planet and returned to the planet where the formation had been activated. Along the way, the disciple was extremely respectful. Although he was leading the way, in truth he was half a step behind Wang Lin and didn't dare to get ahead of Wang Lin at all. Upon entering the sealed cultivation planet, the disciple immediately took out a jade. After finding out where the origin sect was, he immediately led the way. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive at the origin sect's courtyard. The disciple respectfully said to Wang Lin, "Senior, this is where the origin sect is staying. If you have no other orders, Junior will take his leave." Wang Lin nodded. Then the disciple respectfully retreated and flew off into the distance. At this moment, Wang Lin was the only one in the sky. He naturally saw Mu Bingmei in the distance and also Li Qianmei in the courtyard. Li Qianmei stood in the courtyard. The moonlight on her body made it look as if she was wearing a layer of silver silk. Her beautiful face was exceptionally calm under the moonlight. Li Qianmei raised her delicate hand as she looked at Wang Lin floating in the air and revealed a heartwarming smile. "You came back." Wang Lin landed in the courtyard several dozen feet from Li Qianmei. After pondering a bit, he softly said, "I came back." The moonlight also landed on Wang Lin and stretched this shadow. There seemed to be some overlap on the edge of his shadow with Li Qianmei's shadow, but they soon separated. The surroundings were completely silent, with only the gentle wind swaying the flower and plants, causing a soft rustle. However, both Wang Lin and Li Qianmei became silent under the moonlight. This silence was the same as when they said their goodbyes while flying away from Peng Lai. It had been 100 years, but this scene was still the same. Wang Lin was silent because he didn't know what to say. Whether it was because he had said it was best if they forgot each other, or how he had found Li Qianmei's bracelet, Wang Lin was unable to say a word. That bracelet had saved Wang Lin's life in the seven-colored realm. He would repay this kindness, but there were no special feelings in this repayment. His heart was already dead and could only hold Li Muin, unless it was when the world was destroyed, unless it was at the moment of death, perhaps he would choose a different path. However, right now he couldn't do it. Or to be more accurate, Li Qianmei hadn't really entered his heart. Wang Lin only admired Li Qianmei as a fellow cultivator. Only the appearance of the bracelet and the twist of fate had made this admiration a bit complicated. Wang Lin even felt that Li Qianmei's excellence shouldn't be displayed for him. They only knew each other through the 3 questions, and aside from that, they knew nothing of each other. They didn't have the several years spent in the Sea of Devils, the hundreds of years of waiting at the Cloud Sky sect, no shock of dying of old age in the valley, and no music that accompanied Wang Lin for his 2,000 years of cultivation. There was also no painful roar from Wang Lin that shocked the world when the messenger of the heavens arrived. "Even if the heavens want you to die, I'll take you back." This was a promise. This was Wang Lin's promise to a woman. That's why Wang Lin remained silent facing Li Qianmei. Wang Lin's heart felt complicated toward Li Qianmei. Li Qianmei bit her lower lip and said, "Can you sit with me for a while?" She was sitting on the grass in the courtyard. The moonlight fell on her, making her very beautiful and alluring. Wang Lin silently sat down beside Li Qianmei as he looked at the bright starlight in the night sky and the charming moonlight. As he sat there, the fragrance from Li Qianmei's body entered his nose, and he seemed to relax. "During these 100 years, were you well?" Li Qianmei lowered her head as her hands played with a blade of grass so it entangled her finger. Wang Lin softly said, "All right. Did you look at the painting?" Li Qianmei smiled as she looked at Wang Lin. There was a beautiful implication under her calmness. Wang Lin's gaze fell on Li Qianmei's face. Then he quickly withdrew his gaze but didn't speak. "Thank you for your treasure. It accompanied me on the battlefield for these lonely 100 years. Li Qianmei softly said as she looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin opened his mouth to say something, but in the end didn't say anything. "In a few days I'll have to leave." Li Qianmei looked at Wang Lin. Her eyes seemed to be trembling, but her gaze was even more determined. She still looked at Wang Lin, but her fingers seemed to entangle even more grass. It was as if no matter what, her fingers didn't want to break free. Wang Lin silently pondered before saying, "I will send you off." Li Qianmei revealed a smile and winked. "I thought you had become a mute." Wang Lin bitterly smiled and silently shook his head. "You said you were going to send me off last time, but if I hadn't gone back to find you, you wouldn't have sent me off." Li Qianmei's eyes seemed to tremble even more, but she still looked at Wang Lin. Wang Ling avoided Li Qianmei's gaze as he looked ahead and whispered, "This time I'll send you off." There was bitterness on Li Qianmei's face. She looked at Wang Lin and felt like he was very far away. Even though he was right beside her, she felt like he was far away, so far that there was no force that could bring him closer. Just like a fish looking at the bird in the sky. It shed tears in the water, but the bird couldn't see, because what separated them was the unbreakable surface of the water. If the bird happened to land beside the river and saw the fish in the water, it may pause for a moment while looking at the fish, but it would soon open its wings and leave. It would cause bitter ripples to echo across the surface of the water, affecting the fish's body. "After I leave this time, it will be a long time before I can come back, or I might never come back." Li Qianmei whispered in Wang Lin's ear, making him even more silent. "I'm an orphan. Master picked me up. Going to the battlefield at the demon sect is my destiny. If I never come back, I hope you remember." Li Qianmei wrapped her fingers around the grass. Her fingers gently trembled, becoming entangled even tighter. She didn't tell Wang Lin that his figure had become even more clear in her heart. She didn't tell Wang Lin that she had risked her life while seriously injured to recover the golden pen. She didn't tell Wang Lin what kind of pressure she was bearing to come here. Her weak body couldn't bear this pressure. Only the dead could leave the battlefield at the demon sect, and she withstood the pressure of the heaven-breaking sect, the demon sect, and 100 years of battle, yet still decided to leave midway to meet someone that was far away from her. She also didn't tell him that because of her departure, there were many different voices of dissatisfaction in the heaven-breaking sect. There was also condemnation in the demon sect due to her departure. She also didn't tell Wang Lin that her departure meant that she had missed the chance to actually enter the demon sect and receive their teachings. She didn't say any of this, so Wang Lin wasn't aware. "When I was little, I found out that I was different from others. My hair is blue. No one in the Cloud Sea has this hair color. I still remember how my playmates used to laugh at me when I was a child." Li Qianmei softly said with bitterness in her eyes as she recalled her childhood. "I cultivated very hard, and teacher refined a lot of pills for me. With these pills, I was able to reach my current cultivation level. My cultivation was given to me by Master, by the heaven-breaking sect. I have to go to the battlefield. That is my destiny." Li Qianmei didn't loosen her hand that was entangled by the grass. Instead, she pulled up the grass so it was still entangled around her fingers. She stood up and moved her blue hair. She looked at Wang Lin and softly said, "If one day I'm no longer here, will you remember that in your life? There was a woman named Li Qianmei that quickly passed by. Listening to this, Wang Lin felt a sting of pain in his heart. His face was slightly pale as he looked up at Li Qianmei and gently nodded. Li Qianmei revealed a smile, but there was a hint of sadness in this smile. She looked at Wang Lin as if she wanted to completely engrave him in her memories. Or completely erase him from her memories. There was a distance that was same as leaving and forgetting. It was immeasurable and just as far. Just like when the fish at the bottom of the lake saw the bird leaving. It struggled to jump out of the water so it would no longer be stopped by that barrier. However, it only got one glance before it fell back into the lake. Wang Lin looked at Li Qianmei, and the bitterness in his heart became even stronger. He faintly remembered back when he opened the heaven-defying beads gate and stepped inside. It was as if he had seen his previous life. At the end, he saw himself become a bird. In his blurry memory, he seemed to remember that as a bird, he was once attracted by a bright-colored fish in the lake. He landed next to the lake and carefully looked at that fish. At that moment, the fish in the lake also looked at him. Accompanied by the moonlight, Li Qianmei's sigh was like a gentle wind. It diffused across the courtyard and gradually disappeared with her figure. Looking at Li Qianmei's back under the moonlight, Wang Lin softly said, "Thank you? Why are you thanking me?" Li Qianmei stopped and turned around to look at Wang Lin. Her expression was still calm. Wang Lin silently pondered for a while before waving his right hand, and a bracelet appeared. "It saved my life once." The moment she saw the bracelet, the serenity that she used to mask herself collapsed. She looked at the bracelet, stunned, and gradually revealed a smile. At this moment, she became dazzlingly beautiful. Li Qianmei blinked and softly said, "I remember. I threw it away. I accidentally picked it up later." Wang Lin's expression became a bit strange. Even he himself couldn't believe it when he said it. "Oh, so you accidentally picked it up." There was a smile in Li Qianmei's gaze as she nodded. "I'm giving it back to you." Wang Lin knew that Li Qianmei had misunderstood him, but this was a misunderstanding that was difficult to explain. Wang Lin got up, holding the bracelet, trying to return it to Li Qianmei. "You picked it up. If you give it back to me, I'll throw it away again." The smile in her face became even wider as she carefully looked at Wang Lin and left. "Remember, you promised me that you would send me off." Li Qianmei's words gently arrived. Her body gradually disappeared into the moonlight as she returned to her room in the courtyard. Holding the bracelet, Wang Lin let out sight. After a long time he put it away, and his gaze fell outside the courtyard. There was another woman standing there. This woman was an absolute beauty, and she was also looking at Wang Lin. She looked bleak and lonely under the moonlight, and they stared at each other. This stare made it feel as if they had returned back to planet Suzaku and back to the Hangyu sect. When a woman named Lu Mei, who was born with a water spirit root, looked into the crowd and saw a youth named Wang Lin. Wang Lin and Mu Bingmei's gazes met across the open courtyard door. This door was like an uncrossable gully, and the two of them became silent under the moonlight. This silence was different from when he was with Li Qianmei, but he didn't exactly know what the difference was. It seemed that in Wang Lin's life, aside from Li Muin, there would also be someone called Lu Mei or Mu Bingmei accompanying him. Planet Suzaku was like this. All heaven was like this. Now, in the cloud sea it was still like this. Under this silence, Mu Bingmei lowered her head and slowly walked forward. She stepped through the door and entered the courtyard, stopping 10 feet from Wang Lin. "I didn't expect to meet you here." Mu Bingmei raised her head to look at the night sky. Her voice was a bit hoarse. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from Mu Bingmei, and his gaze was calm. The complicated feelings from the past were gone, as if he was looking at was an estranged friend. Wang Lin calmly said, "Many things in this world are difficult to predict." Mu Bingmei's beautiful face displayed a dazzling beauty under the moonlight. This beauty contained a noble temperament, and it was an aura she naturally had from being the brilliant void saintess for many years. No women Wang Lin had met in his life could compare to Mu Bingmei. She was like a fairy that shouldn't exist in the world that had accidentally descended on this world. Difficult to predict. There was a hint of bitterness on Mu Bingmei's face. Why did you come to the Cloud Sea? Wang Lin looked at Mu Bingmei. Although she had brought him endless pain, she had deeply imprinted herself in his mind. He could never completely forget about her. However, Lu Mei belonged to this woman, and Lu Mei continued on with her. Sometimes even Wang Lin couldn't tell if she was Lu Mei or Mu Bingmei. However, none of this was important. When Wang Lin left the Alliance star system, he had ended all feuds with this woman. Even if that wind returned, it could never affect his heart. Do you know a person called Tuosin, an ancient god? Mu Bingmei looked at Wang Lin. There was a hint of bitterness and also a deep sense of worry in her eyes. Tuosin. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly changed, showing a hint of coldness. He escaped. All Heaven's army collapsed. He killed countless cultivators, and they had to retreat back to All Heaven. They no longer dared to enter the Alliance. All Heaven had a powerful cultivator named Master Lu Fu. He avoided the Alliance star system and didn't dare to fight Tuosin. Mu Bingmei's words were calm, but the contents shocked Wang Lin. Wang Lin took a deep breath as the aura inside him condensed. He was like a volcano ready to explode. However, Mu Bingmei's words didn't end. She hadn't finished telling Wang Lin all the news. The corpse sect's domain was found by Tuo Senator. The king of the corpse sect fell, with countless dead and injured. The corpse sect almost fell apart. The four divine sects suffered countless deaths under Tuo Sen's advance. Although the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor's cultivation is heavenly, he was still no match. Whether he is dead or alive is unknown. All remnants of the Cultivation Alliance were destroyed and scattered by Tuo Sen. Only the Alliance headquarters for some reason didn't attract Tuo Sen and remained safe. Wang Lin's pupils shrank. The shock the news brought him was too big. It was like a carriage weighing tons charging straight at him. He didn't think Tuo Sen's awakening would set off such a storm in the Alliance. The Rain Celestial Realm you cared the most about wasn't damaged. Tuo Sen did go, but he was stopped outside by Qin Lin. They seemed to come upon an agreement and then Tuo Sen left. Mu Bingmei bit her lower lip as she spoke. You were right. If Ru Er had chosen to stay with me, with her cultivation level, it would have been difficult for her to escape alive. The brilliant void realm no longer exists. All the cultivators inside died in battle. Even the guardian died to Tuo Sen in exchange for a chance of me escaping. My body collapsed. What you see now is one I just reformed recently. My cultivation level has dropped greatly. If I want to return to my peak, it will take time. The waves in Wang Lin's mind finally calmed down. He had already been mentally prepared for Tuo Sen's appearance. However, hearing Mu Bingmei's words, he was still shocked. As the brilliant void saintess, I have the inheritance of the brilliant void realm. Tens of thousands of years ago, a previous brilliant void saintess saved the head elder of the god sect. The head elder owes us a favor, so I used a secret technique to flee here. I want to go to the god sect and use their power to help me recover. Mu Bingmei's voice was low when her voice suddenly trembled. What caused her body to tremble was Wang Lin. Wang Lin walked forward and closed in on Mu Bingmei. His finger formed a sword and moved like lightning, targeting the area between her eyebrows. Mu Bingmei didn't dodge. After a moment of being startled, her face became deathly pale. She seemed to remember something but wasn't sure as she allowed Wang Lin's fingers to land between her eyebrows. Mu Bingmei's mind rumbled like crazy, and in a moment, an aura rapidly rotated between her eyebrows. A dense ancient god aura came out from this vortex. This aura was very strong. Outsiders couldn't detect it, but Wang Lin could clearly feel it. His expression was gloomy as he looked up at the sky. No one knew what he was thinking. Mu Bingmei's face was bloodless as she stood there startled. Her face was filled with sadness as she retreated a few steps. It was as if she had lost all strength. Sorry. Mu Bingmei bit her lip as 2 lines of crystal tears fell down the corners of her eyes. In the end, she was still a woman. Her original intent was to tell Wang Lin everything so he could be prepared. She was worried about Wang Lin's safety. She wanted him to know all of this so he could quickly leave. Her intentions were good. After I arrived at the Cloud Sea, I checked my body and origin soul many times without discovering anything. This body was just formed, and I checked every inch of my origin soul. Wang Lin lowered his head. When he saw Mu Bingmei's pale and crying face and the remorse in her eyes, he let out a sigh and softly said, "It's all right. This matter has nothing to do with you. I personally saw All Heaven's third-step cultivator, Master Lu Fu, get defeated and almost die. With Tuo Sen's strength, if he wanted to leave an imprint on you that you couldn't detect, you wouldn't be able to find it." Wang Lin's voice was soft. He naturally saw Mu Bingmei's good intentions. Mu Bingmei didn't expect the result to be like this. Her face was deathly pale. Besides, since Tuo Sen left the ancient god imprint on you, it is same as sending me some tonic. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his right hand reached at Mu Bingmei. The ancient god auras attracted each other and the imprint flew at Wang Lin. When it got close to Wang Lin, stars appeared between his eyebrows. The imprint was then absorbed into the sixth star. In his mind, Tuo Sen suddenly appeared and roared, but Wang Lin's ancient god body immediately appeared. This was a devour and an absorption. Although Tuo Sen was strong, he hadn't left much aura on Mu Bingmei. A moment later, Wang Lin absorbed it, and it unexpectedly made his sixth star even more stable. Before he left the alliance, he shouted your name, looking for you. He even came to the Cloud Sea but couldn't find you. Mu Bingmei took a deep breath. Her eyes were filled with guilt. Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed as he looked at Mu Bingmei and said, "Do you know when he came to the Cloud Sea?" Mu Bingmei pondered a bit and softly said, "I don't know the exact time. I was in closed-door cultivation, recovering my body, but it shouldn't have been more than 100 years. 100 years. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he began to ponder. Wang Lin had spent most of the past 100 years in that strange place. He was vaguely aware that his location was similar to the sealed realm formation. Tuo Sen must have not found my aura in the sealed realm. If I were him, I would wonder if I left the sealed realm. And at that time, I was at a place related to the sealed realm formation. When Tuo Sen tried to break through, he noticed my aura. As a result, Wang Lin's expression became strange. If Tuo Sen was still in the sealed realm, there would be no way he hadn't come looking for me, since I had already left the seven-colored realm for several months. So far, he still hasn't come, so I can almost conclude that Tuo Sen used some unknown method to enter the outer realm. Just as Wang Lin figured out what happened, an angry roar echoed throughout the ancient star system. There was a giant ancient god charging out from an ancient clan while roaring angrily. Behind him was a bloody mess. This was already the 9th ancient clan he had destroyed. He still wasn't able to find a trace of Wang Lin in the ancient star system, which made Tuo Sen almost crazy. However, just a moment after he destroyed this clan, his mind trembled. He clearly felt the imprint he had left on the brilliant void scientist detect Wang Lin's aura. This discovery made Tuo Sen's expression ugly, and a storm erupted in his body. "You're in the sealed realm. How could you be in the sealed realm? I clearly searched there countless times." Tuo Sen roared like crazy, but right now he didn't have the strength to break through the sealed realm formation again anytime soon. Mu Bingmei left. She had come to tell Wang Lin what happened in the alliance. There was no other talk between them. It was as if he didn't want to mention it, and she didn't want to talk about it. Before she left, Mu Bingmei's figure under the moonlight stopped outside the courtyard. She paused for a moment and didn't turn around but whispered something. "Li Qianmei is pretty good. However, you still can't forget little sister Wan Er. I believe that if little sister Wan Er woke up, she wouldn't want to see you be lonely for thousands of years. I don't want to see you like this either. After today, I'll head to the God sect to recover and probably won't leave closed-door cultivation for 1,000 years. I don't know if we will meet again in 1,000 years. However, Wang Lin, I have something I want to say to you. I'm Lu Mei, Wang Ping's mother. When I unshackle myself from the brilliant void realm, I'll accompany Wang Ping through countless reincarnation cycles and be a real mother." Mu Bingmei muttered as she gradually walked away. Her Tao heart gradually moved toward completion after she spoke these words. 1,000 illusion ruthless domain, 10,000 illusion demon domain. In the end, it slowly changed. Among the brilliant void saintesses, only one person had ever succeeded in the spell inherited by the brilliant void saintess, and everyone else failed. Mu Bingmei had taken a shortcut by using avatars but failed with Lu Mei. Her Tao heart was incomplete and thus a crack appeared on the strongest spell of the brilliant void realm. This crack was Lu Mei, also Wang Lin, but more so Wang Ping. However, at this moment, as Mu Bingmei had experienced everything so far, she no longer avoided that crack. She chose to face it, to accept it. It was due to this change that her Tao began to show signs of completion. Ruthlessness and affection were two sides of the same coin. Cultivation. If one uses the ruthlessness of the heavens to cultivate Tao, the final result won't be good enough to be called Tao. When a cultivator had a hint of affection, they would be able to use it to defy Tao. This allowed the cultivator to have something precious to guard, so they would be willing to struggle against the world. The crack on Mu Bingmei's Tao heart already contained Wang Lin's figure. As her way of thinking changed and her Tao gradually recovered, his figure became an imprint under her ruthless domain. Taking this imprint, her Tao had entered the path to completion. Inside the courtyard, under the moonlight, there were fragrances of two different women that had accompanied Wang Lin. He stood there under the moonlight, pondering for a long time. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, several days went by. The competition between the rank 8 sects was approaching, and it was time to depart. Mu Bingmei left the everlasting sect with Wang Shanshan. Wang Shanshan received word from her teacher to quickly return to the God sect. The everlasting sect naturally didn't dare to stop them. Before they left, Mu Bingmei didn't turn around. She was proud. She was the brilliant void saintess. The brilliant void realm was destroyed, leaving only her. From this moment on, she no longer belonged to herself. It was her responsibility to cultivate to restore the brilliant void realm, to fulfill the responsibility of the brilliant void saintess. This was a responsibility she had avoided for a long time, but now she chose to confront it and would no longer run away. Her conversation with Wang Lin had resolved the disturbance in her heart. She buried that memory deep within her heart and sealed it. Li Qianmei was also going to leave. She had received an urgent call from her master to return. The jade didn't include what happened, but with harsh words, he ordered Li Qianmei to use the everlasting sect's transfer array to return to the heaven-breaking sect. Felt like something hidden was moving. Li Qianmei couldn't disobey her teacher's words. The heaven-breaking sect had given her everything and her teacher had raised her. Although her teacher didn't say the reason, she had never seen such stern words from him. She only had time to say goodbye before entering the transfer array of the everlasting sect. After being transferred several times, she went to the heaven-breaking sect. Her heart was confused. She didn't know why her teacher had sent out such an anxious order. In her memory, her teacher had always been calm and had never been like this. She didn't know why, but she had a feeling that something bad was going to happen. After Mu Bingmei and Li Qianmei left, Wang Lin left the everlasting sect with the sect master and high elders. They headed to the location of the competition between the rank 8 sections. That was the real main event. The everlasting sect's sect master was very confident in this battle. He believed that the other rank 8 sects would without a doubt lose and the everlasting sect would become number 1. Because with Wang Lin's arrival, the competition was no longer balanced. The everlasting sect had an overwhelming advantage. In the eyes of the sect master and high elders, the battle was no longer important. It was all about the expressions of shock on the rest of the rank 8 sects once the battle was over. However, just like what Wang Lin and Mu Bingmei said, the world was unpredictable. Half an hour before the everlasting sect was going to leave, a ray of light shot out from the everlasting sect. This ray of light contained a heaven-shaking aura, and it shot straight toward the sect master. There was an old man inside the ray of light. Wang Lin hadn't seen this old man before, but from the halo coming from his body, he was also someone at the Heaven's Blight stage. This old man's expression was very gloomy, and without a word, he threw a jade at the sect master. The sect master frowned as he caught the jade. After his divine sense scanned the jade, his expression changed greatly. Then his expression became gloomy and popping sounds came from his body. His anger had reached a limit. He let out a cold snort and handed the jade to the two high elders beside him. After the two higher elders checked it, their expressions became gloomy. It seemed like the entire sky had darkened. The high elder that fought with Wang Lin clenched his teeth and roared like the cold wind. What arrogance from the God sect! With one word from the God sect, the grand competition that has existed among the rank 8 sects for tens of thousands of years was cancelled. I wonder what made the God sect go crazy to cancel the rank 8 sect competition. My everlasting sect has prepared for many years for this competition, and now, with fellow cultivator Lu here, we could have easily taken first place. We could have swept away all the shame from the previous competitions. What right does the God sect have to cancel it? Another high elder sneered and revealed anger in his eyes. However, a sense of unwillingness and being wronged outweighed that anger. They were all powerful cultivators, and the everlasting sect wasn't a small sect. However, with just one jade from the God sect, they had to accept this humiliation. The sect master silently pondered for a very long time and suddenly became tired. He let out a sigh and shook his head. Since the God sect has passed down the order to cancel the competition, they must have their reasons. Only, the reason is not known to us. While feeling bitter, the sect master looked at Wang Lin and clasped his hands. Fellow cultivator Lu, the rank 8 competition has been cancelled by the God sect. I must discuss this with rest of the elders. How about you take the origin sect back to the rank 5 region and prepare them to be moved to the rank 7 region? Wang Lin's expression was calm, but he felt a sense of fear, as if some heavening shaking matter was descending. He pondered for a bit before his eyes lit up and he said, "Can I look at the jade from the God sect?" The high elder holding the jade waved his right hand and it flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin caught it and scanned it with his divine sense. There was only one line inside the jade. There is no need to continue the rank 8 sect competition. It concludes now. God sect jade. The moment Wang Lin's divine sense spread through it, he felt an indescribable power rush out from these words. It seemed to form a large handprint. Wang Lin was shocked, and he withdrew his divine sense. He returned the jade to the everlasting sect before clasping his hands and leaving. The everlasting sect members all had complicated feelings. Many were angry, but they were helpless and could only accept it. Li Qianmei accepted the heaven-breaking sect's summon and quickly left. Mu Bingmei and Wang Xianxia were called back, but they don't know the reason. These things alone aren't suspicious, but the rank 8 sect competition being cancelled at the same time by the God sect. All of this is too strange. Could it be that something big is going to happen in the Cloud Sea? Wang Lin frowned and was very puzzled. While pondering, he quickly returned to where the origin sect was and summoned Lu Yanfei and the others. They immediately packed up and used the transfer array to return to the continent of Mo in the rank 5 region. Wang Lin vaguely felt like something bad was going to happen. This terrifying feeling was getting stronger and stronger. Even when he tried to cultivate, he couldn't calm himself down. Quickly sort out the matters of the origin sect. I'll take you all to the rank 7 region in 3 days. Then I'll leave. After he returned, he gave out the order and then immediately entered closed-door cultivation. His origin soul quickly entered the celestial sealing stamp and fused with the All-Seer's soul. This time, he fused with the All-Seer not to fight an enemy, but to borrow All-Seer's power to forcibly predict the unknown. At the same time, in the rank 9 heaven-breaking sect, the moment Li Qianmei returned to the sect, her expression changed greatly. Her serenity completely disappeared due to the shock of what she saw. 3 of the 10 high elders were sitting around the transfer formation Li Qianmei had appeared in. The transfer array no longer had the ability to transfer. It was now a sealing formation. Her teacher had left his almost perpetual closed-door cultivation and was sitting outside the formation. The moment Li Qianmei appeared, his eyes lit up and he stared at Li Qianmei. You're not allowed to step outside this formation for 3 months. Otherwise, you will be punished in accordance to the sect's rules. An undercurrent was moving within the cloud sea, and it had been caused by the God sect. It was interfering with a series of people. Li Qianmei was trapped by her sect and wasn't allowed to go anywhere for 3 months. Her teacher had come out of his perpetual closed-door cultivation to stop their most important disciple. He had his own difficulties. He had to do this for Li Qianmei's safety. Mu Bingmei was confused about all of this, but she vaguely felt like something was wrong. She went to the God sect with Wang Shanshan but didn't see Wang Shanshan's teacher, who was the person with the highest power in the God sect, the head elder, Taoist Water. The moment she entered the God sect, she was placed into a closed-door cultivation room. The God sect would provide all pills, but she wasn't allowed to step out. If she knew that the rank 8 sect competition had been cancelled, with her intelligence, she would have become suspicious. Even if she couldn't find the real cause, she would have seen some clues. However, right now Mu Bingmei didn't know any of this. Even Li Qianmei didn't know that the rank 8 sect competition had been cancelled by the God sect. The undercurrent diffused across the cloud sea. On the continent of Luo, all the Origin sect disciples were hastily packing up under Lu Yanfei's order. It had taken 3 days to clean everything up. They were now ready to leave this rank 5 region they had spent countless years living in and move to the new Origin sect prepared by the everlasting sect in the rank 7 region. Wang Lin was sitting inside a secret room in the Origin sect. His mind was fused with the All-Seer's soul inside the celestial sealing stamp. At this moment he seemed to become the All-Seer. Everything in the world seemed to be under his control, but that was only on the surface. After fusing with the All-Seer's soul, Wang Lin sat down and his hands formed a seal. His mind spread into the sky and he began merging with the heavens. He took a day to finally reach a point where he was the heavens and the heavens were him. Under this fused state, Wang Lin's origin soul seemed to leave his body and merge with the world. This allowed his and the All-Seer's souls to reach an unprecedented level of fusion. Inseparable. If he was just using the All-Seer's attack spell, Wang Lin wouldn't have to merge with it so deeply. However, he wasn't attacking, but relying on the All-Seer's soul to predict the future to find the root of what was causing him to feel so terrified. However, this kind of prediction was too difficult for Wang Lin. He was, after all, not the All-Seer, and was only using a small part of the All-Seer's original ability within his soul to predict the future by force. At this moment, in his mind, his eyes were covered by boundless fog, making him unable to see anything at all. It was as if there was a force shrouding the world, not allowing him to see the root cause. However, Wang Lin didn't give up, and all his origin energy moved, causing him to fuse even more with the All-Seer. As their integration became deeper, he seemed to forget some things. He forgot that he was cultivating and that he was at the Origin sect in the Cloud Sea. At this moment he forgot all of this. The fog that covered the world began to rapidly rotate, and a thunderous rumble echoed in his mind. It was as if a pair of giant, invisible hands were moving this fog, causing a vortex to appear. The moment the vortex appeared, a thunderous rumble only he could hear descended and landed on the vortex. At this instant, the vortex collapsed and rapidly scattered. The moment the vortex scattered, Wang Lin saw the scene hidden by the fog. Inside the picture, there was a pair of eyes, and the eyes exuded a merciless, cold gaze. This pair of eyes was looking indifferently at a person looking up at the sky. The moment he saw the picture, his mind trembled as if hundreds of thousands of thunderclaps had exploded in his mind. His mind nearly collapsed and the vortex split apart by the thunder rapidly reformed and hid the picture once more. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes, and his face instantly turned pale. That Earth was the continent of Luo. The cultivator who was looked up at the sky was me. The owner of the eyes has heaven-shaking cultivation. Before him, I'll without a doubt die. Wang Lin looked up at the sky. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate through the chamber and land on the sky above Luo. Right now the sky was clear and sunny. Fusing with the All-Seer's soul to see the future is my limit, but I'm unwilling to let this be. I want to see it again. While pondering, Wang Lin let out a cold snort. Then his right hand formed a seal and pointed to between his eyebrows. He opened his mouth to spit out a ghostly light that turned into the celestial sealing stamp before him. The celestial sealing stamp rapidly rotated. The wails that came out of it could shock the mind of anyone. Wang Lin's hands formed a seal, and he placed a seal on the celestial sealing stamp. It immediately trembled and began to shine. It lit up the dark room completely. Inside the ghostly light, the All-Seer's soul stepped out and stood before Wang Lin. Magic arsenal, soul return, heaven and earth are boundless. Accommodate heaven's tribute. Wang Lin rarely recited the full chant when using spells. However, the spell he was trying to use was very powerful. It was a profound Tao intent within magic arsenal. The moment he said the chant, the All-Seer's soul's eyes shined brightly and he walked forward. He went through Wang Lin and seemed to overlap with Wang Lin. At this moment, the All-Seer's soul turned around, facing the same direction as Wang Lin, and sat down. It looked like the All-Seer's soul had become Wang Lin's origin soul. At this moment, his origin soul seemed to have become integrated with Wang Lin. This was no longer the fusion where Wang Lin's mind entered the celestial sealing stamp. This was a complete integration. The moment the All-Seer's soul sat down and they overlapped, it was already impossible to tell them apart. His body seemed to change drastically. It sometimes became the All-Seer and sometimes became himself. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes closed and his mind trembled. The boundless fog appeared again, and this time it was even stronger. There was also a vortex rapidly rotating, and as Wang Lin roared, the vortex collapsed and the fog scattered once more. It revealed a picture inside. This picture wasn't static, but moving. Inside the picture, Wang Lin coughed out blood on the continent of Luo. His body immediately collapsed, and the moment his origin soul flew out, it dissipated. The picture changed once more. This time Wang Lin's face was pale as he fled through space. He didn't get far when a mirror appeared before him, and that pair of ruthless eyes was in it. With one gaze, Wang Lin's body collapsed and his origin soul died. The picture changed again. This time it was more complete. What appeared was Wang Lin inside the chamber. He looked up and didn't hesitate to leave. He paid no attention to the sect that was still packing and flew off into space. The picture didn't show the passage of time. An unknown amount of time passed, and as Wang Lin escaped, a pair of eyes seemed to pierce through the star fog, landing on his body. The picture moved again. This time Wang Lin had turned into an ancient god, and he was roaring at the sky. In the sky was an old man wearing a Taoist robe. The old man raised his hand and pointed down. Inside the picture, Wang Lin's body lost all ability to move. The old man closed in and pressed the spot between Wang Lin's eyebrows. He died once more. Pictures continued to appear, and it was different each time. It was unexpectedly Wang Lin thinking of all kinds of ways to struggle and escape. But in the end he died. Died. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes and stared ahead. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead and his body. In a short period of time his body was soaked by sweat. Dead. Thanks to the All-Seer's spell, I saw through thousands of possible futures, but I survived in none of them. No matter what, I'll die. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with madness, but even more so, a sense of unwillingness. He was sure that Li Qianmei's departure was related to him. Mu Bingmei's departure was related to him. The rank 8 sect competition being stopped was related to him. There was an extremely powerful third-step cultivator that wanted to kill him. This was not the same as the seven-colored realm, where the third-step cultivator had used power across space to make one palm. This was a third-step cultivator coming in their original body to take his life. I, Wang Lin, have been a heaven-defying cultivator all my life, and I have encountered countless life and death crises. No matter how big the crisis, I'll have to face it. I don't believe I can't find a way to break this death trap. If there is no way out, so what if I die? There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes as his hand reached out. His storage space opened and a number of fake heaven-defying beads flew out. He looked over the beads and then picked one up. 7-colored light shined from his eyes, and as it shrouded his body, it entered the bead. The bead absorbed the 7-colored light and then suddenly collapsed into a 7-colored vortex that floated before Wang Lin. Staring at the 7-colored vortex, Wang Lin clenched his teeth and inhaled it into his mouth. His mind suddenly rumbled. Summon the Defying Ones? World Prediction Spell. Wang Lin's voice was filled with killing intent. He used his body as the heavens and earth to summon the spell of the Defying Ones to find that sliver of chance for survival. The moment his words echoed, Wang Lin's mind trembled and a powerful aura burst within his body. It rushed into his mind and fell on the picture. It tore apart all fog and allowed that last picture to appear. There was one person in that picture. This old man is Lu Jinbiao. Dao name, Master Jin Biao. Just as Wang Lin was calculating the future with the Defying One spell, the disciples of the Origin sect had already finished packing everything. They were waiting for Wang Lin in the main square. Originally, they were talking. There was confusion and excitement in their words. They already knew that the Origin sect wasn't going to be disbanded and was going to be moved to the Rank 7 sect. However, just at this moment, the clear sky darkened and a shocking wail arrived. A ray of golden light closed in on the Origin sect. In an instant, this golden light arrived, and there was a jade inside the light. After the jade arrived, it floated above the Origin sect square. This sudden change caused an uproar among the disciples. Even Lu Yanfei and company's expressions changed, because the aura from it was something only Nirvana Shatterer old monsters could release. It wasn't just any ordinary Nirvana Shatterer cultivator, but one at the peak of the Nirvana Shatterer stage. Just a jade was able to produce such a heaven-shaking effect. The sky changed colors, the clouds churned, and there were even faint signs of law. This old man is Lu Jinbiao. Dao name, Master Jin Biao. The majestic voice came from the jade and shrouded the entire Origin sect. Even the continent of Mo Luo trembled under this voice. Lu Yanfei had seen a lot in the Rank 8 Everlasting sect and therefore wasn't just an ordinary Nirvana Scryer cultivator. Her eyes lit up and she clasped her hands. I don't know why Senior Jin Biao came to my Origin sect. Disaster is upon you and you don't even know it yourself. So I'll tell you. 3 days ago, someone found this old man. They wanted to buy the life of your entire Origin sect. The voice was filled with an inexplicable pressure. As the voice echoed, it was as if thunder was echoing, and it turned into law that merged with the world. All of this turned into pressure that weighed down the minds of the Origin sect disciples. Lu Yanfei's expression immediately changed. However, this old man has no feud with your Origin sect. Although I need Origin crystals to refine pills, I would rather not do something like this. However, if I have no other choice, I can only take the lives of your entire Origin sect. Lu Yanfei's eyes became cold as she sneered, but the other Origin sect disciples were filled with fear. All of you have already packed, ready to be disbanded. Forget it, the Everlasting Sect's sect master once saved his old man and I owe him one. If you all satisfy me, this old man will send out a letter and prevent your Origin sect from being disbanded. This old man doesn't wish to kill your entire Origin sect. If you can take out enough Origin crystals or something equivalent, I'll put this matter to rest. The ancient voice gave off an undeniable aura along with the intent of threat. Due to the Nirvana Shatterer aura, this threat could shock the mind of those who heard it. Lu Yanfei pondered, but her expression became even more cold. Just at this moment, inside the chamber, Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked at the wall as if his gaze could pierce through it. Lu Jinbiao. Wang Lin's face became cold as he stood up and separated from the All-Seer's soul. He swallowed the celestial sealing stamp and left the chamber. He appeared in the sky above the square in the Origin sect. This old man's time is limited. I will only give you 15 minutes to consider. After 15 minutes, the peak Nirvana Shatterer aura spread out like crazy, but he didn't notice that Wang Lin was staring at it with a cold gaze, and his divine sense spread out. Wang Lin fused all his cultivation with his divine sense and swept it across Mo Luo. Using the aura from the jade, His divine sense quickly gathered in Immortal capital city in the southern part of the continent. This capital was bustling and the streets were filled with people. In the southern part of the city there was an inn, and at this moment inside a closed room there was an old man sitting there. He gave off the air of a celestial, had white hair, and wore a white robe. His eyes were closed and there was a jade floating before him. This jade was crystal clear and seemed to contain the world. But, strangely, it gave off no aura. Even while looking at it closely you wouldn't feel anything strange about it. Only when you looked at it with your eyes would you feel that shocking feeling. After 15 minutes, if you don't send over the origin crystals, everyone in your origin sect will be instantly annihilated. The old man sat there as if he was speaking to himself. Those words were absorbed by the jade and sent to the origin sect tens of thousands of kilometers away. However, this old man knows that your origin sect doesn't have anything valuable. Forget it, all of you just take out all your bags and the things in your storage spaces and this old man will pretend none of this happened. Not only will this dispel your danger, I'll also send a letter to your everlasting sect master. This old man rarely shows this kind of compassion, so think about it carefully. As the old man spoke, he shook his head. He controlled the tone of his words very well and grasped it perfectly. After he finished speaking, he opened his eyes. His eyes shined and he revealed a smug sneer. He had already received information that the origin sect would likely be disbanded, so he had waited here. He had waited for the cultivators to return from the competition, and while they were all panicking, he could succeed in one go. However, due to the everlasting sect sealing all information, he didn't know about what had happened to the origin sect, nor of Wang Lin's existence. This has almost 100% chance of succeeding. This old man never does anything that could fail. It's a pity that this old man can't show up in person. That Lu Yanfei is known as the #1 beauty in the rank 5 region. Unfortunate, if this old man could taste a fairy, that would be wonderful. The old man sighed and looked at the jade. The pride in his eyes was even stronger. He raised his hand to reach for the jade. However, just at this moment, a cold voice echoed in the room. "You're Lu Jinbiao." This voice appeared too suddenly and frightened the old man enough that he almost jumped into the air. His face instantly paled as he turned to see a person standing in the corner of the room. This person had white hair, white robe, and his gaze was cold. When the old man met this person's gaze, his mind trembled and he immediately coughed out blood. The old man's eyes were filled with monstrous fear as he exclaimed, "Nirvana Shatterer, old monster." After he spoke, he rushed forward and went for the window to escape. Wang Lin coldly stared at the old man as he lifted his foot and took a step. A heaven-shaking pressure spread out, causing the old man to tremble and cough out blood once more. The old man was terrified as he screamed in terror, "Jade! Protect me!" The jade floating in the air shined and shot at the old man. It was fast. Even Wang Lin only saw a blur before it arrived before the old man. It released a bright glow and took the old man. Then they smashed through the window and shot into the sky. The moment the old man escaped, Wang Lin's right hand pushed forward. Endless origin energy gathered from all directions toward the old man. However, just as it closed in on the old man, the light from the jade shined brightly and a thunderous rumble echoed. Wang Lin's attack that could kill Nirvana Shatterer cultivators unexpectedly collapsed. The old man wasn't injured at all, thanks to the protection of the jade, and charged off into the distance. Wang Lin's mind trembled as he stared at the escaping old man. He wasn't looking at the old man, but at that jade. This old man named Lu Jinbiao was what appeared in the last picture when Wang Lin was predicting his future. However, Wang Lin was puzzled because this old man's cultivation level was really too low. From the looks of it, he had just broken through the ascendant stage and reached the illusionary Yin stage. Even if hundreds of him were put together, they wouldn't be able to resist Wang Lin's attack. However, the old man wasn't injured at all with the protection of the jade. This made Wang Lin's eyes shine. What kind of jade is this? Wang Lin chased after the old man like crazy. The old man was pale and blood was flowing down from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with panic that had never appeared before. He had cheated people for many years, and due to the jade he had never been found. He had also been very careful to not be found. But now someone had found him and was after him. Nirvana Shatterer Old Monster. Just thinking about the other person's cultivation level, the old man became even more fearful. He only hated that he couldn't escape faster. Jade, Jade. I'll depend on you for this crisis. You have never disappointed me before. Today's life and death crisis will depend on you. You have to help me. Most of the origin crystals I cheated were absorbed by you. The old man's face was even paler, but his words seemed to have an effect. The jade shined once more and the old man's speed increased. However, when the old man had escaped tens of thousands of kilometers away, ripples appeared before him and Wang Lin walked out. He waved his right hand. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Then a powerful storm appeared and collided with the jade. A thunderous rumble echoed as if the world was going to be torn apart. However, the light from the jade didn't seem damaged at all. It changed directions and continued to escape. I want to see where you're going to run. Wang Lin's voice was cold, and as he spoke, his hands formed seals. Large amounts of restrictions appeared and shot toward that jade. At this moment, the entire world was surrounded by the countless restrictions Wang Lin had scattered. It was like an expanded sphere that was rapidly condensing. The old man inside the jade revealed a hint of despair, but at this moment, a hiss came from the jade. Black mist came out of the jade and formed a giant centipede almost 1,000 feet large. This centipede was completely black and had a golden line on its back. It was extremely fierce. After it appeared, it suddenly spat a mouthful of poison at Wang Lin. This poison mist contained a powerful poison. When it touched the restrictions closing in, they suddenly collapsed. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He didn't stop at all and charged forward. He raised his right hand to point at the sky and shouted, "The thunder of the world! Listen to my command!" After he spoke, countless thunderbolts appeared in the sky above Mo Luo and replaced the world. All of them descended down toward the giant centipede. The centipede let out a hiss and showed signs of desperation. The moment the thunder closed in, a strange scene unfolded. More black mist came out of the jade and 6 more 1,000-foot centipedes appeared. A total of 7 centipedes hissed like crazy as they spat out poison mist that collided with the thunder. Thunderous rumbles echoed along with miserable roars. 3 of the 7 centipedes collapsed and turned into nothing. The remaining 4 centipedes quickly retreated. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he charged forward. He charged into the thunder and attacked with his right hand. There was a boom, and 2 of the remaining 4 centipedes collapsed. The last 2 centipedes quickly retreated while hissing. They were about to return to the jade. However, how could Wang Lin let them return? He waved his hand and 2 short swords flew out toward the 2 centipedes. Popping sounds echoed as the sword energy swept by and the 2 retreating centipedes collapsed. All 7 centipedes had died and Wang Lin's restrictions closed in. There were nothing blocking them now. They completely surrounded the jade, making it so it could no longer escape. All of Wang Lin's spells were enough to kill a mid-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. Although he had killed the 7 centipedes, the jade wasn't damaged at all. The more Wang Lin looked at the jade, the more extraordinary it seemed. It had to be some powerful magic treasure. When he searched for a path where he could live, the last thing he saw was Lu Jinbiao. He was now sure that his survival had to do with this jade. As the restrictions closed in, Wang Lin closed in toward the jade and his right hand reached toward it. However, at this moment, a fierce aura came from inside the jade. Black mist came out from the jade once more and a 10,000-foot centipede came out. Wang Lin was too close, and the centipede was right next to him. It opened its mouth to spit out poison mist and tried to devour Wang Lin. At the same time, Lu Jinbiao's expression became hideous and he roared, "Jade! Devour him! He is a Nirvana Shatterer old monster, so he must have lot of treasures and origin crystals. Devour him! I don't want any. I will give it all to you." When the centipede was closing in, Wang Lin's expression didn't change at all. With his mental fortitude, How could he not be on guard against this strange jade? As the centipede closed in, Wang Lin opened his mouth and roared. Roar! This wasn't the roar of a cultivator, but the roar of an ancient god. The roar of an almost 6-star royal ancient god. This roar shook the heavens. It was as if a hole was going to be torn in the sky. The earth trembled and countless mountains collapsed in the distance. Rivers flowed in reverse and roared. The roar of an ancient god, adding on Wang Lin's cultivation, could directly shatter any Nirvana cleanser cultivator, destroy the body of an early-stage Nirvana shatterer cultivator, and damage the soul of any mid-stage Nirvana shatterer cultivator. It could cause a late-stage Nirvana shatterer cultivator lose all their senses. Even peak Nirvana shatterer cultivators would be injured at such close range, and their ears would buzz. The 10,000-foot centipede let out a miserable roar before it could even devour. It was as if a violent gust of wind had hit it, or a carriage that weighed 1,000,000 kilograms had smashed into it. With a thunderous bang, the centipede's body collapsed and completely disintegrated. The tragic hiss before its death still echoed in the world. After losing the centipede, the light from the jade dissipated, but a faint, gentle light surrounded the jade. It unexpectedly didn't mix with any of the world's light. It was as if it was something that didn't belong to this world. Wang Lin's right hand reached out and grabbed the jade. The moment he held the jade, there was a roar inside Wang Lin's mind. An indescribable force came out of the jade and rushed into his body. It swept through his origin soul, and the heaven-defying bead released a light that seemed to resonate with the jade. As this light resonated, the jade in Wang Lin's hand suddenly disappeared, entering his body. It appeared in his origin soul next to the heaven-defying bead. The heaven-defying bead sucked the jade in. At this instant, the heaven-defying bead suddenly collapsed and disappeared inside his origin soul as if it had never existed. But Wang Lin could clearly feel the existence of the heaven-defying bead. At this moment, he even felt like he had become the heaven-defying bead. This feeling was very vague, but Wang Lin didn't have time to think about it, because the moment it disappeared, his mind trembled. Memories that didn't belong to him appeared. Inside the memory it was completely dark, and a jade was buried in the earth. After countless years, there was no change, until one day, the soil loosened and 8 small centipedes arrived next to it. As if the jade had granted them intelligence, they began to absorb the jade's aura. Time slowly passed and countless years went by. As the 8 centipedes absorbed from the jade, they began to emit the aura of cultivators. On a certain day, the 8 centipedes' bodies trembled and they died. But the origin souls they had cultivated entered the jade. They became treasure spirit-like beings. However, they were made by an external force and couldn't control the jade. They could only use 1/1000th of its power. Countless years passed. The earth trembled once more and the originally buried jade was exposed to the surface. An old man with a bruised face was fleeing in panic. There were faint sounds of cursing coming from behind the old man, shouting things like crook and cheater. While the old man was escaping, his injuries seemed to worsen, and he coughed out blood. The blood accidentally fell on the jade and it shined, allowing the escaping old man to notice it. The old man picked up the jade. After taking a look, he immediately fled. Wang Lin suddenly awakened. Although it seems this vision took long, it was only half a breath of time. However, outsiders wouldn't be able to see anything. Lu Jinbiao stared at Wang Lin and saw the jade disappear from Wang Lin's hand. He felt pain in his mind as his connection with the jade was cut off. However, compared to his life, this jade was considered nothing. Lu Jinbiao's eyes were filled with fear as he knelt down and began to howl. "Senior, forgive me. Senior, forgive me. Junior has never killed and only occasionally cheats and frightens other. At best, I have taken some possessions, but I've never killed anyone. My sin is not worth death. My sin is not worth death, Senior. Please let me go, Senior. Junior will never cheat again and will be a good person. I'll never cheat again." This Lu Jinbiao continued to kowtow. He was scared out of his wits of Wang Lin and began to plead. "This jade is too shocking. 8 ordinary centipede were able to cultivate to almost the Nirvana Shatterer stage. This Lu Jinbiao was able to do as he wished across the cloud sea. He has cheated countless people but was never seen through. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He didn't want to listen to Lu Jinbiao talk. He waved his sleeves and immediately put Lu Jinbiao into his storage space. This person's crime is indeed not worthy of death. He has cheated for many years, but that has nothing to do with me. However, he tried to cheat the origin sect, so he must be punished. Su Ligua, you always complain you're lonely, so I give this person to you. Teach him a good lesson or two. Wang Lin's divine sense fell on Su Ligua, who hadn't come out in a long time. Su Ligua was depressed and had been cursing in his heart over the past hundreds of years. He missed the beauties, and he especially thought of the evil he had done in all heaven. He constantly yearned for it again. While feeling lonely, he suddenly heard Wang Lin's message and saw Lu Jinbiao fall into the storage space. His eyes filled with excitement. He almost roared in excitement. Master, rest assured. Haha. Little Su will definitely teach this guy a good lesson and let him know my strength. Su Ligua excitedly rubbed his hands and revealed an evil smile. He slowly approached the old man called Lu Jinbiao. The fear in Lu Jinbiao's eyes became even stronger, causing Su Ligua's eyes to shine. Damn it! How long has your grandpa Su been lonely for? How many years? Today God finally noticed me and let you offend that fiend. Good job! Su Ligua pounced at Lu Jinbiao while laughing. No matter how you listened, that laughter contained evil intent. Wang Lin floated in the air and began to ponder. The key to his chance to survive was this jade form Lu Jinbiao. However, the jade had unexpectedly disappeared, and the heaven-defying bead had disappeared along with it. This change caught Wang Lin off guard. He was puzzled, and there was also a faint sense of uneasiness within him. The chance of survival has something to do with the jade, but now both the jade and heaven-defying bead have disappeared. How do I resolve this issue? Wang Lin frowned as he returned to the origin sect. Inside the origin sect, Lu Yanfei and others were waiting for Wang Lin. They immediately greeted Wang Lin when he arrived, but Wang Lin was pondering and only barely nodded. The jade Lu Jinbiao had sent out had become a normal jade and lacked the aura of a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. This jade was quite simple. Lu Jinbiao had simply taken the centipede's aura from the jade, so it had real Nirvana Shatterer aura and revealed no flaws. Now that all 8 centipedes were dead, the aura had disappeared and the jade had become an ordinary object. Lu Yanfei looked at Wang Lin and softly said, "Uncle teacher, my origin sect has sorted everything and can leave at any time." Wang Lin silently pondered and looked at the origin sect. He still had some feelings for this place. This was where he had spent his first period of time in the Cloud Sea and where he got his identity in the Cloud Sea. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin slowly said, "You all go first. I still have some other matters to deal with. If there is a chance, I'll find you all at the rank 7 sect." There was a hint of gloominess in Lu Yanfei's eyes, but she understood that with Wang Lin's cultivation level, there was no way he would stay at the small origin sect. She just didn't expect he to leave this soon. Biting her lower lip, Lu Yanfei bowed respectfully at Wang Lin. She wanted to say something, but in the end didn't. Letting out a sigh in her heart, she took the people of the origin sect and left through the transfer array. Every single origin sect member respectfully bowed at Wang Lin before leaving. Looking at these origin sect disciples leave, Wang Lin took a deep breath. He sat down in the empty square as he looked up at the sky with a cold gaze. Every future I saw resulted in death. Even if I leave with the origin sect to the rank 7 region, it will be the same. Even if I escape now, it would still be the same. I, Wang Lin, have spent my entire life as a heaven-defying cultivator. Since there is no path, then I must struggle to make one. 3rd step cultivator. If I don't die to this calamity, one day, I'll make 3rd step cultivators bow before me. Wang Lin's eyes became even colder. He waved his right hand and his storage space appeared. 2 short swords came out. He had obtained them in the 7-colored realm. There was a seal on each of them, and he hadn't had the time to open them. Now that he was facing a crisis, he decided to open them by force to add to his strength. While Wang Lin was preparing for the life and death calamity, far away in the rank 9 region, in the heaven-breaking steppe, Li Qianmei was trapped by a formation set by 3 elders. Li Qianmei looked at her teacher and softly said, "Teacher, you don't want Qianmei to leave? Can you give Qianmei a reason?" Li Qianmei's teacher, the heaven-breaking sect master, remained silent. It was as if he had lost all life and only left behind a body. Li Qianmei lowered her head and opened her mouth. "Teacher, Qianmei grew up by your side, and you taught me to cultivate. With the battle going on at the demon sect, Qianmei asks for nothing more than to go back to the battlefield." Li Qianmei's teacher pondered a bit and said with a hoarse voice, "Teacher has already sent a message to the demon sect. You will go back in 3 months. There's no need to rush." Li Qianmei's eyes narrowed as she looked at her teacher. Her mind trembled. She had tried to understand why her teacher was doing this, and he had even called out 3 elders. After all, with her cultivation level, there was no need to call 3 elders. These 3 elders were apparently playing the role of surveillance and witnesses. They were monitoring. Li Qianmei's face immediately became a bit pale. She originally thought that the 3 elders were not here to watch her. But her teacher. Originally, she thought her teacher was doing this because she had left the battlefield at the demon sect. However, seeing how her teacher had told her to return to the demon sect in 3 months, it seemed like this matter had nothing to do with the demon sect. What matter made teacher act like this? Li Qianmei felt shock. She wasn't worried about herself, but for some reason, Wang Lin's figure appeared in her heart. "Teacher, what did Qianmei do for you to force me to stay here for 3 months?" Li Qianmei raised her head. Her eyes were filled with determination as she looked at her teacher. Li Qianmei's teacher let out a sigh before looking at his most important and beloved disciple. There was kindness and complication in his eyes. After a long time, he slowly said, "You." Before he could finish speaking, one of the 3 elders clasped his hands and said, "I ask the sect master to think twice. I know what I'm doing." Li Qianmei's teacher, the heaven-breaking sect master, coldly looked at the elder that had spoken up. "Li Qianmei, do you know a person named Lu Zihao?" The heaven-breaking sect master's gaze landed on Li Qianmei. Li Qianmei's expression was neutral, but a huge wave was set off in her mind. "I know this person. Teacher once made me go to the rank 5 region to find senior brother Sima's jade and relic. On the way, Qianmei met this Lu Zihao." The sect master looked profoundly at Li Qianmei and slowly said, "That is the reason I'm keeping you here for 3 months." Li Qianmei silently pondered as a force gathered inside her weak body. She would leave the demon sect for Wang Lin. Now that she had heard her teacher's words, with her intelligence, she immediately felt a life and death crisis descend on Wang Lin. This danger was so great, not even her teacher could do anything but call her back. Although it looked like she was trapped here, it was actually for her own protection. While pondering, Li Qianmei's expression gradually calmed down, but a sense of determination and bitterness filled her body. She slowly stood up. Just as she stood up, the expressions of the 3 elders became cold. One of them shouted, "Li Qianmei, what are you doing?" "Teacher, Qianmei is an orphan, and you raised me. You gave me kindness, you taught me how to be an adult. Although I call you teacher, in Qianmei's heart, you're like a father." Li Qianmei's voice was calm but filled with sincere gratitude. She looked at her teacher as she slowly knelt down and kowtowed once. "Teacher, if Qianmei has another life, I'll die 10,000 times to repay it." Li Qianmei's teacher's mind trembled. He looked at Li Qianmei, and his gaze became even more complicated. He had raised Li Qianmei from a young age, so he understood her personality very well. "You taught me cultivate and helped me refine pills, allowing Qianmei to reach the Nirvana Shatterer stage in just 1,000 years. Qianmei knows that you used a large amount of resources from the sect, even provoking some elders. They were not happy with you. Teacher, I can't forget this kindness. If there is another life, even if I become a cattle or a horse, I'll still repay you." Li Qianmei kowtowed a second time. She couldn't repay her teacher's kindness. Qianmei also knows that these elders always suspected that Qianmei was from a foreign clan due to the color of my hair. Because they suspected I'm not from the same clan, they were dissatisfied that you spent a large amount of the sex pills on me. They were even unhappy that you taught me Tao. However, you didn't care about this, and you have been gentle with me like a father. You even helped me refine pills to consolidate my foundation at the expense of your own origin soul. How can Qianmei repay you? Tears fell from the corners of her eyes. She rarely cried in her life. Even when she was ridiculed as a child, even when she felt like she was the only person in the world, she rarely shed tears. However, at this moment she cried. While crying, Li Qianmei kowtowed a third time toward her teacher. Even if Qianmei dies, I won't forget all this kindness. But now, Qianmei has to leave. Li Qianmei raised her head and let tears flow down her cheeks. Is he worth you going? Li Qianmei's teacher looked at the girl he had raised. In his heart, he considered her his own daughter. She looked at the teacher that was like a father in her heart. There is someone else in his heart. That woman is engraved deeply within his heart, and no one can replace her. Disciple doesn't know what her feelings for him is. I don't know clearly. However, in 100 years of time, for some unknown reason, his shadow has always been here. As if in a previous life I was a fish under the water and he was a bird in the sky. I don't know. Even Disciple understands that his heart will not accept another person. But this can't be measured by worth it or not. I only know that if I know everything and don't go, I'll never be happy. Li Qianmei's voice was calm, but tears seemed to rise up. Li Qianmei's teacher silently pondered, and after a long time he slowly said, the rank 8 sect competition was cancelled by the God sect. This sentence shook Li Qianmei's body. As a disciple of a rank 9 sect, she naturally knew that the only ones that could cancel the rank 8 sect competition was the God sect. Li Qianmei's teacher softly said, the people of the God sect have been investigating Lu Zihao ever since he appeared. Do you still want to go? The bitterness on Li Qianmei's face became even stronger, but her determination also became stronger. She looked at her teacher and nodded. I want to go. An ordinary person can't make the God sect stop the rank 8 sect competition. This order was issued by the God sect's head elder, Taoist Water. Can you do anything before Taoist Water? Can you stop him? Forget you, even if my entire heaven-breaking sect went. Would it be any help? Li Qianmei's teacher closed his eyes. Li Qianmei bit her lower lip until blood came out. The determination in her eyes didn't lessen but became even stronger. Disciple can't stop him, but I still have to go. Teacher, let me leave. Disciple must go. I knew your personality. That's why, after learning of this matter, I made you come back. There's no more need to talk about this. Cultivate here in peace for 3 months. And after 3 months, you can leave. Li Qianmei's teacher closed his eyes. He seemed to have made a decision. Li Qianmei's face revealed dense bitterness and seemed to have lost all color. A sharp pain came from her heart, so painful that it felt like it was going to drown her. Her body trembled and she subconsciously took a few steps back. She coughed out a mouthful of blood and her face immediately turned pale. Seeing Li Qianmei cough out blood, the determination in her teacher's eyes immediately collapsed, and he revealed a complicated look. Teacher, you can prevent Disciple from leaving, but you can't stop me from dying. Li Qianmei lowered her head. Her voice was soft, but there was a hint of farewell within. You! Li Qianmei's teacher's eyes shined and he quickly lifted his right hand. A mark formed. The mark went through the formation and landed on Li Qianmei's body. This caused the chaotic origin energy inside her body to immediately become suppressed. Li Qianmei's face revealed a miserable smile as she raised her head. There was still blood on the corner of her mouth as she softly said, Teacher, you can stop Qianmei for now. You can stop Qianmei for 3 months. But can't you stop me for my entire life? He still hasn't answered my third question. If he really dies, Qianmei will go the world he went to. I will wait for him to answer my third question there. You once told me as a child that in one's life, sometimes one needs an obsession and the courage to chase that obsession. One also needs the courage to struggle, to chase. If cultivators don't have the obsession and courage, they can't cultivate any grand Tao. Li Qianmei's teacher's face was extremely gloomy and filled with pain. He knew his disciple's personality well, but he didn't think she would resist by trying to kill herself. He could indeed stop her for now, for 3 months, but he really couldn't stop her for her whole life. Have you thought it through? Li Qianmei's teacher silently pondered for a long time, and his voice gradually became cold. Disciple has already thought it through. Please let me go. Li Qianmei looked bitterly at her teacher. Once you step outside the formation, you will no longer be part of the heaven-breaking sect, nor will you be my disciple. From then on, you won't need to call me teacher, because once you step out you will have no teacher. Think about it yourself. Li Qianmei's teacher waved his sleeve and the formation around Li Qianmei collapsed. The formation scattered in all directions and Li Qianmei was freed. The expression of the heaven-breaking sect elders changed greatly, and one of them shouted, "Sect Master, what is your intent?" Scram! Li Qianmei's teacher suddenly looked up and let out a roar. The aura of having passed through the third heaven's blight erupted from his body. The 3 elders coughed out blood and were knocked back. Li Qianmei, teacher is awaiting your choice. Li Qianmei's teacher's gaze fell on her. Although his voice was calm, she could hear a hint of trembling within it. Li Qianmei stared at her teacher, and the void in her heart became even bigger. It turned into extreme pain, making her heart even more torn. The heaven-breaking sect was her home, her teacher as her father. However, right now she had to face a choice. The surroundings were completely silent as Li Qianmei revealed a miserable expression. She lowered her head and knelt down, kowtowing 6 times. Looking at Li Qianmei, her teacher's eyes revealed regret and pain. You can go. Li Qianmei's teacher turned around and looked at the sky. His heart seemed to be torn. Li Qianmei quietly stared at her teacher for a very long time. Tears flowed down before she turned around and flew into the sky in a daze. There's no more home. Was it worth it? The confusion in Li Qianmei's eyes became even stronger. After Li Qianmei left, her teacher closed his eyes. The pain in his heart washed over his body. An elder that was knocked away roared, "Sect Master! Once Li Qianmei offends senior Taoist water and angers the God sect, my heaven-breaking sect won't be able to bear it. I must inform the God sect of this matter. If the God sect gets angry, you will have to pay the price." Li Qianmei's teacher suddenly turned around and roared at the howling elder, "Scram! Scram! Scram!" His heaven's blight cultivation erupted, causing the elder to constantly cough out blood and fly back like a broken kite. With a bang, his body collapsed and his origin soul escaped in terror. The heaven-breaking sect has been a slave to the God sect for tens of thousands of years. All of you have become like slaves. If you fear the God sect, then once Li Qianmei provokes senior Taoist water's anger, I'll bear all the responsibility. Li Qianmei's teacher waved his sleeve and disappeared. His voice echoed like thunder and spread out across the heaven-breaking sect. However, his voice couldn't shake the heart of the heaven-breaking sect cultivators that had been enslaved by the God sect for tens of thousands of years. Just like the fog in the cloud sea, how many people could see through the fog? Everything Li Qianmei had done, whether it was leaving the battlefield at the demon sect or cutting her ties with the heaven-defying sect, they were all things Wang Lin didn't know about. At this moment, Li Qianmei was like a woman without a home as she flew toward the rank 5 region in a daze. She was already a lonely woman who had been an orphan since her childhood. Due to her blue hair, she didn't have a happy childhood. It was due to her strength and serenity that she had come all this way. However, now that she lost her home, it was like falling into the abyss. The loneliness from her childhood filled her, making her more bleak and weak. It was as if she would be blown by the wind to some place no one could find, where she would silently await her death. At this moment, in the origin sect in the rank 5 region, there were 2 short swords floating before Wang Lin, one white and one black. The 2 rays of sword energy crossed and created thousands of shadows. These shadows formed a vortex and stirred up the world. As he continued to refine them and break the seals, The two mysterious short swords he got from the seven-colored realm were slowly displaying their true power. As time passed, more and more black and white sword shadows appeared around Wang Lin. 10,000, 50,000, 100,000, 300,000, 500, 000, until 1 million. 1 million black and white sword shadows connected to form a sword that gave off a heaven-shaking sword hymn. The sword hymn shook the world. The swords seemed to form a dragon that wanted to break the sky. A dense killing intent appeared in this world. This killing intent was cold like the swords. Wang Lin's figure became a blur within the endless sword shadows. It was impossible to see him clearly, as he was surrounded by the endless sword shadows. I didn't think they'd be able to transform into 1 million sword shadows after forcibly opening 4 of the 9 seals. Wang Lin opened his eyes, and his eyes shined brightly. His gaze seemed to combine with the surrounding sword shadows and become part of them. The moment his eyes opened, all the sword shadows trembled as if they couldn't bear this pressure. It was as if a primal animal was about to charge gout. For seals already have such power. It seems I underestimated these 2 short swords. In this case, I'll forcibly open more with my cultivation. I want to let the person that wants to kill me know that I, Wang Lin, am not so easy to kill. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as his hands formed a seal and pointed at the 2 short swords. Those 2 swords, one black, one white, released an earth-shattering howl that was like the roar of the dragons. It was as if 2 dragons were roaring at the sky. The 2 swords suddenly moved and pointed toward Wang Lin as if they were going to rebel. Wang Lin let out a cold snort and the Star of Law appeared. As it rotated, the new law that was created appeared. Thunder echoed across the sky and countless balls of thunder appeared and gathered. Also, at this instant, blue fire appeared around the 2 swords. A battle intent erupted. Wang Lin waved his right hand as he roared, "Fifth seal, break for me!" Popping sounds came from the 2 short swords. In an instant, large amounts of cracks appeared before the 2 short swords and unexpectedly exploded. What appeared before Wang Lin was still 2 swords, but now they could only be called daggers, as their appearance had shrunk a lot. The moment the 2 daggers appeared, the sword shadows around Wang Lin erupted. 1.5 million, 2 million, until there were 5 million. 5 million sword shadows covered the sky and spread across the continent of Luo. Even in the space outside Luo, one could feel the terrifying, destructive aura. What was even more shocking was that each of the 5 million sword shadows contained the power of thunder, fire, and battle intent. It was as if they would battle the world without the need to control them. 5 seals allows 5 million sword shadows. Good. Then I'll help you once more and refine you 2 daggers with the blood of an ancient god to break the rest of the seals in one go. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his hands formed a seal. His face immediately turned rosy. Ancient god blood was filled with vitality and could dispel all demons in the world. He forced out a mouthful of ancient good blood and spat it out. It turned into a blood mist that surrounded the 2 daggers. When he coughed out blood, an ancient god shadow appeared within the blood. The shadow split into 2 and entered the 2 daggers. At this instant, popping sounds came out from the dagger and they collapsed once more. They collapsed twice in a row. A thunderous rumble echoed as the number of sword shadows around Luo increased like crazy. 5 million, 6 million, 7 million, 8 million, 9 million. In the end, there were exactly 9,999,999 sword shadows around Wang Lin. Just one more to collapse the world. Wang Lin sat there and began to ponder. 7 seals have been opened. Unfortunately, with my cultivation level, I can't break them in a short period of time. Otherwise, from the looks of these 2 daggers, once the 8th seal is broken, they would reach 10 million. Although it's only one more sword, the gap is great. No harm. Even though I can't open the 8th seal, I can still obtain the effect of the 8th seal. I'm an ancient god, and an ancient god's body is powerful. I will be the last sword. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he inhaled. The almost 10 million swords immediately howled and gathered toward him. It looked like he was inhaling the world. Countless sword shadows entered Wang Lin's body. As the countless sword shadows entered his body, a thunderous rumble came from within him. He gave off a powerful killing intent that could shake the mind of anyone who saw him. Ordinary cultivators couldn't handle so many sword shadows, but it was no problem for Wang Lin, who was an ancient god. When he inhaled them, even his body turned silver. "Gather!" Wang Lin roared, and the almost 10 million sword shadows inside his body condensed and eventually gathered inside his right index finger. These two short swords are strange. When the almost 10 million sword shadows condensed in his right index finger, the sky became clear. The two daggers had become two strands of black and white energy that also entered Wang Lin's finger. Two illusory deer let out long hisses and circled Wang Lin's index finger. Eventually, they turned into two tattoos that imprinted on his finger. At this moment, Wang Lin's index finger could destroy the body of a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. Even an ordinary pseudo-Nirvana void treasure was no match. If one touched Wang Lin's index finger, it would immediately disintegrate. What was even more frightening was that this index finger also contained the laws of thunder, fire, and battle intent. It also contained Wang Lin's strength as an ancient god. This one finger could shock even a ghost god. Even a Heaven's Blight cultivator would have to dodge this finger. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he let out a breath that fell on his right index finger. The two tattoos were hidden and his index finger returned to normal. No one could see anything special about them. If I can catch that person off guard, then these 10 million sword shadows can definitely put him in a sorry state. Wang Lin looked up at the sky with a smile, but his eyes were gloomy. There are too many mortals on the continent of Mo Luo for the battle to occur here. It is the responsibility of us cultivators. Wang Lin silently got up and turned into a ray of light that quickly flew away from the continent of Mo Luo. His figure was a blur among the stars, and it didn't take long for him to find a wild continent. In a flash, Wang Lin charged at the wild continent. With a bang, his feet landed on this wild continent. His powerful divine sense spread out across the continent. Since I can't escape, I'll use this place as the battlefield. Wang Lin chose the highest peak in a mountain range and sat down. When I fused with the All-Seer's soul, I found out that there are still 7 more days until this life and death calamity. 7 days is more than enough time for me to prepare. Wang Lin muttered to himself as he raised his right hand and hit his forehead. 100 strands of milky white gas flew out of his head and turned into 100 balls of light. The world is ever-changing. Gather 100 avatars. Ancient clan ability. After Wang Lin spoke, the 100 balls of light moved and turned into 100 Wang Lins. These were all avatars and souls. This was an ancient god spell Wang Lin could use after his 6th star had slightly recovered. As his hand pushed forward, the 100 avatars scattered in all directions and rushed through the star fog. Wang Lin closed his eyes as if he was cultivating. Time gradually passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days went by. His 100 avatars all contained the power of an ancient god and were all very powerful. In these 2 days, with his understanding of the rank 5 region, his 100 avatars brought back 100 wild continents. These 100 wild continents were moved here like crazy and surrounded the wild continent Wang Lin was on. This scene was enough to shock all the cultivators in the rank 5 region. At this moment, the area where Wang Lin placed the 100 wild continent had already taken a large portion of the region. From far away, it looked like the home of a clan from the ancient star system. These wild continents surrounded Wang Lin to form a giant formation. This formation used these continents as the frame and reached a terrifying level of power. The 100 avatars all returned and Wang Lin opened his eyes. He waved his hand and the annihilation restriction flew out around him and slowly rotated. Staring at the restriction, Wang Lin revealed a sneer. His hands moved like wind and didn't stop. Restrictions continued to spread out, permeating through the wild continent. They continued to spread until they were on all the wild continents and then connected as one. Creating this many restrictions had consumed a large amount of origin energy, but Wang Lin was half a foot into the Nirvana Shatterer stage and therefore could absorb endless origin energy. He also had large amounts of origin crystals and didn't hesitate to take them out and absorb them. He also summoned the woman in silver and ordered her to use the life and death restriction. The woman in silver used it without hesitation, and with enough origin crystals, her life and death restriction also covered the continent and synchronized with Wang Lin's restrictions. If this was it, it won't revealed Wang Lin's method. After he left the seven-colored realm, he had begun studying the time restriction. Although he hadn't fully learned it, as the inheritor of the annihilation restriction and with his understanding of restrictions, he had grasped a bit. At this moment, he used it, and the time restriction started to appear. On the fifth day, the time restriction also filled all the continents. The power of time restriction depends on time. I have the flower time spell and can reverse time to help the time restriction reach a certain peak in a short period of time. The fusion of the three great restrictions has heaven-shaking power. Person who wants to kill me. Even though you are a third-step cultivator, you won't know all the things I have prepared for you. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. Time was like a deadly knife hanging in the air that was rapidly falling toward Wang Lin. There were 2 more days. Now there were 100 wild continents around where Wang Lin was. They were arranged in a strange way, containing origin energy, along with a hint of law. Wang Lin and the woman in silver had shrouded the continents with 3 of the great restrictions, forming a storm that could destroy the heavens. However, Wang Lin continued to suppress it, not letting it explode until the surrounding continents had been refined into a giant restriction treasure using the 3 great restrictions. Master Flamespark had borrowed the Thunder Celestial Realm fragments to refine a treasure. Although Wang Lin's materials weren't as good, this method was equal and even a bit superior due to the 3 great restrictions. If Master Flamespark were to fight Wang Lin now, he would certainly lose. These 100 wild continents gave off a powerful pressure, but Wang Lin continued to suppress it until it was hidden. He wasn't arrogant enough to think he could fool a third-step cultivator, but he wanted its power to condense to a certain point before it erupted. Wang Lin had rarely prepared this crazily in a short period of time in all the life and death battles he had so far. Every extra thing he prepared would be an extra lifeline in this struggle. This time, Wang Lin knew that a third-step cultivator wanted to kill him, and he had almost no chance of survival. If it was anyone else but Wang Lin, they would have likely already collapsed in despair and wouldn't have the will to resist. After all, it was a third-step cultivator, so all preparations done would be useless. However, Wang Lin was heaven-defying cultivator and royal ancient god. His pride, his dignity, his heaven-defying nature wouldn't allow him to yield. Not even a third-step cultivator could make him yield. I can die, but I will die fighting, not suffer a humiliating death. If you want to kill me, you must pay the price. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he had prepared for 5 days straight. He took a deep breath as his hands formed a seal, and then he suddenly opened his arms. As Wang Lin's hands moved, a bloodstorm spread out with Wang Lin as the center. In a short period of time, it spread across the wild continents until all of them were enveloped by it. There were large amount of fierce beasts on these wild continents. When Wang Lin moved the wild continents here, he didn't move the fierce beasts. As a result, the amount of fierce beasts gathered here was terrifying. The Tattoo clan ancestor once taught me tattoo spells, and Tashan also secretly told me what he learned as well. Tattoos are refined from animal skins, taking the essence of the beast to form a tattoo. They have heaven-shaking power. However, this spell is simply too terrifying and requires too many lives. I didn't want to use this, but now I'm forced to. There was a flash of red light in Wang Lin's eyes as he began a complicated chant. This chant turned into tattoos around him. They charged into the bloodstorm and, in a flash, covered all the wild continents. The fierce beasts on the wild continents all trembled and let out miserable screams as their bodies and blood quickly withered. Even their bones melted as the essence of their bodies condensed on a piece of skin between their eyebrows and formed a blood-colored tattoo. The countless fierce beasts let out earth-shattering roars that echoed across the Rank 5 region. All the cultivators in the Rank 5 region sensed this shock, and those with low cultivations levels even began to hallucinate as they couldn't control their minds. As the fierce beasts collapsed, these tattoos floated above all the wild continents, creating an astonishing pressure. This pressure was enough to destroy a late-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. Their body would instantly collapse, and it would be difficult for their origin soul to escape death. 10 million swords condensed into one is the first counterattack I prepared for the third step cultivator that wants to kill me. 100 wild continents fused with the 3 great restrictions is the second counterattack I have prepared for him. Countless tattoo clan tattoos formed by countless fierce beasts that could destroy the world will be the third counterattack. The endless origin crystals that piled up around Wang Lin all collapsed and dissipated as the origin energy inside was drained away. Even people at the Heaven's Blight stage would without a doubt die if they got hit by these 3 kill moves. But this isn't the limit of my 2,000 years of cultivation. Wang Lin had given it his all for this battle. He took a deep breath as his hand reached out and his storage space opened. A bolt of thunder flew out. The moment the thunder appeared, there was a roar. The thunder beast formed by the god-slaying war chariot appeared. As soon as it appeared, Wang Lin waved his right hand and all the decorations Master Flame's Park had added onto it collapsed, and it returned to the mighty form of the past. Roar! This thunder beast let out a roar and its eyes revealed a powerful gaze. It had already gained intelligence, so it knew Wang Lin was facing a crisis. There are still several seals left on this god-slaying war chariot. If it was in the past, I wouldn't have opened them, but now I can. Wang Lin took a deep breath and blew forward. A gust of wind came from his mouth and landed on the thunder beast. The thunder beast trembled violently and released cracking sounds as if a mirror was shattering. Release all the seals on the second god-slaying war chariot. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly opened, revealed a cold gaze. As the wind fell on the war chariot, he spat a mouthful of blood that landed on the war chariot as well. The thunder beast let out a painful cry as its body expanded rapidly. The seals on its body rapidly collapsed until all of them were released. The god-slaying war chariot that didn't get to storm the celestial realm before it collapsed revealed itself once more to the world. As the thunder beast's body expanded, it became tens of thousands of feet tall. Its body quickly changed, its bottom half turning into a giant war chariot. Its upper body changed drastically as well, becoming a giant spear. This spear was connected with the war chariot and gave off endless thunder when it appeared before Wang Lin. A heaven-shaking aura exploded from the war chariot and onto Wang Lin's body, causing him to stop breathing for a moment. Even the earth began trembling, and the 100 wild continents covered by the 3 great restrictions also trembled. Now it is worthy of being called God-slaying. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he waved his right hand and the giant war chariot fell down on his left side. The spear gave off a powerful killing intent as it pointed at the sky. Wang Lin's right hand reached out once more and a 5-colored butterfly came out and began circling him. There was also a blood swallow accompanying the butterfly. This third god-slaying war chariot is the strongest. Even now, I can't open it all, but aside from the last one, I'm confident in opening the rest. Wang Lin's hand formed a seal, and blood flew out and landed on the butterfly. In an instant, the butterfly trembled and even its wings seemed to stop moving. Then a giant cocoon gradually appeared around it. This cocoon was similar to when it became a butterfly. The moment it appeared, endless origin energy began to gather. Even Wang Lin had his origin energy rapidly absorbed. As it absorbed origin energy, the cocoon grew bigger and bigger until it was 10,000 feet tall. Wang Lin's eyes closed as he continued to take out origin crystals for the cocoon to absorb. Soon, the cocoon stopped growing in size, but the aura inside became more fierce. Time slowly passed, and one day went by. The cocoon that was floating there suddenly collapsed and created a powerful blast that blew everything back. Even Wang Lin was pushed back over 10,000 feet, but his eyes were filled with ecstasy. As the cocoon collapsed, a 7-colored war chariot thousands of feet large appeared. This war chariot didn't have a spear, but possessed 7 terrifying thorns. As the thorns absorbed origin energy, they gave off a 7-colored glow. It suddenly landed, and as Wang Lin moved, the 2 war chariots stood on his left and right. These 2 war chariots are my 4th counterattack. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time. If I had more time, I would be able to prepare a few more. Wang Lin looked up at the sky. There was only 1 day left. There was only 12 hours left. He predicted that in 12 hours, the person that wanted to kill him would come and the life and death crisis would begin. My last preparation will be to suck out the rust from the broken iron sword in the next 12 hours. Wang Lin waved his right hand and the broken iron sword flew out. Even if this iron sword was repaired, it wouldn't be enough to resist this crisis, and Wang Lin didn't intend to repair it, as it was too late. What he wanted were the blood stains on the iron sword. I can't find any clue about this blood, but I can feel that it contains an unimaginable force. It is similar to ancient god blood, but at the same time different. It is even a bit similar to the heaven's blood the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor mentioned. Wang Lin suddenly opened his mouth and inhaled. He swallowed the iron sword and began refining it inside his origin soul. A lonely figure moved among the stars, wearing white with a head of flowing blue hair, giving off a superb sense of beauty. Li Qianmei flew ahead with confusion and determination. There were still tears on her face as she bit her lower lip and flew faster and faster. There are some things in this world that have no logic, and one can only rely on their feelings. It doesn't matter whether it was worth it or not, it had to be done. She let out a sigh as she endured the sadness and bitterness in her heart. She flew even faster. Rank 9 region, where the god sect was hidden deep within the fog, was a cultivation planet. There was a large formation here, and the center was a very gorgeous palace. Inside the palace, Mu Bingmei sat there as she stared ahead. Her beautiful face revealed an indifferent expression. "Why are you trapping me here?" Wang Xianxia was sitting outside the palace and frowned as she said, "Big sister Mu, it is difficult to violate teacher's order. Little sister is also very puzzled. Perhaps teacher gave this order because he wants you to recover as soon as possible." Mu Bingmei silently pondered. She didn't understand why the god sect's head elder was like this, and it gave off a strange feeling. There was a tingling sensation in her heart that she couldn't make out. It was as if something big was going to happen, and it was going to happen to someone she knew. At this moment, Mu Bingmei didn't know that the rank 8 sect competition had been cancelled, or that Li Qianmei had left the heaven-breaking sect. She didn't know that Wang Lin was facing his biggest crisis yet. His fate unknown. If she knew all of this, how would she choose? Time slowly passed, and Wang Lin still sat on the wild continent. His origin soul had turned into fire under the 2 pieces of the broken sword, forcing out the blood stains on them. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, until 10 hours had passed. After consuming all the origin crystals, he had finally forced out 30% of the blood stains from the iron sword. This dark blood turned into a bean-sized pill that gave off a strange aura and floated around Wang Lin. Forcing out 30% of the blood from the iron sword was Wang Lin's limit. Even if he had more time, he wouldn't be able to force out more. If it wasn't for the danger forcing him into peak condition, he wouldn't have been able to force so much out. He then put away the iron sword and the woman in silver. He sat there and adjusted his body. His heart rate slowed down until it took several breaths for it to beat once. It was dead silent. The last 2 hours slowly passed. At the last moment, Wang Lin opened his eyes and calmly looked at the sky. At this instant, the star fog began to surge and an unimaginable pressure slowly came out of the fog. "He's arrived." Wang Lin's pupils suddenly shrank but soon returned to normal as he coldly stared at the sky. That pressure was heaven-shaking. The moment it appeared, the earth trembled and showed signs of collapse. At this instant, all the fog shrouding the rank 5 region was suddenly pushed back. The fog moved like a wave, and the roars from the fog became even more intense. It was as if all the fierce beasts inside the fog were terrified. At the same time, a giant vortex made of fog suddenly appeared at the edge of Wang Lin's vision. A thunderous rumble echoed as a giant arm came out from the vortex and shot toward Wang Lin. The arm was very old and was filled with wrinkles. It was the hand of an elder. At this moment, it reached toward Wang Lin, and it seemed as if the entire world was going to collapse before it. The origin energy of the world seemed to be sealed by a strange force. None remained within this region. The speed of that giant hand was indescribable. The moment Wang Lin saw it come out of the vortex, it was above his head, reaching toward him like grabbing an ant. There were no words, no questions, no chance for survival as the hand descended. Wang Lin had encountered this in the seven-colored realm before as well. It seemed every third-step cultivator liked spells like these that would crush those they considered ants. It seemed like aside from other third-step cultivators, no one could make these people appear in their real bodies, much less an ant like Wang Lin. However, an ant could still bite, struggle, and resist. Not to mention Wang Lin had never considered himself an ant. Even if he did, he would still want to devour the world, filled with defying intent. The moment the hand reached down, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a frenzied gaze, and he let out a cold snort. He leaped at the hand like a meteor. Not even third-step cultivators can make me yield. The battle intent inside Wang Lin's heart ignited, and the star of law between his eyebrows rotated like crazy. The moment he charged out, he closed in on the hand, and when it reached at him, he let out a heaven-shaking roar. 10 million sword shadows. Wang Lin's right index finger pointed at the hand that was closing in on him. The sword energy hidden inside suddenly erupted. 1, 2, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 5 million, 8 million, 9,999,999. Just one sword shadow short of 10 million erupted from Wang Lin's right index finger. At this moment, Wang Lin's right index finger became the last sword shadow, and the sword shadows reached 10 million, a level of completion. The moment that completion was reached, the shadows of two deer appeared and surrounded Wang Lin's index finger as it collided with the hand. This was the collision of a palm and a finger. It was 10 million sword shadows condensed into one. It had the power to kill all Nirvana Shatter cultivators, and even Heaven's Blight cultivators would be shocked. This was Wang Lin's first attack against the person that wanted to kill him. A thunderous bang echoed across the world. This shockwave spread across the entire Rank 5 region and caused all the various cultivators to cough out blood. Their faces were pale and filled with indescribable horror. Everything in the world seemed to slow down. Wang Lin's finger landed on the hand at this moment, and the 10 million sword shadows hidden inside his finger erupted. The sword shadows rushed into the huge hand like crazy. The 10 million sword shadows carried Wang Lin's madness, unwillingness, and his spirit as a heaven-defying cultivator into the hand in an extreme fashion. The two deer shadows rushed out with the 10 million sword shadows and turned into black and white gas that entered the palm. Popping sounds echoed from inside the hand and seemed to replace all sounds in the world. It was as if the heavens themselves had stopped moving. The only thing left in this world was the scene of Wang Lin's finger colliding with that palm. The giant, desolate palm suddenly paused for a moment, and endless popping sounds echoed. If one looked closely, there seemed to be 10 million silver snakes moving around under its skin, causing the popping sounds to become even more intense. A thunderous rumble echoed as if the world was going to collapse. The skin of the hand burst, but, strangely, there was no blood, and not even a sliver of origin energy came out. The hand rose after the pause, and a soft exclamation came from the endless fog behind the hand. An ancient voice came from the fog as a powerful pressure suddenly descended from the sky. You have some skill. However, how can a firefly compare to the moon? You dare to rise into the air before me? Get back down. That pressure was extremely powerful. If a Nirvana Shatter cultivator touched it, they would immediately die. When it landed on Wang Lin, he coughed out blood. It felt like a carriage weighing 10 million tons or countless cultivation planets were smashing into him. Popping sounds came from his bones as the pressure crushed down and he was smashed into the ground. He had no power to resist at all. However, Wang Lin had the body of an ancient god. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he roared, 10 million sword shadows. Collapse! 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 Wang Lin's voice was filled with a crazy amount of killing intent. He had been a heaven-defying cultivator all his life. He defied the world and would never yield. The moment his voice echoed, the 10 million sword shadows that had entered the hand suddenly trembled and exploded. The explosion of the 10 million sword shadows was impossible to describe, and a rumble that could collapse the rank 5 region echoed. In a flash, a heaven-defying aura spread out from the hand. It was as if 10 million cultivators had turned into flying swords, entered the hand, and launched a crazed, self-destructive attack. The roar seemed to come from ancient times, shocking the world. This spell was enough to kill any Nirvana Shatterer cultivator, and even Heaven's Blight cultivators would be forced off in an sorry state. However, at this moment, the giant hand suddenly trembled and a strange force appeared. The collapse of the 10 million sword shadows suddenly dissipated. The hand was left unscathed. There was only a red point at the center of the palm, and a drop of blood fell. Wang Lin's spells were able to destroy 4 fingers from Taoist Blue Dream. Now his power had increased greatly, and the power of the unsealed swords were not ordinary. In Wang Lin's first exchange with Taoist water, Wang Lin coughed out blood. Intense pain came from his bones, his body felt like it was being torn apart, and he was smashed down from the sky. However, Taoist water was injured. Even thought it was only a small wound, he was still injured. A third-step cultivator that wanted to kill a small Nirvana Shatterer cultivator had suffered a small wound from the Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. Wang Lin knew that if news of this spread out, it would be enough to shock everyone in the sealed realm and the outer realm. The third step was a legendary cultivation level. In the sealed realm, third-step cultivators were extremely rare. Even in the outer realm, they were extremely rare. A third-step cultivator could sweep the world and would even dare to battle heaven itself. They were like the emperors among cultivators. All cultivators were like ants before them and could be easily wiped out. A Nirvana Shatterer cultivator could be a teacher in a sect, and a Heaven's Blight cultivator could be a high elder, but before a third-step cultivator, they were all like ants that could be killed at will. This was strength, this was the cruel truth of the cultivation world. The law of the jungle. If Wang Lin was a third-step cultivator, Taoist water would have been extremely cautious with his desire to kill him. He most likely wouldn't have chosen to fight at all, and instead would have invited Wang Lin as an esteemed guest. Then the two would sit down and trade for what they wanted. If Wang Lin was a third-step cultivator, he could have swept through the Alliance, Cloud Sea, and all heaven. Even Master Lu Fu would be very polite and would show respect. Neither side would provoke the other. Strength was everything, and it was the key to surviving in this cruel cultivation world. I underestimated you, little ant. But the more you struggle, the more this old man wants to kill you. The ancient voice echoed throughout the world like thunder. The fog tumbled violently as a boy wearing a Taoist robe walked out. This boy had a head of white hair, but his skin was white and clear. When he came out, his gaze fell on Wang Lin below. Third-step cultivators rarely appeared in person, as they could merge with the world and create a third-step avatar anywhere. Only life and death battles between third-step cultivators would cause them to fight in their real bodies. But Taoist water had unexpectedly come in his real body. This obviously showed his will to kill Wang Lin, but also showed how cautious and important he thought of this matter. He was worried that Wang Lin was really the reincarnation of his master. He was worried that Wang Lin had heaven-defying treasures. The moment the white-haired boy walked out of the fog, killing intent erupted from Wang Lin's eyes. He was waiting for this moment, waiting for the enemy to reveal their true body. I can't think about that chance of survival I predicted, or I'll have a fallback plan and there won't be that fierceness in my heart. As a result, I'll without a doubt die. Only by putting my back against the wall and throwing away my life can I obtain peak power. Wang Lin revealed a ferocious and crazed expression. He cut off all thoughts of retreat and pushed himself into a dead end. In truth, the moment the white-haired boy appeared, he was already at a dead end. The moment the white-haired boy came out of the fog, Wang Lin waved his hands and let out a roar. If you want to kill me, you will have to pay a price. As Wang Lin roared, he flew into the air once more without retreating. Just at this moment, The 100 continents around Wang Lin began to roar and a blood light shined. Endless blood tattoos flew out. They completely filled the area, and it was impossible to calculate how many there were. As Wang Lin roared, the blood-colored tattoos flew at the white-haired boy, carrying with them the power to destroy the heavens. The howling was horrifying. Every single blood tattoo was formed by the blood essence of a fierce beast. They also contained Tao intent unique to the beasts in the Cloud Sea, causing the power of the blood tattoos to be far more powerful than ones refined in the other star systems. As they flew at the white-haired boy, the sky was dyed red, and a thunderous howl covered the sky. You know the Tattoo Clan spell. But this spell is useless against this old man. Taoist Water's expression was neutral, and the moment the boundless tattoos closed in, he casually waved his right hand. Carefree Tao collapse. Taoist Water's voice was calm, but it gave the illusion that a god was roaring. His voice became more intense as it spread out like crazy. All the blood tattoos that collided with the invisible sound wave collapsed and couldn't get near Water Taoist at all. The collapse was endless, just like the amount of blood tattoos. A thunderous rumble echoed and the entire Rank 5 region trembled violently. There was a tearing sound as a spatial crack split the Rank 5 region in half. Tattoos turn into blood. Wang Lin's hands formed a seal and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood had a demonic glow, and the moment it appeared, all the blood from the collapsed tattoos gathered. In an instant, the blood before him gave off a bright red light and charged forward, breaking all spells in its path as it shot toward Taoist Water. However, as the blood closed in, one gaze from Taoist Tao caused it to collapse. At this moment, the white-haired boy reached out and one drop of blood stopped collapsing. Quickly flew into the boy's hand. The white-haired body held that drop of blood and swallowed it. Then his eyes began to shine. He's not his reincarnation. The collapse of the blood tattoos wasn't outside of Wang Lin's expectations. His 10 million sword shadows were able to leave a small wound. However, now that the other party had used third-step spells, all other spells would collapse. The Tattoo Clan spell was still a spell, so it naturally would have no effect. But this was exactly what Wang Lin wanted. As the blood collapsed and the tattoos were destroyed, the world was almost completely dyed red. At this moment, Wang Lin waved his hand and shouted, "Restriction Tao!" A restriction wasn't a spell. It was formed from a strand of aura from ancient times that turned into its own Tao. In particular, Wang Lin had fused the 3 great restrictions, almost reaching the origin of restrictions. At this moment, the 100 wild continents began to shake and rapidly rotated under Wang Lin's control, smashing toward Taoist Water. Annihilation restriction, seal the world. Life and death restriction, seal the body. Time restriction, seal the origin soul. 3 great restrictions as one, seal. 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 Seal your world. Seal your body. And seal your origin soul. Wang Lin pointed forward. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Aside from the wild continent under Wang Lin, all of the other wild continents circled around Taoist Water, creating a formation. A powerful pressure appeared and crushed down on Taoist Water. The restrictions on these 100 wild continents that had been suppressed this whole time erupted. The annihilation restriction burst out, forming a giant cage that trapped the world. The life and death restriction formed 2 auras, one of life and one of death. They surrounded the white-haired boy, forming the life and death restriction. The time restriction had reversed 5,000 years due to Wang Lin's flowing time spell. Now it erupted with an ancient aura that shrouded the white-haired boy's origin soul. As Wang Lin spoke, the 3 great restrictions suddenly erupted. 3 great restrictions. Unfortunately, the 4th restriction isn't present, or it might have had some power. Taoist Water's eyes lit up as he waved his right hand once more. With a wave of his hand, the world collapsed. The carefree Tao collapse he had just used hadn't dissipated, and the wave caused its power to reach a peak. Could collapse all living things in this world. The endless collapse echoed like crazy, causing cracks to appear on the 100 wild continents. And in the blink of an eye, they started collapsing one by one. It took a lot of power to collapse 100 wild continents. It was something only third-step cultivators could do. However, although the wild continents were collapsing, the three great restrictions were absorbing the blood left from the blood tattoos. The restrictions formed an octagon and sealed the white-haired body inside. The three restrictions could seal the world, the flesh, and the origin soul, but they couldn't seal the soul because they were lacking the last restriction to truly fuse into one. However, Wang Lin was very smart. He had used the blood of the countless beast tattoos destroyed by this white-haired boy to dye the restriction. This allowed it so contain soul and show signs of a deformed completion. The spell of a mere ant. Even if you use the blood to complete it, it is still useless. The white-haired boy took a step forward and no longer used any spells. Instead, he forced his way forward. He had reached the third step and had completed his law. Where there was law, spells couldn't stop him. As he walked forward, the world seemed to create a path for him. Even the fusion of three restrictions trembled as no spells could stop him. The time restriction broke first, no longer sealing his origin soul. Then the life and death restriction collapsed, no longer sealing his body. Finally, the annihilation restriction dissipated, no longer sealing the world. Although those three great restrictions were destroyed, because they weren't spells or laws, the white-haired paused for just an instant. Everything Wang Lin had done was for this pause. Wang Lin's pupils shrank, his hair became disheveled, and his eyes turned bloodshot as he roared, "God's slaying war chariot!" The spear on the war chariot formed by the thunder beast shot out as a ray of light toward Taoist water. It was powerful, and as it flew through the air, it split the rank 5 region. After the spear, the 7 thorns from the 7-colored war chariot formed a rainbow that condensed and shot at Taoist water. At this moment, all law collapsed before these god-slaying war chariots. Laws couldn't stop them. The world couldn't stop them. No power could stop these 2 god-slaying war chariots. This was the real god-slaying war chariot. It had the power to slay the gods. Taoist water's expression changed for the first time. The god-slaying war chariots were refined by the well-known refining madman of the celestial realm. He was still looking for materials to complete them when the celestial realm collapsed. During that calamity, he died with monstrous regret. He had spent everything he had learned and cultivated on producing these war chariots. He didn't hesitate to travel the world to find materials and spend all his effort, causing his endless lifespan to rapidly wither. Near the end, he was white-haired and almost out of vitality. Even if the calamity hadn't come, he would have died after the god-slaying war chariots were complete. His dream was to create the strongest treasure in the world. To kill even the gods, to destroy law, and split the world open. His regret was left in the jade, and in the end it fell in Wang Lin's hands. Today, at this moment, it was in Wang Lin's hand that it revealed its terrifying power to destroy the gods. Even though Taoist water had lived for tens of thousands of years, even though he was the disciple of the Lord of the Sealed Realm, even though he was the head elder of the God sect, he couldn't have known about everything that happened in the 4 celestial realms, let alone a celestial that had made a heaven-defying treasure that could threaten third-step cultivators. It's not a nirvana void treasure. It is impossible to figure out its rank. What kind of treasure is this? The white-haired boy's expression changed. He was here to kill Wang Lin, and he was 100% certain he would. The only thing he was worried about was the heaven-defying bead. He didn't think Wang Lin would have this kind of terrifying treasure. There wasn't time for him to think as the spear from the thunder beast broke through the sky. It split the rank 5 region in half and charged straight at Taoist water. There was no howling sound, only an indescribable killing intent. It was as if the spear had its own will. Once it flew out, it had to kill. After entering the 3rd step, Taoist water had rarely used his full power to fight an enemy. However, at this moment he revealed a serious expression. The moment the spear closed in, he waved his hands before his body. His right hand formed a claw and mercilessly slashed forward. Carefree slicing Tao. As water Taoist's words echoed across the world, his right hand seemed to form the strongest slicing Tao. As he waved, popping sounds echoed, and it even felt like the void before him was being sliced up. The collapsed void suddenly expanded in a jagged shape and spread out. The popping sounds instantly reached a limit and echoed across the world like a roar. It quickly collided with the spear, creating a deafening roar. This violent roar quickly spread across the rank 5 and 6 regions. Countless cultivators coughed out blood, their eyes filled with horror. The spear was surrounded by the jagged void. Thunder rumbles echoed, becoming louder and louder. The sound of friction spread out, and it was extremely sharp. When it entered Wang Lin's ears, it made him bleed from his orifices, as if his body was being cut up. Intense pain filled his body and he quickly retreated while coughing out blood. Water Daoist's eyes became even more serious and shined brightly. He raised his right hand up and mercilessly sliced down. Carefree cutting blade, destroy all laws. A thunder boom echoed and a giant crack appeared before Water Daoist. This crack had an irregular shape, as if it separated the heavens and earth. The moment it appeared, it shot forward. Everything it passed by was cut in half. In an instant, it closed in on the spear and mercilessly swept by. Rumble, 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 rumble. As the thunderous rumble echoed, the last wild continent Wang Lin was on collapsed into countless pieces. His face was pale and blood was spewing out from many parts of his body. He was covered in blood. As for the spear, it trembled as the spatial crack passed and then was split in half. It was forced in half by Water Daoist's spell. After destroying the spear, Water Daoist didn't relax at all. His eyes became even more serious. After the spear collapsed, a ray of 7-colored light shot out toward Daoist water. This was the third god-slaying war chariot, the strongest of the 3 war chariots. This bright, 7-colored light was what Daoist water was really worried about. He felt like it was somewhat terrifying. The 7-colored light was too fast, and for the first time, Daoist water retreated 3 steps as he waved his right hand. The spatial crack swept by and was about to cut the 7-colored light. However, the moment the crack touched the 7-colored light, the crack began to rapidly shrink. It took an instant for it to completely close as if it was never there. This sudden change caused Daoist water's expression to change greatly, and he retreated a few more steps. His hands formed seals as his eyes lit up and he spat out a cloud of fog. This fog was black, and an earth-shattering roar came from inside. There were 9 large and hideous ghosts inside. They immediately charged out at the 7-colored light and roared. Every single ghost was equal to the full power of a 3rd Heaven's Blight cultivator. Forget the 2 carefree Dao spells. Just these 9 ghosts would allow him to do as he wished in any star system, rarely meeting any resistance on the way. At this moment, these 9 ghosts let out hideous roars and closed in to devour the 7-colored light. They trembled as the 7-colored light shined brightly. The 9 ghosts let out mournful screams and quickly retreated, not daring to stop it. 2 of the ghosts that were too slow were slammed by the 7-colored light. They immediately disintegrated into large amounts of origin energy and dissipated. Daoist water's expression was gloomy as he retreated once more. His hands formed seals again as he used another spell. At this moment, Wang Lin's face was pale, but killing intent filled his eyes. With a wave of his right hand, the trident appeared and his body quickly grew into an ancient god thousands of feet tall. He took a step forward and threw the trident at Daoist water. As he moved forward, his left hand formed a seal and pointed at the sky. Call the wind suddenly appeared, turning into black dragons. As the destructive wind grew, the black dragons turned into a heaven-piercing spear that charged at Daoist water. Summon the rain also appeared. The raindrops turned into ice swords that shot out. At the same time, magic arsenal activated, and the celestial sealing print flew out from inside Wang Lin's mouth. Countless battle souls appeared and a series of mournful roars echoed. They charged at Daoist water under the lead of Master Void and the All-Seer. Mountain Crumble also appeared as Wang Lin moved forward and roared with his footsteps. Illusory volcanoes erupted one by one, releasing heaven-shattering destructive power. Daoist water didn't care about any of this at all. The only thing he cared about was the 7-colored light that was charging at him like crazy. His hands formed a seal and he closed his eyes. He opened his eyes an instant later. The moment he opened his eyes, his gaze seemed to turn solid and landed on the seven-colored light. There was a bang and then a heaven-shaking impact spread out. The moment Taoist water looked at the seven-colored light, one color collapsed. However, the other six didn't, and they closed in like crazy. Water Taoist closed his eyes and opened them once more. In a short period of time, he closed and opened his eyes several times. Rumble, 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 rumble. This no-name spell caused some of the seven lights to suddenly collapse, leaving only three colors. It was now only 100 feet away. With its speed, it couldn't even be described as an instant. At this moment of danger, Taoist Water's eyes revealed a strange light, and her said, "Stop spell." The moment those words appeared, he stopped the heavens, he stopped the earth, he stopped all laws, he stopped all movement, he stopped all spells, and he stopped all living things. At this instant, all the spells Wang Lin had used paused in the void. Even his body stopped. His eyes were filled with shock. All the origin energy inside his body seemed to have stopped, and he wasn't able to move even an inch. The only three colors left, red, yellow, and blue, released a thunderous rumble as if someone was pulling the reins on countless wild horses. They struggled fiercely before they completely stopped 30 feet before Taoist water. What a powerful treasure! Unfortunately, there is obviously still one seal left. Otherwise, even with my early-stage nirvana void cultivation, I would have been injured. Even more, this old man was forced to use the stop spell. Lu Zihao, for you to be able to do this, you can be considered a heavenly genius. Nirvana void, spirit void, arcane void, and void turbulent. The third step has 4 realms. Only after reaching the spirit void stage would I not be injured by this treasure once completely activated. Taoist Water's eyes lit up. This god-slaying god chariot shocked him a bit. If not for the fact that he knew a spell that didn't belong to this world, it might have been an issue. Although he wouldn't have died, he would have suffered injuries before he could kill this Lu Zihao. And as a third-step cultivator, to suffer the counterattack of an ant was in disgrace. You don't have the right to use this treasure, so this old man will take it. Taoist Water waved his sleeves and a vortex appeared between his eyebrows. The moment it appeared, it rushed out and devoured the red, yellow, and blue rays of light. The cultivation level difference between the two was like an uncrossable gully. Wang Lin looked at all of this, stunned. But there was an unwilling flame burning inside his heart. I'm unwilling. I still have 3 more killing aces. Even if I die, I want this person to pay an unrecoverable price. At this moment, in the wind celestial realm, the endless wind continued to flow through the realm. This gave the whole realm a desolate feeling as the wind howled, and this sense of desolation was so strong that it wouldn't dissipate at all. Herds of mosquito beasts moved with the wind. They were the only masters of the wind celestial realm. In the deepest part of the wind celestial realm, there were 3 floating continents, and one of them was dark red. The smell of blood lingered in the air as countless mosquito beasts floated in the sky, buzzing. There was a stone human statue on this dark red continent. At this moment, the stone person's eyes began to move and opened, revealing his ancient eyes. A strange aura slowly spread out from this person, but, strangely, it didn't attract the attention of the mosquito beasts. It was as if this stone person didn't exist in their eyes. How can that Taoist water kill a piece I spent so much effort to place? The eyes of the stone man shined and he let out a cold snort. However, by borrowing his power, I can see if that child is really the reincarnation of that old man sealed realm lord, or if the heaven-defying bead is really in this child's hands. The wind of the celestial realm became even stronger. A wisp of wind flew out from the celestial realm's door and disappeared among the stars. The vortex between Taoist Water's eyebrows devoured the 3 rays of light, and then he closed his eyes for a moment to absorb them. When he opened his eyes, there were red, yellow, and blue lights rotating in them. It was a shocking scene. His stop spell was very different from Wang Lin's. At that moment he stopped the world, and he was the only thing left. All the spells stopped in the air but, strangely enough, didn't dissipate. It was as if without this white-haired boy's will, they would just linger there for tens of thousands of years. The spear formed by Summon the Wind floated in the air motionlessly. Even the destructive wind surrounding it stopped. The ice crystal swords formed by Summon the Rain stopped in the air. They looked like icicles floating in the air. There were still the countless battle souls from Magic Arsenal, including Master Void and the All-Seer. They all just floated motionlessly. Some of the many illusory volcanoes that had appeared before were previously giving off black smoke, and magma had begun to flow out of them. However, at this moment the black smoke was still and the magma had stopped. Everything had stopped, including Wang Lin, who was stepping through the void above the black smoke. Wang Lin was still holding the trident tightly in his hand. 6 of Thunder Celestial by Fan's triple celestial spell. If this Li Zihao had learned them all, it might have been a bit difficult to kill him. Even if he had just learned Dark Moon, Clear Skies, this would have been a bit difficult. However, compared to Dark Moon, Clear Skies, these are all mere tricks. Water Taoist shook his head and no longer paid attention to Wang Lin. Instead, he arrived next to the god-slaying war chariot formed by the Thunder Beast. His gaze swept the god-slaying war chariot and he let out a cold snort. He raised his right hand and smashed down, causing the war chariot to collapse. The Thunder Beast was destroyed while still frozen. There are too many flaws with this treasure. Since I don't need it, I'll destroy it. Taoist Water was extremely arrogant and had a rather eccentric personality. He liked to destroy things other people treasured, provided they were useless to him. As a third-step cultivator at the early stage of Nirvana Void, Taoist Water was indeed qualified to do this. When the war chariot formed by the Thunder Beast collapsed, Wang Lin's eyes filled with sorrow. The pain in his heart turned into a boundless invisible flame that burned inside his body. However, it was all trapped inside his body. The grief caused 2 lines of blood tears to flow from his eyes. The god-slaying war chariot had accompanied him for a long time, but now it was destroyed. The cry in his heart set off like a storm as he stared at Taoist Water with a gloomy gaze. If I, Wang Lin, don't die from this calamity, I swear I'll kill this person. I must kill this person. I'll make him endure all kinds of torment before death. If I don't fulfill this oath, then let me be destroyed on the heaven-defying path. Taoist Water's gaze swept past Wang Lin. His favorite thing to do was look at someone when their powerful treasures were destroyed. That look of anger made him feel powerful. It made him feel the dignity he had lost many years ago. Seeing Wang Lin's gaze, Taoist Water felt even more pleased as he thought that Wang Lin was the owner of the heaven-defying bead and his master's descendant. While walking forward, Taoist Water arrived next to the 7-colored god-slaying war chariot. His eyes revealed a strange light as he waved his sleeve to take it away. However, there was a flash of light and the 7-colored butterfly appeared. The butterfly flapped its wings and dissipated into specks of light. When it dissipated, the 7-colored god-slaying chariot became an ordinary object. The treasure spirit would rather self-destruct than be taken by this old man. Taoist Water's eyes flashed cold as he raised his hand and smashed down. The god-slaying war chariot with the treasure spirit was torn apart. Now let me see if you have the heaven-defying bead. Taoist Water let out a cold snort and turned around to look at Wang Lin. At this moment, it felt like the world was trembling and all the stars had dissipated. Wang Lin and Taoist Water were the only 2 people left. His gaze contained a powerful penetrating force when it landed directly on Wang Lin. At this instant, Wang Lin's body suddenly trembled. He felt like his body was being torn apart. Even his origin soul and soul felt like they were being pierced. All the secrets in his body were clearly revealed before this gaze. The intense pain caused the veins on Wang Lin's face to bulge. His body strained and sweat fell down like rain. However, he couldn't make a sound, as all of it was confined inside his body. Taoist Water swept Wang Lin's body inch by inch. In particular, he carefully examined Wang Lin's origin soul, and he gradually frowned. Nothing's there? Master said that the heaven-defying bead will merge with the origin soul. But his origin soul doesn't have the heaven-defying bead. He isn't Master's reincarnation, nor does he have the heaven-defying bead. Did I get the wrong person? Taoist Water frowned as he arrived next to Wang Lin. He raised his hand and chopped down. A thunderous roar echoed and a spatial crack opened. It was Wang Lin's storage space. Taoist Water used his shocking cultivation to easily open Wang Lin's storage space. His divine sense swept inside. If this storage space doesn't have heaven-defying bead, I'll search his soul. There was a flash of coldness in Taoist Water's eyes as he searched Wang Lin's storage space. There are many low-rank things, but all of them are trash. Collapse. Thunderous rumbles echoed inside Wang Lin's storage space. All treasures that were looked at by Taoist Water collapsed into ashes. As he swept through, his eyes narrowed when saw Su Ligua inside Wang Lin's storage space. This is an interesting sword spirit, but it's still trash. Under his gaze, Su Ligua's body trembled, and he was about to us his flattery skills. However, before his could, the old man's destructive will descended. Just as the will was about to destroy Su Ligua, Taoist Water was suddenly shocked and moved toward Su Ligua. He immediately locked on to what he saw, which was a boundless group of mosquito beasts. Although they were in another storage space, it was connected to this one, so Taoist Water was immediately able to see them. This many giant mosquito beasts. Taoist Water was surprised, and his divine sense swept once more. This time he saw a coffin giving off a silver glow. There was a sleeping woman inside the coffin. Not everything inside his storage space is trash. He even has the lightning celestial emperor's heaven-avoiding coffin. This heaven-avoiding coffin is a good treasure and is useful to me. Taoist Water split a portion of his divine sense toward the coffin and was about to take it, along with the woman inside. Just at this instant, Wang Lin's body trembled violently, and his eyes revealed a never-before-seen madness. His bottom line wasn't the heaven-defying bead, his ancient god body, or the secrets in his soul, but this coffin, the woman inside this coffin. Water Taoist paused for a moment and noticed Wang Lin's abnormality. There was a flash of mockery in his eyes. You seem infatuated. This woman must be very important to you. I originally wanted to take this woman's body out later, but now I'll take her out in front of you. Rumor has it that a body not taken out from the heaven-avoiding coffin correctly will perish completely. Let's see if this rumor is true. Taoist Water's divine sense moved and surrounded the coffin to open it. His divine sense split off into many parts, looking for the heaven-defying bead. Just as he was about to open the heaven-avoiding coffin, one of his divine senses trembled as it saw the woman in silver inside the storage space. The moment his divine sense arrived, the woman in silver opened her eyes and her gaze collided with Taoist Water's divine sense. You are... Even with Taoist Water's mental fortitude and status as a third-step cultivator, his expression unexpectedly changed. There was a hint of panic and his mind became a mess. While his mind was a mess, an indescribably powerful force erupted from Wang Lin's body and his eyes became filled with monstrous killing intent. The moment Taoist Water was going to open the coffin, he devoured the blood he had refined from the iron sword that for some reason wasn't discovered by Taoist Water. Borrowing this destructive aura, his body rumbled. With this explosion of power, his imprisoned body gained some mobility. Seven-colored nail. Wang Lin let out a heaven-shaking roar. From an area in his storage space Taoist Water hadn't searched yet came a seven-colored light. The seven-colored nail shot out toward Taoist Water's divine sense. A thunderous rumble echoed and Taoist Water's expression changed greatly. The seven-colored nail was too fast as it pierced through his divine sense and shot toward the area between his eyebrows. Taoist Water was very close to Wang Lin. The moment he saw the seven-colored nail, his pupils violently shrank. Sovereign's seven-colored God Void Nail. You have this. In this battle, Wang Lin had shocked Taoist Water many times. Now Taoist Water saw the strange meteorite that had charged into the ancient star system countless years ago, and was refined by the sovereign. This meteorite was composed of an unknown metal and was refined by the sovereign for 10,000 years into 108 seven-colored nails, named the seven-colored God Void nails. Rumor has it that this unknown metal meteorite was extremely mysterious. The sovereign wanted to use a time spell to see where it was from. When he was about to succeed, a mysterious force interrupted him and he was almost seriously injured. However, even so, because the sovereign's was so powerful, he was able to see a blurry past of the meteorite when he was interrupted. The world was born and turned into the ancient star system. Then it was split into the inner and outer realms. However, in this vast universe, it seems the ancient star system wasn't the only one. In the beginning of the world, the ancient star system wasn't the only one created. This meteorite seems to have come from another star system that was equal to the ancient star system, but is separated by an eternal gap. This was something the sovereign said after he saw through time, and he didn't hide this matter but declared it to the world. Therefore, the seven-colored God Void nails reputation soared. All the powerhouses knew of them. Taoist Water had personally witnessed the sovereign use them against his master. Taoist Water wasn't the main force in that battle, but when his master was studying the heaven-defying bead in closed-door cultivation, the sovereign used an extremely vicious treasure refined with the help of the ancient celestial realm cultivators to injure his master. Then the three lords of the ancient star system and several ancient celestial realm cultivators began a life and death battle against his master. What the sovereign used were the 108 seven-colored God Void nails. At this moment, when he saw the seven-colored God Void nail, he was shocked and quickly retreated. He was well aware of the power of this nail. If an ordinary third-step cultivator at the Nirvana Void stage had a nail pierce their body, they would suffer serious damage. These nails weren't made to kill cultivators, but to specifically kill third-step cultivators. This strangeness of the seven-colored nails was something not even the sovereign had figured out. He only knew that the nails were strong against someone strong and weak against someone weak. The higher the cultivation level, the greater damage it would inflict. It was impossible to figure this strange aspect of the nails out without knowing the origin of the meteorite. Nirvana Shatter cultivators could survive a hit from the nails, such as Sima, who had come up with a method of breaking free, or Wang Lin, who had a body powerful enough to force it out. However, it was extremely difficult for third-step cultivators to force it out. After reaching the third step, there would be a strange change in the body. This change was an increase in power but also a bizarre change. However, this change was stopped by the seven-colored nail. The higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it was to break free from the seven-colored nail. This matter was very strange and couldn't be explained. Taoist Water was first shocked by the large mosquito herd. Then he met the woman in silver. The moment he saw her, he immediately recognized her. The shock caused his mind to enter a rare state of chaos. While his mind was a mess, he didn't think a mere ant like Wang Lin could break free from his stop spell and use the seven-colored nail. All of this caused Taoist Water's expression to change greatly. The seven-colored nail swept through the strange space and rushed at Taoist Water's divine sense. After it tore his divine sense to shreds, it charged out from the storage space and headed directly for the area between Taoist Water's eyebrows. He was too close, so Taoist Water retreated like crazy. But the seven-colored nail was also fast. It appeared and released a roar as it broke through the world, appearing between Taoist Water's eyebrows in a flash. There was a thunderous bang as the seven-colored nail stabbed 1 inch into Taoist Water's skull. It rotated like a drill as it attempted to enter his brain and destroy his Tao. Taoist Water's face was deathly pale as his hands formed a seal, attempting to resist the seven-colored nail. However, he had underestimated Wang Lin once more. He wanted to take out the woman from the coffin and touch Wang Lin's bottom line. Li Muin was Wang Lin's bottom line. If Wang Lin was already crazy facing the life and death crisis, then when Taoist Water was going to take out Li Muin, he became insane. This kind of insanity was no different from being stabbed by the seven-colored nail. This was no longer a fight for his life, but something even more important. Under this insanity, there was also the blood from the iron sword that had fused with Wang Lin's origin soul. This was the blood of a 9-star ancient god and also the blood of the heavens. When it fused with Wang Lin's origin soul, his body began to burn, his origin soul began to burn, and even his soul began to burn. It was as if there was an indescribable force erupting from his body. Popping sounds echoed as the stop spell around him collapsed. Wang Lin charged out with a roar as his ancient god stars rotated and his star of law appeared as well. Holding the trident, Wang Lin charged straight at Taoist water. His eyes were red and the red light extended several feet out from his eyes. Popping sounds came from his body like crazy. It was impossible to tell if it was his heartbeat or his bones colliding. Even Taoist water felt shocked when he saw this. In particular, the monstrous red light coming from Wang Lin's body made his pupils shrink. He took a step back and his speed suddenly increased while retreating. What he feared wasn't Wang Lin's spell, but the red light inside Wang Lin's body. At this moment, all his power was being used to resist the seven-colored nail between his eyebrows. So he had no time to pay attention to Wang Lin. His eyes lit up, and the speed of his retreat could collapse the void. How could Wang Lin let him retreat? All his preparation, all his spells, and all his treasures were used to create this situation. If the enemy had time to resist the seven-colored nail and suppress it, he would without a doubt die. The moment Taoist water retreated, Wang Lin charged out like crazy. The blood that he had devoured began to burn, and he was like a burning meteor. As he rushed, he threw the trident in his hand. His body trembled as he used all the power in his body on the trident. The trident turned into a vicious dragon that charged at Taoist water. The seven-colored light between Taoist water's eyebrows shined brightly and was rotating rapidly to break into his skull. However, Taoist water was using all his power as a third-step cultivator to resist it. The dragon formed by the trident closed in, and as Taoist water retreated, his eyes lit up. Even with the seven-colored god void nail, it's useless. Let me show you the gap between third-step cultivators and ants like you. There was indifference in Taoist water's eyes as he waved his right hand. A portion of his power gathered in his right hand. I wanted to search your soul, but since you're looking for death, this old man will fulfill your wish. Carefree extinction Tao. Extinguish everything before him. Taoist water's right hand formed a seal and pushed forward. This palm caused a thunderous roar and a blast of air gathered from all directions within 10 million kilometers. White lines began to form. If one looked from far away, they would clearly see that a giant diamond shape was forming within the 10 million kilometer area. The moment the diamond shape appeared, there was a thunderous roar and the diamond rapidly contracted. As it contracted, the shockwave became even more powerful. It was as if the world inside the diamond was separated from the outside, forming an unimaginable pressure. Taoist water wanted to use this method to squeeze Wang Lin to death. The diamond shape rapidly contracted and soon shrank from 10 million kilometers to 1 million, 100,000, 50,000, 30,000, 10,000. A destructive aura filled the area as the diamond shrank once more to 8,000, 5,000, 3,000, 1,000, 500 until it was only 1,000 feet wide. It instantly contracted from 10 million kilometers to 1,000 feet. This rapid contraction formed an earth-shattering pressure that could crush all existences in the world. At this moment, this powerful pressure crushed down on Wang Lin and the dragon formed by the trident. Destroy, extinguish, collapse. Taoist water retreated as words came from his mouth. The moment he spoke, the diamond-shaped lines contracted like crazy toward Wang Lin. It gave off a flash that lit up the entire star field and wrapped around Wang Lin's body. The power of 10 million kilometers of space condensed onto one person was the same as almost a dozen cultivation planets exploding. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the stars and shook the star system. At this moment, the rank 5, 6, 7, and even 8 regions could hear this thunderous rumble. Wang Lin's body suddenly collapsed under this destructive force. His flesh and blood shattered. Even his head exploded. The trident immediately shattered and let out a miserable groan. The soul of the trident died. Absolute power. The might of a third-step cultivator that couldn't be challenged was displayed by Taoist water. From ancient times, no second-step cultivator could overcome a third-step cultivator. This was almost the same as the law of the heavens. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin's exploded body gave off a demonic red light. Time seemed to reverse as the light gathered, and, like he was being reborn, Wang Lin's body reformed. Rebirth. This is impossible. Taoist water was stunned for a moment. The demonic red light surrounded Wang Lin's entire body. This red light came from the blood that fused with his origin soul. With the power of this strange blood, Wang Lin was able to reform his body in an instant after collapsing. Not even Wang Lin had time to think about this sudden development. He could clearly feel that the power from the blood was rapidly dissipating. It wouldn't take long for the power of the blood to completely dissipate. However, Wang Lin no longer cared about all of this. Now that his body had reformed, a crazy idea filled his body. He looked at Taoist water and charged out. As he charged out, his body rapidly changed, and he changed into an ancient god that was thousands of feet tall. The 6 stars between his eyebrows rapidly rotated, and the star of law appeared a well. At a glance, he looked like a 7-star ancient god. A crazed aura came from his ancient god body. At this moment, it was as if Wang Lin had devoured countless celestial ascension fruits. He couldn't die, he must not die. He had to kill everything before him no matter the cost. Roar. As Wang Lin roared, he was like a vicious spirit from ancient times. His right hand formed a fist and smashed down on Taoist water. At the same time, a complex chant came from his mouth. The ancient god clan didn't have many spells, but each one was extremely powerful and not something cultivators could understand. As Wang Lin's words echoed, a powerful vitality force erupted from his body. In this world, nothing could match an ancient god's vitality. Ancient god spell, life exchange. Wang Lin let out a roar and threw a punch. This punch was so earth-shattering that the void before him suddenly collapsed. With this punch, Wang Lin's vitality dissipated rapidly, and the impact in that punch shot straight at Taoist water. There was a thunderous bang, and the entire rank 5 region was about to collapse. Wang Lin's fist collided with Taoist water's right palm. Bang! Wang Lin coughed out blood and his body was thrown back, but he stopped himself after flying 10,000 feet. He revealed a mad expression and charged out once more. Taoist water's expression was unchanged, but his right felt slightly numb. He was using all his power to resist the 7-colored nail and had only split off a bit of power, but that palm was enough to destroy a peak nirvana shatterer cultivator. To exchange life for power, this is only a temporary boost. I want to see how many punches you can throw. As he spoke, Wang Lin had come again and thrown the second punch. As he threw the second punch, a portion of his vitality dissipated. His originally white hair was now gray and the stars between his eyebrows were dimmer. The second punch arrived. The moment it collided with Taoist water's palm, Wang Lin endured the injury in his body and revealed a bitter smile. Even though he was injured, he threw the 3rd punch, 4th punch, 5th punch, 6th punch. In a flash, Wang Lin threw 10 punches. These 10 punches wasted too much vitality. When the 10 punches landed, the shockwave spread and the entire rank 5 region collapsed. Countless spatial cracks appeared in the rank 5 region, and the cold wind swept the rank 5 region. Wang Lin's hair fell, wrinkles appeared, and he suddenly became old. However, his eyes were still red and gave off a crazed battle intent. Thunderous rumbles continued to echo as the punches continued to fly at Taoist water. Taoist water's expression was still the same after the 2nd punch, but after the 6th punch, he pulled his right hand back. He retreated a few steps and spat out fog. He used this fog to resist Wang Lin's remaining punches. Even if you have the body of an ancient god, you can't withstand this kind of spell that expends life. To fight his old man with this kind of spell is laughable. Taoist water sneered. He had been able to hold off the 7-colored nail between his brows. No matter how hard it drilled, it couldn't break into his skull, but that heart-wrenching pain was still present. The sovereign's 7-colored god void nail is too strange. Fortunately, This child doesn't know how to properly use it. However, it is best to prevent any sudden changes. Taoist water let out a roar as he erupted his full cultivation in an attempt to force the seven-colored nail out. A majority of Wang Lin's vitality had dissipated from his body. He was like an old man who was near the end and gave off waves of death aura. The stars between his eyebrows were dim and wrinkles filled his body. It seemed like his body was aging rapidly. However, the fire in his eyes became even stronger. He let out a desolate roar and rushed out like a moth flying to a fire knowing he was going to die. How many knew that a moth flying toward a fire sometimes wasn't a yearning for the fire, but the determination to put that fire out? As he rushed out, Wang Lin's right hand formed a fist and waved. Thunderous rumbles replaced all sounds in the world as he threw the 11th punch, 12th punch, 13th punch, until the 19th punch suddenly erupted. Every single punch was the peak of Wang Lin's cultivation. A powerful blow from an ancient god, all in exchange for his vitality. The thunderous rumbles echoed across the world. Blood came out from Wang Lin's orifices and he was on the brink of death. But those punches didn't stop, and even Taoist water was moved by this. As the rumbles echoed, Taoist water's fog resisted it all. Not only did it not collapse, it was about to devour Wang Lin. Unfortunate. If you can last for more than 100 punches, you might be able to injure me while I'm resisting the seven-colored nail. However, 19 punches is your limit, and all the vitality in your body has collapsed. Without even me killing you, you would die in just a moment. Taoist water's indifferent voice spread out, but Wang Lin could not hear it anymore. His ears were filled with blood and he couldn't hear much. He was very tired and death aura had filled his body. A sense of the end filled his heart, seeming to want to take him far away from this cruel cultivation world, from all this pain. Even the red light in his eyes dimmed, and they were without light. However, just as the fog pushed Wang Lin, he suddenly raised his head and his dimmed eyes shined brightly. Cultivators like us never shrink from a fight. I understand. This battle isn't a battle intent, but the determination to resist even knowing death is coming. Wang Lin revealed a miserable smile as he took a step forward and threw another punch. 20th punch. After that punch, black blood leaked out of the corner of Wang Lin's mouth and he began to laugh. This laugh was filled with the pride of an indomitable spirit that ruled above all living things. I, Wang Lin, began cultivating at 16 years old. The 21st punch flew out. The fog didn't stop and charged at Wang Lin. I entered the Hung Yu sect, killed Tung Li. The 22nd punch flew out, and the fog suddenly stopped. I escaped to the Sea of Devils and formed my golden core. The 23rd punch, the fog shrank and let out a sharp roar. Reached the nascent soul stage, wiped out the Tung family, shocked planet Suzaku, became the All-Seer's disciple. Wang Lin continued to walk forward as he seemed to mutter to himself while laughing. This punch bombarded like crazy. The 24th, 25th, and 26th punches. The fog burst open and was forced back 30 feet. Yin and Yang stages, 3 realms of nirvana. I faced a lifetime of crisis, never yielded, and killed countless people. The 27th, 28th, 29th, and 30th punches. The fog retreated as it roared even more violently. It was frightened and retreated in panic. I have killed countless people since then. It took more than 2,000 years of cultivation to reach where I am now. The 31st punch. 39th punch. I battled the heavens, battled the earth, and today, I battled a third-step cultivator. So what if I die? The 40th, 41st, 42 ND. 53rd punch. The only regret is that I can't resurrect my love, since I'll die with her. But so what? The 54th, 55th, 56th, 64th punches. The fog that was knocked back dissipated into the void. Even if I give up all my vitality, so what? The 65th, 66th, 67th, 75th punch. Blood spewed out from all over his body. He was now covered in blood. His body rapidly shrank and he began to rapidly age. Stiffness filled his body, making his internal organs decay, and his vitality was all gone. In truth, at the 23rd punch, his vitality was used up. The remaining punches all came from the power from the blood that had fused with his origin soul. I walked through the world standing upright. If I die in battle, so what? Wang Lin's voice was hoarse, as if even his voice contained the taste of blood. It could shock the mind of anyone who heard it. The 76th, 77th, 78th, 84th punch. My vitality ran out and I'm about to die. But the punches from this spell aren't over. Flowing time, reverse time 5,000 years. Give me 5,000 years of vitality. Wang Lin looked up and smiled. After 84 punches, he continued to walk forward like a battle celestial walking forward with the determination to die. There was nothing before him that could stop him. There was a rare sign of seriousness in Taoist Water's eyes. For the first time, he felt like the experience this person had was not simple. As Wang Lin spoke, the collapsed void around him turned into a sea. Then a giant, stone door appeared. A desolate aura spread out and shrouded Wang Lin. The 85th, 86th, 87th, 100th punch. In this short period of time, Wang Lin had consumed all the power of the blood, all the vitality in his body, and used flowing time to gain 5,000 more years of vitality to complete the shocking 100 punches. This was Wang Lin's strongest 100 punches. This was his entire life. 100 punches. There seemed to be no force in this world that could resist the 100 punches Wang Lin that had used his entire life to throw. These 100 punches contained Wang Lin's endless vitality, his 2,000 years of cultivation, all of his origin energy, and all the power from that mysterious blood from the iron sword. This was a pinnacle of Wang Lin's life. This was the strongest attack he had used with the intent to die. These 100 punches were Wang Lin. Like a moth going at the flame, these punches charged at Taoist water. A moth flew at the flame to put it out, to use its own body to put out this ancient flame. Taoist water's eyes became serious and were filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The ant before him had managed to use vitality to punch 100 times. These were no ordinary 100 punches. They were created by the essence of his entire being. It was brilliant. It gave Taoist water a powerful sense of danger. If it wasn't for the fact that he was using all his power to resist the seven-colored nail, there would have been no danger. After all, the power of the third step was difficult to imagine. However, right now these 100 punches shocked Taoist water greatly. Thunderous rumbles turned into an endless storm that swept toward Taoist water. Taoist water's eyes lit up as his hands formed a seal and he pointed forward. A giant vortex of water appeared before his chest. The moment it appeared, it shot out like a big mouth ready to devour. The heavens and earth are infinite. Water Tao devour spell. Taoist water let out a roar as the huge vortex began to devour everything before it. Thunderous rumbles echoed. The endless rumbles almost caused the rank 6 region to collapse. There was no star fog left, as if a giant hole had appeared within the star fog. As the roar rumbled, Wang Lin's entire body was covered in blood. His heart beat weakly before it suddenly shattered. There was almost no light in his eyes. The collapse from the 100 punches was strong enough to destroy everything. Even someone at the Heaven's Blight stage would die. The shockwave spread out in all directions and swept across the cloud sea. As the shockwave spread out, all the star fog collapsed, all fierce beasts died, and even many wild continents collapsed. Even the rank 6 region suffered the same fate. It was as if a giant hole was opened in the cloud sea. Wind howled from the hole as if a terrifying demon was going to crawl out. Under this bombardment and shockwave, popping sounds echoed around Taoist water. His hand continued to move and he quickly retreated. The water vortex was pushed back and immediately went back into his body. Taoist water's clothes exploded and turned into fragments. Even his hair was scattered. His face was pale and blood came out of the corner of his mouth. A third-step cultivator was actually injured. I underestimated him. Since Taoist water was injured, he could no longer suppress the seven-colored nail. The seven-colored nail shined brightly. HD roared once more as it drilled in 3 inches more, breaking his skull. Intense pain washed over him as Taoist water coughed out blood. The blood turned into countless runes that turned into seals to seal the nail. Good, good. For an ant like you to injure me, even if it was when I was resisting the seven-colored god void nail, you have shocked the world and can laugh in the afterlife. Taoist water wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Then monstrous killing intent filled his eyes. He took a step forward toward Wang Lin and raised his right hand. His right hand instantly covered the sky and descended on Wang Lin. You can now die. Even if you are reborn, I'll kill you. Carefree reincarnation Tao. This old man will kill you in 100 reincarnation cycles. I want to see how you will be reborn. Taoist water's voice was like a cold wind. As he waved his right hand, he seemed to extract all the reincarnation law in the world and formed his own reincarnation cycle. A giant will appeared as his hand moved. There was a howl as it smashed down on Wang Lin. Once Wang Lin was hit by this, he would be destroyed 100 times, and there would be no chance for survival. Just at this instant, a gust of wind tore through everything in this collapsed battleground. Slave Taoist water, if you kill him, I'll kill you. An ancient voice came from the void and echoed in this battlefield. Water Taoist's body suddenly stopped. He suddenly looked around at the void and his expression became gloomy. Old fellow, you want to stop me? You were sealed by the ancient celestial realm into a stone. They trapped you for 100,000 years to refine you into a magic treasure. Right now you are borrowing the power of the outside star system from the mosquito beasts to survive, yet you want to interfere. You want to stop me? What qualification do you have to stop me? Taoist water let out a cold snort. He no longer hesitated and his right hand slammed down on Wang Lin. However, just at this instant, the wind turned into a giant hand that reached for the reincarnation cycle that had appeared. Junior slave, back then, you were only a slave before the Lord of the Sealed Realm and had to be respectful toward his old man. Now you have entered the third step but have become extremely arrogant. Even the evil ancient celestials couldn't kill me. They could only seal me for 100,000 years to refine me. You're a mere slave, a frog at the bottom of the well. The ancient voice was calm as the wind hand grabbed the wheel and suddenly pulled. A sharp howl suddenly echoed. Taoist water's expression changed and his hands formed a seal. Then he pointed and shouted, "Stop spell!" The moment he roared, the hand formed by wind stopped for a moment. It was just for a moment. Then popping sounds echoed and it broke free. It grabbed the wheel and mercilessly squeezed. The wheel collapsed and dissipated. Taoist water's pupils shrank violently and he exclaimed, "It's impossible. You have clearly been sealed. How can you resist my stop spell? I know you absorbed the source origin from the outer star system. You can absorb power from the outer star system. You have some insight." The ancient voice let out a cold snort as the hand formed by the wind reached for Taoist water. Taoist water let out a scream as his hands formed a seal and pointed at his chest. His cultivation suddenly exploded and a giant cultivation planet appeared behind him. This cultivation planet contained dense origin energy and gave off powerful vitality. There was enough vitality to match a rank 5 ancient god. Endless mutters come from the cultivation planet. The mutters turned into a strange energy that entered Taoist water's body. His eyes lit up and he roared, 2 billion yin and yang disciples. Roar, roar, roar. Taoist water pointed at the sky and then quickly pointed 3 times at the wind arm that was reaching towards him. Every time he pointed, the giant cultivation planet behind him would tremble. The shadow of a cultivation planet would appear and fly toward the arm, charging at Taoist water. When the finger pointed 3 times, 3 large cultivation planet shadows shot at the wind hand. A shocking pressure descended in this void. Just like your original body, these 2 billion yin and yang disciples are neither male nor female waste. The ancient voice sneered. The wind arm didn't stop and charged forward. Rumble, rumble, Rumble. 3 loud bangs echoed. The 3 cultivation planet shadows exploded into a destructive aura that rushed at the wind hand. The hand formed a seal that was also made of wind and collided with the destructive force from the 3 cultivation planet shadows. A thunderous rumble echoed. The hand didn't dissipate, but it was heavily damaged. It rushed toward Taoist water and pressed down between his eyebrows. Old fellow, you're meddling. Your original body can't come, and this is a mere avatar. Die for me. Die, die. It was as if something had touched Taoist water's weak spot. He revealed a hideous expression and his right hand reached out. He pulled the giant cultivation planet and mercilessly threw it. This old man has gathered 2 billion water Tao disciples to worship for tens of thousands of years to create Joss flames for me. Today I'll destroy 500 million water Tao disciples to form Joss flames and kill your avatar. Then I'll go to the wind celestial realm and kill your real body. Taoist water let out a roar as the giant cultivation planet was smashed down by him and collided with the damaged hand. A loud rumble echoed. The moment the cultivation planet smashed down, a powerful force appeared. This was an energy unique to third-step cultivators. It was created from the collapse of 500 million water Tao disciples. The damaged arm immediately collapsed. Thunderous rumbles echoed. The ancient voice let out a muffled groan as he was injured. The voice and the wind hand disappeared. Old fellow, you coming to stop me means that this ant is important, which makes me want to kill him even more. Now that your avatar has died to the Joss flame of my water Tao disciples. Who can stop me? Taoist water's expression was extremely hideous. The 7-colored nail was rotating between his eyebrows but couldn't penetrate more than 3 inches. However, the part that entered his skull had begun to melt, causing a hint of madness in Taoist water. Taoist water suddenly turned around and charged at Wang Lin. His fingers opened up and he closed in with killing intent. However, just at this moment, a shocking change occurred. A finger made of wind suddenly appeared between Taoist water's eyebrows and pressed down on the 7-colored nail. Taoist water's expression changed greatly and he stopped. Countless shadows appeared before him to block it, and he quickly retreated. You're still not dead. This finger appeared too suddenly, without any warning. Taoist water thought he had destroyed the other person's avatar, and his mind was being affected by the madness from the 7-colored nail when it appeared. This finger appeared at a heavenly opportunity. There was no better time for it to appear. It was right when Taoist water was defenseless. Taoist water's expression changed greatly and his speed of retreat reached a limit, but he still couldn't dodge. The shadows that appeared before him attempted to dodge, but they suddenly collapsed. Rumbling sounds echoed across the world as the shadows were all destroyed by the finger. Finally, after destroying everything, the finger rushed out and pressed down on the 7-colored nail between Taoist water's eyebrows. An indescribably powerful force rushed out and Taoist water screamed. The 7-colored nail mercilessly stabbed in. It broke through everything by force 3 inches, 4 inches, 5 inches. This nail was only 7 inches long, and now it was embedded 5 inches deep. Just 2 more inches and it would be completely inside, and at that time Taoist water would be seriously injured, because this nail had pierced the spot between his eyebrows. It was a weak point for cultivators, unlike the shoulder, where Wang Lin was stabbed. At this moment of crisis, Taoist water's face turned pale and fear filled his eyes. He was well aware of how powerful the 7-colored god void nails were. When he saw his master being stabbed by 94 nails, that painful expression was something Taoist water could never forget. Master, save me! Taoist water retreated, but the finger followed to push the nail in even more. At the moment Taoist water cried out, a powerful force came from within his body. This powerful force condensed on the back of Taoist water's right hand and turned into a charm. The moment the charm appeared, a golden light lit up the dark space and spread out. The finger pressing down toward the 7-colored nail was hit by the golden light and dissipated, releasing a hiss in the process. Lord of the Sealed Realm, back then you said this slave that had helped you a lot, so you gifted this slave a charm that would protect his life 3 times. When he betrayed you, you clearly had 2 chances to kill him, but you let him go, wasting 2 uses of the charm. In the end you died. Now tens of thousands of years have passed, and the 3rd use of the charm is being used. You're still going to protect the Tao slave that betrayed you. I admire your cultivation, but I disdain your ways. Your ideals are too inflexible. The ancient voice let out a sigh and slowly dissipated. Taoist water was soaked in sweat. At this moment, enduring the pain between his eyebrows, he felt a lingering sense of fear. He grinned and let out a roar at the sky. Master, thank you. You still have to protect me after death, which makes me somewhat sorry about what happened. But you must die, you must die. Taoist water had been shrouded by the madness from the 7-colored nail, but he was suppressing it with his powerful cultivation. However, that madness had changed his personality. Otherwise, given his cultivation level and age, he wouldn't speak like this. As long as it hasn't drilled all the way through, once I kill this ant, I can enter closed-door cultivation to force this nail out. Taoist water's eyes lit up. He no longer hesitated and charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were still open. He felt himself slowly walk toward death as watched everything that had happened. When he saw Taoist water charge at him, there was no panic in his eyes. Instead, there was absolute calmness, as if all the madness from before had been released with his vitality. Life and death, karmic cause and karmic effect, true and false. All of these are opposite existences. After life, there is still death. I have used a fist of life, but I can still explode all the death within me. Let us both die together. I can collapse all my ancient god stars in exchange for one more attack at my peak. I can destroy my star of law in exchange for endless origin energy and split the heavens. Wang Lin seemed to become enlightened in something, and his eyes revealed a strange light. The death aura within him suddenly formed a vortex. This vortex could destroy the world, break yin and yang, and shatter reincarnation. Unexpectedly, there was a hint of essence coming from this vortex. This was essence. This was the most important thing to becoming a 3rd-step cultivator. Wang Lin was no stranger to essence, as he had obtained some before. However, he had obtained it from the battle scrolls. It wasn't Wang Lin's own essence, but an external force. At this moment of life and death, Wang Lin gained enlightenment in life and death. The moment his death aura erupted, he comprehended his own life and death essence. Even though this essence was very little, this meant that the door to the 3rd step had opened a crack for him. This was like a bucket of cold water being poured on Taoist water. The madness in his eyes dissipated greatly and was replaced with shock. This child has the potential to become a 3rd-step cultivator. He actually comprehended his own essence. There are countless cultivators in this world, but 3rd-step cultivators are extremely rare. This child could actually reach this point. If given enough time, I fear that he could become a 3rd-step cultivator in just 1,000 years. Taoist water's expression became gloomy, but his determination to kill Wang Lin grew even stronger. He must die. Taoist water charged at Wang Lin. He raised his right hand and the giant cultivation planet appeared before him. He was about to use the power of this cultivation planet to crush Wang Lin, who he thought of as an ant that had turned into a mortal that had turned into someone with the potential to become a 3rd-step cultivator. The death aura around Wang Lin rotated like crazy. The life and death essence inside was growing. Although it was slow, it was real. It seemed like it was going to break free from the death vortex and appear in this world. At this instant, the royal ancient god stars, including the just recovered 6th star, all shattered. Shattered stars. All 6 stars exploded. At this moment, an even larger vortex appeared outside the death aura vortex. This vortex was filled with unimaginable ancient god aura, and another essence came out of this vortex. This essence was born from reaching completion in the karma domain. The ancient god-shattered stars were an action of karma. Without the stars shattering, how could there be power? Shatter and power were karma. In this moment of life or death, Wang Lin's shattered stars allowed him to comprehend his second essence. Karma essence. This Taoist water's expression changed greatly. Wang Lin's life and death essence had already shocked him. But at this moment, a monstrous wave was set off in his heart. There was actually a second essence. Just one essence is enough to become a third-step cultivator, but having two essences is extremely rare. Only people like Sovereign, Qinlin, and other amazing talents could enter Tao with two essences and reach the third step. If this child can reach the third step, then the moment he enters, I will be no match. My only choice will be to escape. Taoist water had only ever met two people with two essences, Sovereign and Qinlin. These two people were all extremely powerful, so much so that Taoist water could not compare to them. However, now he was looking at a third person with two essences. At this moment, he even had the thought of taking Wang Lin in as a disciple. However, the moment this idea arose, it was erased by him. This child hates me to the bone, but his talent is extremely rare. Even in both the inner and outer realms, such a talent is one of a kind in tens of thousands of years. This kind of person will die by my hand. This gives me more joy than the destruction of any amount of magical treasures. Haha! Such a gifted person will be killed by me. The madness in Taoist water's eyes became even stronger as the cultivation planet closed in on Wang Lin. Just at this moment, the star of law between Wang Lin's eyebrows suddenly collapsed. The collapse of this star of law formed a third vortex that swept the world and surrounded Wang Lin. In this third vortex, there was actually essence as well. The true and false domain was contained inside his star of law. The moment this new law collapsed, the true and false domain reached completion. A true and false essence came from the vortex. This was Wang Lin's third essence. Life and death was the first essence. Karma was the second. True and false was the third essence. Three essences suddenly rushed out from the three vortexes. However, they were still weak and needed a long time to grow. When they reached a certain point and became complete, Wang Lin would be able to enter Tao with three essences and become a heaven-shaking third-step cultivator. This scene caused Taoist water's attack to stop, and his eyes almost popped out. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Three essences, no one in this has entered Tao with three essences. This child is heaven-defying. If he enters the third, even if he has just entered, I won't even be able to escape from him. Three essences. Sovereign and Qinlin only have two essences. Even Master only had 2.5, unable to completely realize the third one. How could his child have three essences? This kind of person is someone even the heavens will want to destroy. If he becomes a third-step cultivator, even void turbulent cultivators will be no match. He could destroy the world and rule supreme. Who the hell is he? He can't be an ordinary cultivator, but the reincarnation of some powerful cultivator. What kind of powerful cultivator would have the ability to reincarnate and cultivate three essences? Unless he is the reincarnation of a legendary, fourth-step, heaven-trampling cultivator. Taoist water was a third-step cultivator, but at this moment he was frightened by everything he saw. Since I have provoked such an existence, I must kill him, or else there will be no place left for me. Taoist water's face was pale as he clenched his teeth. His power as a third-step cultivator erupted as he fused with the cultivation planet and smashed down on Wang Lin. Even if you are the reincarnation of a fourth-step heaven-trampling cultivator, you will still die for me. For this old man to kill this kind of person, it was worth it. Die, die, die.